Thank you. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will fall. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Dancing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, you shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're rise. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from me and fall above the flower bed as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Bye. That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation.
But we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in. What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
a perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. In knockback, instant combo, puts it. What? This people, oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
And welcome back to Berlin, Germany, live from the Spirit Blossom Springs, aka the LEC Spa. It doesn't look like summer here, but we're in Berlin, so it's still good for now, as long as it doesn't rain. It doesn't feel like summer either, but we get what we have. Guys, how are you doing? Finn, GB,
It's a wee bit gusty, but I'm really excited to see the kind of continuation from yesterday. I think yesterday we saw a lot of potential what could be, but today Casey is playing again with some good games. I'm excited.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, you said it better yourself. And that's the good thing about first days is that we can overreact on pretty much anything and everything, like you guys on the internet, actually. Let's take a look at what we've seen from social media yesterday and what are the biggest overreactions. On Twitch chat, of course, you can tell us yours and maybe they will appear on broadcast. The first one we have comes from Molecule, who's saying, I've seen enough, Poby's the GOAT.
Here, here. I agree. I mean, Poby yesterday, he just came out with a bang. Like, I don't know. I'm fully on board with the Poby high train. All the roads, or at least a part of the roads. I really want to see what he kind of can help this Fnatic team, because they kind of sacrificed their early game, but at least the mid-late game seems to be going a little bit better.
Yeah, okay, listen, I agree with you. Poby, great overreaction to have. Phenomenal debut in the LEC. The rest, I am not sold on Fnatic just yet. I think the fact that they struggled as much as they did against Team Heretics, my overreaction would be, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm genuinely disappointed in Fnatic, but Poby, I see a good reason to be happy for his performance.
The greatest of sometimes, right? Like, he can save them, obviously. Let's check out the next one that we have. Which team is it going to be about? What are we overreacting on next?
So tense.
Because I have something, actually.
Oh
I have. Okay, I was about to say, Navi is like my ex.
Yeah, go on.
They never change, and they keep on letting me down. But I believe in the fact that they can change, because they were facing up against KC. Not the strongest opponent, not the biggest opponent for a first game. You killed the man, but not the idea. How do we feel about this?
I mean, what is today's delusion, right? Clearly.
Oh my god.
I mean, why don't we just
Let's see what Odo thinks about
What do you
this.
think about this, Odo?
About Navi?
Yeah, Navi.
Where is it? Like, Rogue never left. It's the same thing.
It's a different organization.
No, it is, but the Rogue spirit is still there. They just never left. Nothing changed.
That's enough from you. That's enough. Back in the bucket you go.
Actually, Navi versus KC was the fastest best of 3 we had in 2025 in the LEC. Less than 1 hour, 53 minutes. That's actually how long Rogue games used to be.
I mean, if there's something to take away from in the positive side, I really liked Malrang on support.
Yeah.
I feel like at least he played fast, at least the Rogue games things were happening. Not in a good way yesterday, but I want to see if he can kind of be this glue that the team needs for Lars and Adam to kind of finally find their forms again.
All right, one game was one game. Let's check out what we have next. What is the next overreaction about this split? It is day 1 of the LEC, and this account has been created. Has Niski played in the LEC? For now, the answer is no. But I'm really looking forward to see how long can this account stay alive, guys.
Is it an overreaction to say I don't think it's gonna happen? I just feel like it's a good joke, but is it gonna happen?
I mean,
do you think what are the chances that we can see Niski?
I mean, maybe if like Vladir breaks his wrist, I can see something happening. But I don't expect Niski to take Vlad's spot. I think that's
I have heard something about what if KC has a good week 1. They play against Vitality after that, and they would maybe sub in Niski, which would be peak content given that it was his former team. When
would
he
it be
was playing
support or mid?
Yeah, that's the thing.
These are the questions. These are the questions.
Is it midski or is it subski? We'll see about that. Last overreaction that we have about this summer split so far. I cannot read that, so I'm gonna trust you guys.
The secret ingredient is Larson.
Is it?
It's not that secret. I feel like it's been a staple in the kitchen for a very long point at this time.
I don't want to say it's moldy, but it's definitely been in the cupboard for quite some time. And I want to see maybe a new face of Larson, because I feel like last splits, it hasn't really shown why he was so highly regarded for so long. And As we see, I mean, I don't want to be the one to bash on the Navi wagon after game one, but that's, I guess that's what we're doing here. So yeah, let's see more from Larson. I want to see that because I know we can do it.
Let's see more from Larson, and let's see more from the freshest player that we have from the LEC, because our pool of player has extended and changed this summer. So I want actually to go to the pool that we have here
you don't have to say that
for
twice.
a little game, and I want you guys to know more about the new players that we have in the LEC. Maybe we find perks in there. I don't know.
Are you gonna go over there?
Yeah, you guys go there, and I'm gonna ask you some questions. So you're gonna fish some minions.
Yes.
And each minion is gonna have a number. I have some cue cards here, and I will have a question for you guys.
No, wait. This one is mine. Is that -1? -1. Okay. So this is number 1.
Number 1.
Number
okay.
1.
Question about Dundun, our new top laner. What is a champ that Dundun carried with his team on finals of summer 2022, but he went 0-7 with the champion. So he was MVP with that champion.
I remember this.
He got MVP with that champion he went 0-7 with.
It's gotta be something like Malphite.
What's an 0-7 champion?
That's gotta be Malphite or something.
That's like playing Kled.
Honestly, it's a champion you would not expect you could carry a game with, being that bad.
Rumble?
Okay, one last chance, GB, and I'll give it to you guys.
Well,
You're gonna be stunned, honestly.
Oh my god. I don't know. 0-7 Jace?
0-7 Jax.
Jax!
Yeah.
Did he land like the stun of the dreams or what?
So don't put it back in there, otherwise we're gonna draw that again.
I want to draw that again and say the answer. I think it's Jax.
Can say a lot about the potential career of Dundun, getting MVP of that game, carrying with an 0-7 Jax. What's the next one?
What do I get from a dog? It doesn't have a number.
You get to keep the dog, as Flackid. I don't know.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, I'll just grab one of these one. Number 4, please.
Number 4. Okay. What was Skin's most played champion during his LEC stint in 2020-2021?
I remember his Lee Sin being very competent. That was his champion
He
for
said it
solo
first.
queue.
Right, I thought it was my question. He was number 2. I'd like to lock in Lee Sin, please.
All right.
That's not how it works.
Okay, how many games?
He probably played... Oh, what was the season back then? I'll say 7.
9.
Oh,
Which is a lot of games.
I was thinking 9.
You can say that after giving the answer. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, next one, guys.
Okay,
What do we have?
Give me a good one, please. Oh.
We would like to do this one together.
No
Yeah,
poaching.
That's free, I think.
Don't poach each other's minions.
We have number 3 together.
Number 3 here. Who has already played 45 LEC games?
Who's already
among the
played
new
45
players that we
LEC
have?
Alongside the new players. Abbedagge could be a good shout here.
Yeah, I think that's valid. It's not Abbedagge.
You have a second guess here, I think. It's easy.
Let me think.
We just talked about him.
Wow, now
Skins.
Oh, it's the same
It's just the same.
45 games in the
That's a
LEC.
cop
All right,
out.
another one.
Okay.
Another million.
Get one of them. Which one? The blue or red side?
I like the blue one here. What is it? 8?
Number 8. Which player had the highest goal difference at 14 in their region in spring? Among the new players that we have.
I want to say Rooster. I heard it's a laning beast on
he's next level.
Challengers. I want to say Rooster.
Rooster it is.
Nice. Good job. Yeah,
Amazing.
I like that one.
We're going to see him a bit later. Guys, thank you so much.
Can we throw this back in?
Back in the
Okay,
pool
cool.
here. We actually want to catch up with a familiar face from the LEC as Abbedagge is back in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with Odo.
Why'd you throw the net in there? It doesn't float.
Thank you, Lord. And I'm standing here with SK's newest mid laner, Abbedagge, someone that I played with in the long time ago, and we've had a lot of fun. So, Abbe, you are our resident traveler between LDA and the LEC. Tell me a little bit how this offseason happened and how you came to be on SK, because it's a move that no one really expected.
So, I mean, this offseason is pretty funny because these guys actually wanted to make some really big changes because nothing was working at all. So, yeah, they wanted to try a different option. So they imported an ADC, and they were like, oh, like, we have too many import slots, brother. So we gotta give someone the
resident slot.
The Stiefel, you know. We call that the shoe in German.
Okay.
So they decided to kick me, and then SK was also kind of on the same page, where they wanted to make some big changes, and we kind of found each other in the middle. So honestly, for me, it worked out perfectly.
It does seem like a German player on a German org. Now, when I played with you, you were always this quiet guy, but very, very reliable. And now you're on SK, an org that has struggled this split to find success, or this year rather, to find success. Tell me a little bit, what have been the steps that you've been making from the last time we played together, and how you evolved to bring success to this organization?
Now I'm loud and not reliable. 180. No, I think I have a lot more experience to kind of guide and tell my team how I see the game. And so I think I'm a really big influence on how the team plays and how we improve also outside of the game. I think with my experience of making Miracle Run, I know what values are important to a team and like how you kind of keep the vibes up, because that's one really important part, is like keeping your mental straight.
Okay, lovely. And for my last question, the Abbedagge stocks are quite low. No one is really hyped about this move about you coming to SK. But I think it's time for you to remind them what you did in 2020 and in 2023 when you were in the similar position. Orgs struggling, not finding success in their last split. What did you do, Abbe, in those 2 years?
What I did? Well, I don't know. It just turned summer and then, I turn on, I think. I mean, nobody expected me to do well, my team to do well, but that was kind of how we became the dark horse during those seasons. I think we were just really underrated and we performed.
So are we going to see a dark horse again from SK this split?
We're lacking one important ingredient, actually. Part of the 2 last Miracle Runs, we had this really good top laner.
Okay,
he was actually not bad at the time.
Lore, back over to you, because this is about SK and Abbedagge.
It is about SK and Abbedagge. Thank you so much for the interview. Actually, I'm wondering, as a former teammate of Abbedagge, Odo, what do you think about him being back in Europe and with SK?
I'm honestly kind of high, because last 2 times, I mean, he was kind of modest, but he did do Miracle Run, make playoffs from 1 and 10, but also make Miracle Run into playoffs with Excel, making it into finals. That's not easy. So everyone's sleeping on Abbe. Your stocks are kind of in the gutter, because this guy's about to pop off.
He's about to pop off. We'll see about this. There's been a lot of roster changes for SK, actually. What do you guys think about this lineup? They've been struggling so far in the LEC. Necessary change, but is it the right one?
I mean, I don't have any... I'm not racing them in my tier list in my own head right now. I think these changes probably was necessary for them as a team, and I mean, we already saw it last split. Nothing worked out for them. I still think this is something that doesn't necessarily spark immediate confidence in them, but that's where they can prove us wrong. I mean, Finn, you know something about going to NA, having a terrible split, and then coming back and doing okay. So I mean,
okay,
bringing the CLG trauma just like that.
God, we're just shooting me. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna comment on that. What I will comment on is someone like Skeens.
Yeah.
Who I think came into LEC 2020 and didn't really have the best showing, but then worked, grinded, improved his fundamentals year by year, and now deservedly is back in this league. And I want to see this guy kind of come in and show why he once got a chance and why he has the talent to kind of make an impact in this league, make a splash, and show that he's going to be the glue that's going to keep SK together.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the other side, you're talking junglers. Bukata's playing against his old team now.
Right?
I mean, he got promoted to BDS. Well, call it what you want, right? Promoted. He's going up against his old team, and I think you have a lot to prove here, because you were part of a fire in SK last split. This is a time for you to prove that, you know what, I was not part of that problem. I can be a way better player than what you saw last split, and going up against your old team is the best way to prove that for Bukata.
It's the best way, and it's the hardest way, honestly, for either of these teams, because if you think about first stance format, this kind of format doesn't allow any mistakes. Honestly, both of these teams have to win today if they want to be in the best situation for the rest of the split, but I actually want to know, what do the casters think about this situation? Think about SK and BDS and the chances they have to clutch it today for the rest of the season.
Thank you, Laura. It's a very good question. I'm Dracos, joined by Jack Spectra. The honest truth is, when you play only 4 best-of-3s, before we get into potentially the cross group decider, again, if you're not familiar with the format, there's a video, kind of every game is life or death, but as long as everyone around you is also running it a little bit, you're fine.
They're on thin ice.
They are on thin ice.
And you hope for BDS now that top lane won't be so irrelevant anymore with this new rooster. Had to fit them all.
Why do you do this to me? I thought we were having a real...
Or SK might go loopy.
No, stop. They're going to kick you out. Yeah, anyway, look. Ultimately, pressure on both sides. I can't recover from that. You said you had 1 pun ready. Be ready, you had 4. Hopefully a few more things coming your way. Not just puns today, but performance on both sides. Although we'll have to keep track.
2 Korean top laners facing off.
And of course, our favorite storyline. We haven't confirmed that it matters to Bukata, but we're going to pretend it's the most important thing of his life. Bukata against his former team.
Yeah.
Did he make the right decision? One best of 3 to decide it all.
True.
So,
I mean, on paper, I would say he definitely upgraded.
Yeah, for sure.
But from what I've heard, both teams have been, you know, not having the best start to their season in practice.
I was really hyped about this BDS roster. Again, on paper, I think that, you know, Ice and Nuke are a strong core, and if you can stabilize the rest of the map, I'm feeling pretty optimistic, but we've heard that there might have been some struggles to get things going, although rumors kind of...
If we were to listen to rumors, Giant X would have won every split so far.
Yeah.
And they haven't done that. So.
But maybe that's a Giant X exclusive. I don't know if that's a rumors exclusive. We're going to have to do a little bit of science here and find out. See if the rumors around BDS are true. Maybe some struggles. But the vibes appear to be good on stage, and that might be all that matters as they go toe-to-toe with SK. You heard from Odo and Abbedagge earlier. Abbedagge's summer form is what we've been waiting for.
He's a summer miracle runner.
He is the summer miracle runner. Him and Gilius, God of Lee Sin.
True, we need to bring him back too.
Yeah. Well, he was the rhyme, you know?
Yeah.
We need more people with like catchy one-liners and rhymes. We got Poby, Some Roads, you know. Got Abbedagge, Miracle Run. We need more, I think is what it's safe to say. Anyway, one man with no vowels in his name is Dun Dun.
Are you a fan of Dun Dun, would you say?
So, like many people in our league, I take all of my opinions on LCK Challenger players from our lovely friend Chronicler, who spent about 10 minutes hyping this man up to no end.
Yep.
And then made it very clear he just liked him as a person and thought he was great, and then didn't talk about his gameplay at all, which I would say was a pretty big red flag.
Yeah.
Normally he leads with the gameplay. So
yeah, normally that's what you're asking.
That was what I was asking, and he avoided the question. So, we'll see. I'm very optimistic for Rooster. Very clearly a strong, talented individual player, kind of hoping to find similar success to the likes of Thanatos or one of these other big, high-profile transfers coming out of the LCK Challenger Series. Was a great part of that Hama Life roster. Dun Dun, on the other hand, we'll need to see what level he's at.
I'm really curious to see the Yunara priority, because we saw yesterday Heretics were willing to first pick it, and then in the other series it went all the way to 4-5 in the KC versus Na'Vi. I want to see, does BDS or SK have really high priority? Do they want to ban it? Do they not even care about it? Because based on what we've seen so far, the champion looks good, but not mind-blowingly overpowered. Also very level.
Yeah, it definitely has had some good team fights. We now see Ezreal banned. Vars has also been banned, so I think these are pretty conventional, solid picks. Nothing too crazy in the bans yet. Maokai, the final one. Ice, when BDS I think a lot of Ice's career on BDS has been defined by utility carries, things like Jhin, Ashe, Varus. We've seen that he can...
and hyper carries.
Yeah, and we've seen the hyper carries for sure. But I do wonder with new members coming into the roster, what they will prioritize. Every time I say roster, I think Rooster now, and I'm going to blame you for that. As Wukong is going to be the first pick. Rumble potentially to follow.
Yeah, interesting here that they prioritize the Wukong so highly. Very good team fighting on the champion, but quite a weak early game and a weak early clear. And it is going to be matched up against the Trundle, who is quite a bit stronger in the early game. And fighting here.
And I do really like having a pillar with the Rumble ulti, potential to control the terrain. BDS, it seems, wants to go all in on the kind of press R and win sort of comp. I do think Bukata, if he's comfortable on the Wukong, setting up a new player on your roster to have a comfortable first game, especially against a former team, does make sense to me. But an early Jinx lock would be surprising. You said hyper carries, I said utility. It seems like hyper carries are at least the hovers.
Yeah. I mean, Sivir is a very safe... It's like the vanilla ice cream. Oh, it's going to be the Jinx, actually.
Which is like vanilla ice cream with the little sprinkles. It's like the Stracciatella, a little bit of chocolate.
It feels a little bit more risky. She's a little bit more vulnerable than the Sivir, but she still does have great push, great wave clear, great scaling. And just going to be the Azir answered by SK, and they're both kind of just playing into the scaling fantasy here. But it's interesting, I feel like Jinx this early on, I can't really see any other team prioritizing Jinx this highly.
No, nor can I. Of course, already Dewey's Ezreal has been taken away. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more AD carry bans, although maybe they want to target support. The entire top side locked in for SK.
Yeah, SK really needs some great team fighting start options from support roles. I think something like the Rel, like the Nautilus, like the Alistar could be good bans for BDS. Because if SK is forced to have kind of more of this follow-up support, then they're going to struggle, right? Trundle doesn't want to start a fight. Rumble doesn't want to start a fight. They want to have something to follow up on properly.
Yeah, I completely agree. It can be really tricky when you have a composition that is... I mean, Rumble is pretty good at starting proactive fights in the sense that with another form of CC, it's a really powerful follow-up.
Yeah.
But I am looking for that go button. And for LEC especially, all of last season felt very often defined in draft by whoever has the better go button, whoever has more reliable ways to start a fight, usually
That's like how Fnatic got half their wins. They just had Vi, and then they started every fight.
Razork really good at Q flashing. Very important skill. So now Jhin, okay, so they don't want to give them the utility angle. Of course, Jhin Rumble, really strong pairing, does shore up some of the weaknesses, means that if you pair that with an engage support, kind of all your engage problems are solved.
Yeah. I would think Rel would be the last ban here, just to target one more engage support. They could continue trying to target ADCs. It's just Jhin felt like kind of the obvious one, and then after that, I think SK has a lot of different options. They could choose to go utility, or they could just choose to match hyper carry. It's actually going to be the Lucian, so they were worried about the Lucian, potential Lucian Nami or Lucian Milio, or even Lucian Braum with the counter pick on 5.
Corki. I think a somewhat predictable option, again, Kadui last split was really
Corki Ezreal.
Corki Ezreal. He had the one insane series against Fnatic, I believe it was, on the Ezreal, and then we essentially saw it permabanned for the rest of the split, and Corki was kind of next in line.
Yeah.
So looking at the support pick now, as well as top or mid lane pick, I guess technically the Aurora can be a flex.
I think it's going to be into the Rumble, most likely, when they picked it this early on. And just the Rel sets up the Jinx and the Wukong very nicely. I am a bit worried about this Jinx laning phase early on. Now SK are going to get counter pick on support. Corki is much stronger in the early game. So if I was BDS, I would probably be thinking about swapping early on, try to get us out of that matchup. Because if Jinx can just push waves and kind of play PvE, she's very happy.
Completely. And incredible at just knocking down those towers, picking up those early tower plates. If there ever is a discrepancy in the swaps, BDS had some pretty solid early games last split, pretty well rehearsed. Sylas now the lock-in.
Not the most like insane ultimates on the side of SK. I mean, you do have the Equalizer and the Azir Wall, which are nice, but it's not like anything to write home about. So it's a bit curious.
I mean, if they lock in Nico, things definitely feel better. A lot of, strong AP ratios. Nautilus would feel a bit more reliable. Always a bit awkward when there is a Wukong on the team, right? The moment of hesitation where you have to make sure to ult the right target. But interesting choice here from Nuke. Must just feel confident that he can push an advantage in this matchup.
I mean, his whole team is very much diving in, so he fits that identity very well. And I do think overall, BDS comp, I like it quite a bit more than SK. I think SK, if they do get an early lead on bot lane and top lane, that they can snowball that. But if this Jinx just gets to free scale, Bukata gets to start the fights however he wants, it looks pretty easy. Get one reset, and Jinx takes over.
An opportunity to snowball, I think, through the Corki, as you've highlighted. We'll see what the the Korean top lane battle looks like. Rooster with a range advantage early, maybe can try to pull out an edge, but Ice is kind of the thing that is scary versus Abbedagge on the other side. Two hyper-scaling options, one in the mid lane, one in the bot lane. As we have our own, honestly, LEC European EMEA League of Legends icon, the cow himself in the audience to bless this first series.
We have Alistar at home.
He didn't, I don't know if they took the bell away. Maybe he's not allowed to have the bell, I'm not sure. But either way, grateful to have you here, friend. Bringing the energy. Okay, and here we go. Come on. There's so many rosters that didn't change. Both of these guys cooking up.
There's a lot of
3 and 2
changes here.
changes, 5 changes. This is going to be spicy. There's a Jinx in the audience. Jinx got picked. Now we understand. We understand why they didn't pick Yunara.
Yeah, Yunara ended up going completely ignored here. And it's going to be the heal on Paris here with Spellbook. Quite an interesting selection.
Defensive option. You mentioned concerns about Ice getting run over.
Yeah.
Seems like they want to
just try to survive and weather the storm of this early game. I think that's really the name of the game here. How can bot lane snowball and how can Skeens impact the map early on to set SK up for an early advantage? Because if this Jinx just gets to free scale, she's very happy.
Yeah, getting that one item. See if SK misstep though. Ice with lethal tempo, obviously in those extended trades can still do a lot of work. And I really want to see Loopy and Kadui playing well together. We saw in the NNO Cup, there was a lot of moments where SK really didn't feel on the same page. And unlike a lot of our teams playing on stage today, they have gotten time together to play some stage games, even if it's a lower stakes tournament. So yeah, hopefully that has been a boon for them. And we can see the level of coordination you kind of need to have if you want to be playing an aggressive bot lane like this.
I mean, that can be very valuable, but it can be a double-edged sword, because then if you find yourself struggling in a lower division tournament, it can really ruin the confidence of the team. So hopefully they took the right lessons out of that, as we got some early fighting already.
All in for Paras, trying to make the most of the shield early on, but SK, unsurprisingly, extending the trade to the best of their ability.
And that's that W start on Nautilus. You get great trades with it, and it just makes it so difficult for BDS to actually win the trades. But it does look like they're going to be able to get the push here just with Jinx rockets and attack speed, which is very nice for them. And that could set them up for a potential early 4th wave swap to get out of this matchup, because usually it's more around level 3 when Corki unlocks all his abilities. That's when things start to get a little bit more dicey.
I miss when we would play for the like 3rd wave dive.
It's crazy how much we swap these days, no?
We swap
isn't
a lot.
it weird how the game didn't change, but people just realized that swapping is... Okay, we got a crazy
Super
fight
strong,
here.
but all-ending 2v2 is also pretty good, although Ice immediately going to back up as Kadui finally able to lay some cooldowns in the fight. Lupi taking a pretty decent chunk, though. Makes things a bit awkward. Nice re-engage. The heal already popped, though. Lupi fighting off more than he can shoot. Lethal Tempo is fully proc. This is an easy finish for Ice. Now he looks to get one more. What are you doing? The attack speed is stacking. A massive fumble. The barrier. The flash. Both force. The Q coming through.
Oh my God.
It's the double!
And we were talking about this Jinx scaling. She's already 2 kills at 2 minutes. That's a disaster for SK. That's no Abbedagge is inflated through.
Okay! Okay, I thought we were watching League of Legends. Apparently we're watching an MLG highlight right now.
BDS are just making fun of them.
That was a catastrophic 2v2 bot lane. Now, we didn't see what happened mid, so I'm not going to have a strong opinion there immediately, other than the fact that Abbedagge died, but...
That's true.
I said I thought the coordination, I hoped it would come through. You said it could be, could be a double-edged sword. This was rough.
Yeah, I mean, Lupi here trying to go for Paris, but the HP diff is so much higher in Paris' favor, and then Ice can just flash forward, and Kadui wants to try to keep fighting. He's continuing to auto-attack, which then lets Paris reach him with the Q. And Nuke
Here's
just...
the pro view.
Dashes forward and kills him.
Auto, flash,
Makes
auto.
it look easy.
Okay.
Oh. Well, that's good, I suppose.
All right. Well, I'm going to say that might undermine our point about this being a life or death matchup when they're laughing after getting 2v2 killed, but it's good that the vibes are good, I
mean,
guess.
sometimes when it's like so unbelievable what happened, you just have to laugh.
Yeah, what
like
else can
probably
you do?
they were saying in draft
like
that this is a good matchup, we're going to snowball.
Like, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just because you're not supposed to laugh, it just makes you want to laugh.
That's true.
That said, this is... We're in uncharted territory now. You know, normally as casters, we set up expectations. We go, this champ does this champ does that, and then individual players can always upset those expectations, and that's what BDS have done. Because Jinx isn't supposed to have 2 kills and a 700 goal lead. Silas certainly isn't supposed to have a kill either, but here we are. So BDS get to play out now a very different game of League of Legends where they don't really have to swap.
Yeah.
They're probably just stronger in the 2v2.
Yeah, now you can just start playing for Drakes, keep pushing this Corki in, try to leverage your gold lead to get a further CS lead. You can just slowly try to bleed out the enemy bot lane that way. You can see Loop here a bit homeless as he just walks around.
Paris on the way in. Wants to get him out of the mid lane. They're just trying to get pushed so that Nuke can have, a nice base timing here, although they might have to stay for one more wave.
Abbedagge holding the wave nicely here just to annoy Nuke a little bit so you can chunk him on every CS that he goes for.
Yeah, neither side has TP, so there's an angle here maybe at a level 6 to get a bit of support. Schem's quiet so far, as has, Ben Bukata, and honestly the top side as well. All the new players we wanted to talk about hanging out, farming, pushing in the case of Rooster. It's the old guard murdering each other.
Yeah. This definitely favors Bukata though. If I'm a Wukong here and I'm nearly level 6, my laners are just winning, and I haven't had to interact with enemy jungler at all, I'm pretty damn happy.
Yeah. And again, I think you're joining a new team. Obviously you want a style, but if your new team just starts solo killing your old team, I don't think you're complaining. I think you're feeling pretty good.
Especially as a jungler, Like, there's nothing better than your lanes just winning and then you feel good as a jungler.
Yeah, and of course for Bukata, third team and 3 splits been moving around a lot. 1 on KC, rough first split on SK. We see the play happening mid lane, and instantly looks like they're going to try to find 1-for-1, but Abbedagge trying to slide out. Flash in from Bukata to try and finish. Schemes chasing as well.
And a nice attempt there by Bukata to block the Azir E, but doesn't quite have the damage, so ends up wasting his flash. But still, it's another fight that goes mostly in favor for BDS as they get the chunk out Abbedagge, but he is able to catch all the minions, so it's just going to be Bukata wasting his flash.
No. Losing the flash, definitely not ideal, but getting some action on the map pre-6 definitely does not hurt. As Skeen's pretty confident that he wins out in the 1v1. Bukata S-juking a little bit, maybe just to make him second guess if there was a smite steal attempt. Skeen's unfazed, just continues to farm up. Level 6 now for the Trundle. Gonna make life much more difficult for Paris, especially.
And despite the early gold lead on Jinx, her items are not incredibly scary here, so a 3v3 could still favor SK if they're able to get a good hook going.
Oh, that's a zap. You want a body block in that case. So Trundle spotted. Roll in the bot lane.
It's just going to have to recall. Then maybe this allows BDS to set up play for Drake.
This is the only circumstance in which I think a double kill makes the game less filled with action. Because we've just... Ice doesn't want to fight, he wants to farm. And now that he has kills, he doesn't have to fight and he can kind of just stay back.
That's true.
And chill.
Yeah.
Whereas if Corki gets 2 kills, we're off to the races. You know, Fist
But
fight.
it's also like Corki can just W forward if he wants to fight. While if Jinx wants to fight, Corki just presses back and then nothing really happens.
Yep. But soon, perhaps another fight as we're getting ready for the grub spawn. Skeen's already on the top side. Abbedagge fighting for mid prio. BDS will be a little bit late to this one if they do want to back after this wave. But Abba hovering to the bottom side. It seems like neither side is particularly keen to rush down the grubbies.
Overall, objective-wise, quite a slow game here with neither team prioritizing the Drake early. Maybe now SK could look to swap or trade the Drake for the grubs, as SK's bot lane has chosen to stay bot rather than trying to swap. It looks like that's what they're going for. I think Corki will just start off the Drake here. BDS gets 3 grubs. Although, BDS are happy with 1 grub and they want to try to contest him on Drake.
Feeling like they're stronger on the map right now. Nuke certainly can do a lot of work in those skirmishes. Abbedagge only with the recurve bow. It's going to be a little bit tough. Dewey's relatively powerful on the Corki. Nuke ready to come over the wall. He might have the full 5v5. Swifties for Dundun means he's going to be there first. Nuke ready to respond with the Nautilus ultimate. Dundun. Good management of the heat. Dragon is going to go over the side of SK, so BDS opt to contest, hoping to double down and get everything, but instead only grab a single grub and really just waste a lot of time.
Yeah, BDS got greedy here. They wanted to get everything, and they were just not strong enough. With Rel getting hooked out and then getting chunked, not able to actually start a fight. Rumble was a little bit faster than the Aurora as well. And breath of fresh air for SK. As they finally get a Drake, you can start playing for that Drake win con.
Yep.
You can actually force some early fights and play around that.
Yeah, definitely feels good. Solid play overall. Swifty's actually making the difference, which I was concerned about. I'm like, oh, you bought Swifties, you go to the fight. It's like, this guy's got a lost chapter, surely you don't do anything. But hey, if it's the difference of being in the fight or not being in the fight, and it helps your lane phase be a bit easier.
Now I'm not sure if Bukata can go for these 2 remaining grubs, as Corki is looking to swap up into top lane. But it looks like Loopy just wants to reset with the wards and Trundles on both sides. So eventually, BDS are able to get all the grubs, just everything ended up being slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit awkward, but they've still got control of most of their lanes. Spot wave right now not going to be caught, so maybe not ideal there from the side of SK, as they're going to lose at least a few creeps. Can't see if it's a cannon in bottom lane. So BDS not only grabbing the grubs, but getting some extra resources in terms of what they've denied from SK, and holding on to about that 1.5k gold lead.
Still a good position for BDS for sure. With Jinx having a gold lead, Silas still winning. I mean, you'd hope as the Azir that you're able to punish the Silas a little bit early and get him a bit under tower, chunk him out, get a CS lead. And he does have a 7 CS lead, but with the solo kill, Nuke is still quite a bit ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like BDS able to punish a couple mistakes from SK in the early game. Again, it was really SK, the aggressors in the bot lane 2v2, and then you kind of just a call out onto Abbedagge. But as both sides have calmed down a bit, BDS not looking to be the ones to push the envelope too much outside of the cheeky look to Drake. We'll see if they keep trying to make aggressive moves. To be honest, I don't mind it. I like it more than just trading objectives when you've found this kind of early lead.
Yeah, it's more fun than just seeing PvE. I agree with that.
Yeah. Hey, look, killing minions, an important part of the job.
It is. You know, one of the few things I felt sometimes was like, I felt like enemy ADC was just better at killing minions than me. So you just got a CS lead, and I was like, man.
Yeah.
He just killed minions better than me. Like,
No,
we didn't even trade or anything.
If I look back at all your VODs, I'm sure what I'll say to myself is, damn, if he just killed minions a little bit better.
True. Crown is super good at killing minions.
It's just a, hey, it's a superpower, man.
Yeah.
Crowning, Chobi is...
Chobi's so good.
Oh. Paris kicking things off. That's the ulti pillar behind to try to stop the fall. Bukata ready to spin on him.
It's a bit deep here.
Barely fast enough. That's a bit of a fumble. SK don't really have any tools to re-engage. Loopy not quite in position to pull the trigger on the ultimate, or they might have been able to get a kill back, but also wanted to give that respect over to Nuke, and Nuke is losing at least one play in the mid lane for even attempting to stick his nose down in that bot side play.
Yeah, the gold lead on mid now has vanished, as Abbedagge was able to get a play, able to deny a wave. And BDS, again, they want to try to force a fight, but they're not fully able to land the crucial CC that they need, and it's just too weak.
Yeah. A lot of aggressive looks from both sides this game, and I don't think the team that has tried to force the fight has ever come out on top. Which, I'm going to be honest, if we go later in the game, I do think favors SK pretty heavily. You have a Trundle with the pillar, you have a Zir, who I think is just fantastic if you have to engage into him.
Yeah.
But also, Rooster has just been quietly farming up his Storm. Pick this advantage, counter-pick the Rumble.
He's clicking the minions better.
Clicking the minions better, pushing more waves, and he is going to be powerful in the coming fights.
Some key items completed here across the board with the Kraken Slayer on Jinx, Trinity Force on Trundle, and Trinity Force on Wukong as well. Nashor's Tooth now for Azir. I think now we're going to see a lot more damage. Now I think whoever starts the fight should actually be able to
finish it. It's not the bits and pieces Wukong build where you... Yeah, fun fact, that champion is entirely Sheen procs the champion. Everything else, it's fake damage, for sure. So, need to see what the setup around this Drake looks like. It's 30 seconds until Cloud.
What do you think the soul's going to be?
Oh, you know, I'm going to go Chemtech.
I hope Hextech.
I mean, I hope Hextech too. Hextech would be hype. I'm going to go Chemtech.
It's always Chemtech.
Yeah, I'm a pessimist. I think that we found, you know, Chemtech is the glass is half empty sort of vibe.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say.
Hextech is the glass is overfilling.
Yeah, the glass is... What? That's not how that works. The audience ready. Hungry for blood.
It looks like SK is not hungry for blood, as they are cross-mapping this Drake, looking to pressure up top. Probably looking to get that first structure tower, first break tower, first blood tower. Oh, Paris.
Oh, Paris got out. Trying to move out to safety, gets knocked up mid-animation. The pullback is there, and it's a quick pick, Skeens. Not going to chase for too much more, but now fully zoned off that top lane tower is Nuke. So decent chunk coming out.
They're going to get that first brick.
Cloud, of course, down. Nuke moving in to clear the wave. They're not going to get that
They're not going to get the first brick.
So Pick traded for Drake in the end.
Yeah, does equalize the gold lead quite a bit. It's only 600 now. Now you can see a little bit more how this matchup should look. But the Corki just dashing forward, chunking out the Jinx.
Mondo chunks. I mean, Trinity Force is such a powerful item.
Yeah.
I like hitting him with the... any emote that includes sound is a good emote to hit him with. I don't have the Rammus one that says okay, and it boils my blood every time anyone uses it against me.
It's pretty good.
Even if I outplay them and they do it, I feel like I've lost.
I think the sad bee and the angry bee is also very good.
Classic. Reckless classic. It's Dun and Rooster continue to trade blows, but Rooster still has his ulti available. This is going to be a pretty tough dive if they do want to go for it. Schemes, though, not.
Oh, great pillar.
Herb trying to get into the wall, does make it. Flash out. Well played by the side of SK. Now they should just be able to knock down this bot lane tier 1, and there's not much of a counter map player. There wouldn't be, but Herald just spawned.
Now that's that first brick for SK. So able to take down that bot tower. It's going to be the return of the Herald for Bukata. So overall, a pretty equal trade here.
Bukata gets the feats, though. Will be the third objective. They already grabbed 3 grubs. So a little bit of extra.
Beats the strength.
But need to see what BDS do, because they've had 3 grubs all game, and they've had a Jinx, and they haven't ever set the map up in such a way that they've been able to leverage, I think, the fact that they can obliterate objectives, at least towers, very, very quickly.
I think especially that there hasn't been much action around the Silas has been bit lackluster from BDS, because when you're able, we've seen Sekka, you know, he gets a solo kill early on, he just takes over the whole game.
Yeah.
Happened against us in first stand.
Yeah.
So I was expecting more when Nuke got that level 2 kill.
I like that you said us. All of us.
All
Our
of us.
entire region.
All of us watched
Everyone
that.
here, you're included.
Sekka had like 17 kills or something. It was ridiculous.
Zekka bodied all of us.
Yeah.
We all felt it. Nuke not so far able to extend that lead. It is a bit disappointing after you get the first kill. Of course, you know, it's still tough. It's still a range discrepancy, the matchup. There was attention paid mid lane. They weren't able to get that kill when they played around the level 6s.
Yeah, and Nuke tried to move to the bot play, and that ended up being botched, so...
Yeah, a lot of little fumbles, it's safe to say, in this game. Little happy accidents.
That's usually what separates the weaker teams from the top teams. It's the little details, the little executions.
And also, can you pull it together in a late game despite a perhaps messy early game? That's what we saw from Fnatic. Losing in the vast majority of early games yesterday, still able to clutch the series out against TH. See which one of these teams can perform better as we get later into the game. But now we're dead even. BDS at one point holding on to a 1.5k gold lead. Things now completely evened out. Of course, once the Herald is used, things will feel a little bit different. But SK also ahead in flowers, so that's another little extra bit of gold.
The 3 flowers?
The 3 flowers, tiny bit.
I mean, if they're able to use the Herald to break down the mid tower, I definitely think that would be like pretty big for them, regardless of the gold that it generates, because it just allows them then to play much more aggressive on the side lanes.
And it's really hard for them if Abbedagge is planted mid lane to just knock a tower down, right? That's kind of the...
Even against the Corki, just use ults.
Yeah. A lot of wave clear, Maybe they want to use a Herald on a side lane, but they haven't knocked down a single tower yet, again.
No bricks for BDS.
No bricks for Jinx. Anarchy's her whole thing. Just gotta throw a brick somewhere. All right, time to go off topic.
I was feeling it myself.
Yeah, might as well call it out.
You had a good day?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, brother. We were playing Arena. We're terrible. I've never fought so much League of Legends in my life. Ice Paris? No, okay. Continuing. Is Kraken broken? I keep feeling like I should have been Yuntol, and I keep seeing everyone build Kraken.
I think after the buff, Kraken is pretty decent. I wouldn't say broken.
Oh?
I wouldn't put ADC and broken in the same sentence, really.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't, but I've watched you at like level 2 kill any champion in the game. I think ADCs are like the masters of propaganda, man. I don't know why the balance team ever listens to you. You're always getting buffs, and they're always talking about how bad your role is. Bukata getting burned. Dun-dun. Overheating. Clone over the wall, and it looks like he will be fine. Schemes wants to get the pillar, doesn't quite get him out of the air. And that probably would have been a kill, or at the very least a flash. Good patience, honestly, from Bukata.
Most likely going to be the Drake, though, going over to SK. As now Bukata is forced to base. So we're keeping the low pace of this game.
But it's Ocean Soul. We were both wrong in terms of the prediction.
Yeah? Would you say, okay, which Soul do you think is stronger, Ocean or Chemtech?
In this game?
In general, but sure, this game.
In the context of this game, I feel like Ocean is stronger. Kadui has enough range to poke, Zero Soldier poke. It's pretty good for both teams. It's not as good for BDS because I don't feel like they have reliable, like, long-range poke to, you know, if you want to trade a little bit, go back, proc it.
Yeah.
Normally it's like...
would be pretty nice for Wukong Sylas, though.
Chemtech, very good for Wukong Sylas. But I kind of stopped thinking about Chemtech when the community decided it was bad, and I said, ooga booga, that's what I'm going to say too, and then just kind of repeated that.
Jankos loved Chemtech. I never understood it, but he was like happy when there was a Chemtech Drake.
Like back when it was the Chemtech Rift too, or the Drake?
Just in general.
Yeah. Well, that seems wrong. Okay, so they're not going to charge the Herald. No, they are. They're just going to get charged. Good. Ooh, Pillar. Not enough to stop the charge. Although I can't imagine that was very comfortable for the Herald.
Well, he died immediately after, so.
At least it was quick. Put him out of his misery.
Poor Sally.
Poor Sally. Is it Shelly? Wait, we need to ask Atlas, because there's only one now. How did we decide which of the 2 Heralds survived? One of them has gone to the farm.
Turned into a grub.
Never returned. No, he's retired happily somewhere. It's a wholesome, it's a family game.
The grubs are the children?
I don't know. I don't want to go. I don't know if I want to go down this road. I feel like there's going to be too many ethical questions that I'm not ready to answer. It seems like poor parenting if the grubs are the children.
Yeah. They're raised up on the harshest environment. a Summoner's Rift.
It's really just if you've got the Sigma grind set, you can turn into a Herald. Otherwise, you die a grub, or do you live long enough to become a Herald? And then also probably die.
True.
Well, 1.5 items. The game is slowed to a glacial pace. And I think that the Jinx, Ice, on BDS's side, and Abbedagge on these are probably content to play the game at this pace.
Yeah, I think those two are definitely the happiest, while everybody else is like, guys, can we do something? And they're like, no.
No, wait.
Farm.
Third item. One more item.
One more item.
One more item.
But then Jinx gets IE, and she's like, guys, if I get LDR, though. And then once she gets the LDR, she's like, guys, if I get BT,
guys, I just need a little bit of lifesteal, though.
Yeah, if I get
I need one defensive item.
Like, I get poked out, I need lifesteal.
But she does need lifesteal, though.
That's the
You 80 carries are so convincing.
Yeah, but it's true.
Don't fight, I have IE in base. Don't fight, I have IE in base.
Well, it is the biggest spike you could get, so it's like...
Time your
League
back.
players will
Time your
fight
backs
over,
better,
they will
bro.
fight over air, bro. It's space, and they're just like, I gotta control that.
It's true. Speaking of SK, determined to control the air here on bottom side. No one shall breathe it but Skeens and Abba. Rooster.
This bush is mine.
Commitment. Hiding, waiting. And okay, so honestly, in a slow game like this, I do really like when you just set a trap play.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it as well. Like, Rooster will just try to catch this wave, and now if Abbedagge backs off after this wave, then maybe Rooster will walk up. Or he senses it.
Okay, are they going for the cheeky full send on the Otacon?
Oh, then.
And then going in onto Nuke. This is a big chunk. Now that Rumble's burned his ulti, as long as he takes Nuke out of the fight, things are going to look pretty good. Nuke goes over the wall. They see Bukata. They can immediately start Otacon. Good use of information from the side of SK. Dun. Nice pressure on the top side, 2-2. Bukata's realizing that he's on the complete wrong side of the map.
And it's great play by SK to punish BDS, but at the same time, you have a 2v1 against the Rumble, and my Silas is just running, and it's so disjointed.
Chaos, feel like the communication is just not there. And again, Otacon is a massive swing. Earlier it was 3 to 6 flowers, now it's 27 to 4. You want to trash talk the flowers now, Mr. Man? That's a lot of value.
But that's weird that they didn't get any flowers in the last 5 minutes. No?
They got one. They got one.
They got one flower.
So now let's take some time to appreciate the XP advantages.
You know,
that's
some
a level.
pros just don't click the flowers.
I 100% believe that.
It's crazy. Like, I watched some streams, and it's like, oh my god, you missed a flower. Bro.
I almost can guarantee you that when they did the floral Otacon, they took that mechanic out because people just weren't auto-attacking the flowers.
Yeah.
Like, I would bet money on that.
Yeah.
League players hate pushing extra buttons.
They're still satisfying.
It is sad. It is maximum satisfying. Yeah, and the satisfaction here for Skeens is that he's now 2 levels up over Bukata, which again, this is the jungler who left the team. You are the replacement, and it seems like you're outperforming in terms of gold, in terms of XP. Abbedagge also about to hit level 15. This is pretty cozy. Only Loopy, who despite the buff of flowers, is dead even with Paris.
Yeah, but he's support, so.
Yeah, that's fine. But Rumble level 16 around the corner, that's a big Otacon.
Bit of a cheese play here by BDS, but SK seems to know.
Trying to suss him out. Face first in the darkness. They'll know Kadui's there as well as they see the rocket. Abba over the wall. 2.5 items. You got to be careful with these scoop plays.
Rooster is still on both here. SK could look to force.
Hook from Loopy doesn't go wide. Skeens with the pillar. Now ulti across the top. It's a bit disjointed. They don't really get a massive chunk, and now Rooster has arrived. Chunks out Abbedagge. Multiple crucial cooldowns burned. Hook coming in from Loopy. Ulti across the top onto Nuke. They're zoning Paris away. Paris is already dead. Loopy grabbing the kill. The Ignite gonna finish it. SK grabbing another Drake.
SK are just able to do whatever they want. As BDS is so disjointed, they're never able to actually start a fight. They keep walking in, getting Nautilus Hook. Surprise Pikachu face, we gotta back off.
And I'll say credit to SK because, again, both these teams swapped members. SK swapped 3, and they're looking more coordinated around the objectives and in terms of their focus points on the map. Yeah, like the first 3 kills were a travesty, but they laughed it off. They've come back, and they're in control of this game.
True. Let's see if Ice is laughing now.
What? It was Kadui laughing.
Yeah, so let's see if Ice is laughing now that they're losing.
Oh, okay.
Showmanship.
I felt petty. I felt personal. I don't think you meant it that way, but that's how it sounded. Can't do that on cast, bro. Goldberg's gonna lose it. I think the big thing for BDS is, even if you manage to win this game, they're gonna need a stern talking to from Striker after this one.
Yeah.
Because this has been, they have been spectating a lot of this game, and we're the ones spectating this game. We don't need more company up here.
Yeah. I mean, one of the weird things about this game is like BDS changed top lane, but it still looks pretty irrelevant.
I heard O's in the audience. That was ruthless. Rooster doing well individually. It's just the team play.
Yeah, that's why.
They're just not on the same page.
I'm not saying he's bad. It's just he hasn't done anything for the relevance
I
of the
think
game.
we clip that out of context. We call you a hater. We move on. I think it's that simple. I don't think the context matters. But yeah, also you're right. Dead even. We had almost like a 30 CS lead earlier. That's probably too much. It was maybe 15.
Yeah, it was a bit of a CS lead.
Item lead. Again, Dundun now level 16. The Equalizer is going to hurt in the next fights, and
I mean, Jinx does have Infinity Edge now, so I'd say this is definitely a good.
Yeah, but I don't like the strategy of, you know, hold on and pray for the Jinx. That's not, again, BDS is a team that had a catastrophic season last season. They finished well below, I think, their expectation, and that's part of the reason that they made changes. But this is a team that for most of the time they have been an LEC after that first year, where it was, again, kind of a travesty. We're like the definitive fourth best team. They were the benchmark for fourth best. And right now, we are not seeing that. That came from consistency and objective setup, consistency in game, and that has been completely absent. It is one game, and it's their first game in summer, but again, you don't get to play that many games.
Oh, Pyros. And finds nothing. I completely agree with you, Dracos. All I was saying was trying to put some bright light on BDS, as Jinx is the only member that has a gold lead.
It's true.
So she has the third item before the Corki does. Maybe that can be a catalyst for some fighting power. Although, it's like pretty equal across the boards if you look at inventories. Despite Bukata being down 2 levels, item-wise, he's pretty much dead even.
Yeah. Nuke also caught up in experience. Abbedagge is still about to take over to 17, but 16 is really that last big important breakpoint. Abbedagge now has the magic penetration, which is going to matter. Not a ton of MR on the opposite side, but a decent amount of mercs. And a Seekers picked up for Dundun, so can just play much more aggressive in the coming fight. Maybe Death Cap for Rooster is the breakpoint that BDS are waiting for.
I think the Drake in 1 minute 20 is really where the game will be decided. So we'll see how the teams are able to set up. But really, I think BDS should look for a flank with either Silas flanking or Wukong flanking. They keep just trying to run in as 5. They had Aurora on the flank earlier, but Nuke here, finding Abbedagge.
Push back on Abbedagge, instant pick. Pushback goes there, Abbedagge leaving for extra second, flashing over the wall, the Ignite taking Bukata, chases and finishes the kill. It's just a quick flash out from Skeens. Not going to see a flank, but we will see a pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a Nash start for BDS here. We'll see if SK are able to contest. They do still have the Rumble Equalizer, which would be great in this Nash pit. But this goes down fast. This is a 3-item Jinx.
Shredding through, 7K getting lower. Skeens, no flash, makes it so hard to get in the pit. 2K ticking away. They will finish it in the end. Nice fight coming in from Bukata. Lock up down onto Skeens, and it's all falling apart. Ice finds the reset. BDS, though uncertain, will just back away. Happy to get the Baron.
But all BDS needed was one pick. Now they got the Nash. Still Drake in 20 seconds, but Skeens will be dead for it, so that should be free for BDS as well. As we'll see how Nuke got this crazy flank here. He's able to utilize the pink ward in the Nash pit, dash onto Abbedagge, take his ultimate, throw the belt behind him, knock him into his team, and he ends up going down despite flashing away.
Unfortunate Bukata, luckily there with the chase, also secures the objective. Rainbow Baron power play in favor of BDS, finally once again putting themselves in a pretty favorable position. And SK opts to give the Drake, again, you mentioned before, they don't have a smite.
Yeah.
So
hard to contest.
Hard to contest, also you can afford to give one away, but this game, you can see at the bottom, total damage dealt to champions. It has been mostly a PvE kind of game.
Yeah.
But a little bit of poke from the Aurora, that single team fight from Ice, pumping up their numbers, and a lot of poke from everyone on the opposite side.
I think BDS will be satisfied if they're just able to get tier 2s with this Nash, but if they're able to get an inhib, that's where I'd say they're really able to swing the game fully in their favor. But if they're just taking down... Oi!
TP flank coming in for Dundun. Ice has already flashed back.
And then committing here, looks like.
Rooster ready to turn.
Oh.
Ulti across is going to catch out Rooster. Dundun overheating, but going all in onto Ice, looking to lock him up. He can go golden for a brief moment. The follow-up is now there. Skeens can't quite get in, though. Knockup's coming through. Paris on the front line. Tower already laid down, but it might not matter. BDS turning the fight back in their favor. They're so determined to take down Ice, but they just couldn't finish the job.
The BDS get 2 here as they look to continue chasing, and they can play for tier 2 maybe. Looks like they can't as they keep getting poked out by Abbedagge and Kaduya's Corki. That was very overforced flank, and I think also very misplayed. Dundun should have waited for the Nautilus ulti to put down the equalizer. He also overheats too early, so he doesn't have any spells for the Jinx. This was a big misplay, I'd say.
Maybe some jitters on the stage. Coordination not quite there for this lineup. BDS much easier to just react in that moment. Ice doing everything he could to hold on. Also using the Seekers makes it that much worse because you do get an extra second, but you don't win the fight, so now your luxury item's gone. You don't have enough money to finish.
Look at Ice's inventory. Oh my god, he got all the items he needed.
Guys, just let me finish the Mortal Shield bow, okay? I know we have Baron, but I really just, come on, one more.
One more item.
One more item. Oh, they're in a good spot now. BDS have been here before, doing their best to put pressure on, keep this lead up.
The bright side for SK is the fact that Ice still doesn't have the flash. So if they're able to actually get onto him, he will just end up going down despite all the damage he has. As you said, he's not completed the Immortal Shield Bow, doesn't actually have any defensive items whatsoever. But if they just play it slow, let the front line create space for Ice, it looks rough for SK to really make any fight happen here.
Yeah.
Use the equalizer to clear the wave.
Uses the ult to clear. We'll have it up for the next fight, right? Just have to avoid fighting before either of the 2 major objectives spawn. I think we are going to be going to another Baron. 33 minutes in, Baron spawning in 2. Drake also around the corner, so maybe a situation where
could
SK
be a trade.
Could be favored. They have Soul Point, right? So they could just rush Baron, ignore Drake, or punish with Soul is a pretty big one. However, Loopy going to kick things off with a hook as Bukata immediately follows up, and Loopy just gets deleted. Ice finds the first kill. Resets are there, but it's a trade, 1-for-1. Support for jungler definitely favors the side of SK as they took Bukata out of the equation, but I don't think any of those kills matter as the tower doesn't fall.
Yeah, it looks like BDS is just forced to recall here. Not quite able to take down the tier 2, but I think Jinx maybe has Shield Bow. Not quite. Very close to it though. We'll probably have it before the final fight over the Drake. Or the Nash.
Yeah.
Sure.
Paris also exhaust ready for Dundun in the next fight if he wants to use it, or anyone who gets on top of Ice. So it is going to be tough to kill that Jinx. As Ice has started the portion of the game where he takes everything. The red buff belongs to him. The mid wave belongs to him. See, Rooster thinks he's allowed that farm, but he would be wrong. Because he's not Jinx.
He knows. Top laners know.
I don't think they do.
In pro games, they do.
Okay.
In solo queue, that Aurora's taking that wave.
You ult for that wave.
Yeah. Flash 2, maybe.
Every cannon is worth dying for. Worth throwing for. Now it is, luckily for the side of BDS, Rooster with the luxury item has picked up the Seekers for himself. Again, we're going to be maxed out on crit here pretty quickly for Ice. That is a terrifying, terrifying Jinx. So, similar to what we said before, I think SK are in the position where if they can find a quick pick, if they can take Ice out, there's an angle, but it is hard. It mostly comes down to Loopy, and he's been pretty eager to kick things off, I think it's safe to say.
I think both Paris and Loopy have been trying to create fights, but hasn't always succeeded.
BDS full grouped mid. SK not really in a good position to respond at all, so Dundun will once again be forced to ult. And that one is big because that ulti isn't going to be up for the next fight. 20 seconds.
I actually really like BDS macro there. They kind of called the bluff that Dundun is alone in mid, so they're able to force his ultimate to clear the wave, while SK has chosen to fully invest into the Nash. And they want to try to have a fight happen around topside, so the Abbedagge is pushing the tier 2.
Getting tier 2 is big, but won't be able to spend that money before the next time to fight. Does have a tower to retreat to. Rooster's going to realize that in a moment. Bukata potentially caught out on the side. Damage connecting from the Aurora ultimate, and Kadui going down. Rooster starting to take over. TP coming in on the top side, but it's a split fight now. Loopy and Skeens running away on one side. Dun on the other, flash forward from Paris. Rooster going over the wall to continue. Ice ready to reset in a moment's notice. Try to keep this one going, but they're caught on the choke point now. Nuke wants to turn it, but the chains don't connect. Abbedagge and SK retreating. 2 picked up by the side of BDS for nothing. On the side of SK, haven't been able to find that kill back, and it seems like the Baron will be theirs.
Well, looks like SK still wants to try to contest.
Ulti back up. Chasing in now. Nuke once again not going to find the change. Bukata quite low. Abbedagge has the ult, he has the flash, can't try to make the play, but instead they're going to watch the Baron fall. Abbedagge goes golden, he might have just trapped himself here, but BDS just happy to retreat.
And BDS get the Nash, and they're going to get the Drake too. So they walked away with everything. And now with this Nasher, BDS are looking to end the game.
They get Nash, move on to Soul Point. SK. Again, it has been a game about which team can come into the fight on the same page. And in the early game, it was SK in a couple instances, but in the later stages, it's been all BDS as Rooster just goes in, solo kills Kadui, and this looks so easy.
I mean, SK are just so split up with Loopy on the flank. Abbedagge was still pushing top. That by the time Kadui ends up falling down, nobody's actually around him, and then they try to fight the 4v5, but they just don't have the damage.
Yeah. And it seems like Abbedagge doesn't want to go in, doesn't want to commit there because Nuke has stolen his ultimate away, can just interrupt it if he tries to slide in.
Yep.
At least my best guess. So it felt like there might have been an opportunity for SK to fire back a bit more. But instead the Baron will fall, the gold lead extends, Soul Point for both teams. It's a 7-dragon game.
So Abbedagge here can try to slow down the siege of BDS, but full build Jinx and so much engaged threat from the side of BDS.
Oh, and the point in the game where you're just watching the cannon auto, the occasional cheeky auto from Ice. Nuke ushering a wave in mid lane, even if he doesn't have the range to really threaten the tower. Zanya's now completed for Dun. SK doing what they can to hold the line.
Jinx does still have flash, but you can see she can't really just walk up. Yeah. Auto-tech the tower. All it takes is a pillar, and she's forced to burn it if Nautilus hooks after her.
Rapid fire IE for Kadui is a big burst of damage as both supports
Ice just
a little bit. And Ice flashed out.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get hooked, but Paris was blocking. So we were talking about how it's easy to lose flash against this comp. And now they have to play even a little bit safer.
And that might be the saving grace. That might be the little difference that they need to try and make this play happen. Loopy, Hex Flash. Who's he going to connect instantly onto Paris, trying to take up as much damage as he can, but might have a hard time making his way out of this fight. Pillar there too, and Paris just crashes down, out.
That was a lot invested from SK though. They end up using the equalizer, and they lose the mid inhib as well.
But over the last few waves, it has just been Nuke and Dun in the mid lane, as you highlight. It means the tower's just been getting chipped away at. Dun can't really walk up there. A slow, stalled out siege. Rooster stepping up, invisible for a moment. Abbedagge going in, instantly gets knocked up and canceled. There's nothing left for him in the fight as he gets completely one-shot. Pushback from Nuke is there. And already the Jinx is taking over. Loopy executed. It might just be a pendant Ice. Quadra.
Go, go.
Going for more. How committed are they? One more auto, 2 more autos. Ice, first game of the season.
Get it.
It was messy, but he wants the penta. The whole team ready to die for it, but the coordination isn't quite there.
No.
Give him the penta. One more auto. It looks like it's just going to be the Quadra.
He's going to
give your life for the cause, boys.
Give it to him.
Commit! And the pentakill! He didn't go!
Rooster got it!
Okay. Oh, I just assumed. I assumed. And if that isn't the entire story of the game encapsulated in a single moment, I don't know what is. BDS taking game 1. Both teams potentially back to the drawing boards, but glimmers of hope. Little things here and there that I think they can hold on to as we get ready for our second game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a break when we come back.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
What? Yeah. Oh my god. Tell me why ain't nothing but the heartache.
Barrier, the flash, both force, the Q coming through.
Oh my god.
It's the double.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
It's a disaster for SK. That's now Abbedagge is in
I never wanna hear you say.
Oh, Rooster, kill steal. What the f?
Rooster, wow.
For a TikTok. Actually,
This was a slow burner. What are your first impression from SK and BDS on this one?
Oh, I feel like BDS kind of dropped the ball because when your Jinx is getting so ahead in the early game, or pretty much the whole team of BDS is getting so ahead in the early game, I feel like walking into mid-game and making the game such a slow burner, as you said, was quite criminal.
I feel like from the get-go as well, Finn, like when we're looking at it, when we saw those 3 kills, like we saw double kill in bot lane, We see solo kill from Nuke in mid lane. At that point, should it be a given that BDS just runs away with it?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, if this happens in scrims, I mean, I know a few teams that would just cancel or like open, pause this, and they want to remake the game. Because usually a game like this with this explosive start should just be open. Should just be like ran over by BDS. But I feel like going into that mid game, as you said, the goal lead just didn't really budge at all. Here we see the solo kills on our screen, and you really expect more from BDS. This is still like a really high caliber team, and you really expect them to be able to snowball a little bit better.
Exactly, because when you play this sort of Zeri...
You got the numbers on screen, right?
Yeah, exactly. We have the numbers over there. When we see this Jinx and the Silas getting leads in the early game, when it doesn't really even matter what you do with the jungle. Exactly. BDS just played with the rubber ducky for the whole of early game, because Jinx got super accelerated at minute 5. It was the same goal lead at minute 14. And it was just BDS consistently not doing anything. We found SK in this position where they're cross-mapping repeatedly when BDS is in the driver's seat, and this just should not happen.
Yeah. You see the stats there on your screen. It was 800 goal lead at 5, and then it was an 800 goal lead at, I think it was 14 or 20, I don't remember. But yeah, it did not budge at all.
Talk to me about this cross-map then, because this is the strength of SK. They're down and behind. How does that happen then?
Yeah, so SK here are realizing that the Herald is spawning, and rightfully so, they cannot contest it. So what did they do? They send all their members and the rubber ducks into the bot lane to try to take this tower and get a little bit of the goal lead. Sure, they get this Herald from BDS, but that Herald is going to be used to take the tower most likely, which SK already got. So you're really happy, really kind of slowing down the game and getting gold on your carries. That's all you can do, and really well played by SK. And I love Skeens. I feel like Skeens' game, on his debut game since 2021, it was really active and kind of propelled SK forward despite that rough early game.
And that leads me to my next question, because at the start of the day, we talked about the jungle matchup. Abbedagge against his former team. The casters highlighted it as well. What do we make of the jungle matchup from this first game then, Odo?
Well, it's pretty much what Finn said. I feel like Skeens has been getting the upper hand consistently by grouping up with the support just from the early stages of the game. Sure, we saw later on in the mid game when BDS is 5 together is the typical old BDS fashion game where they just click better, they team fight better, but at the same time walking into the next game, what I want to see from Bukada especially is, from Bukada especially, is I want to see more proactivity with Paros. Group up together a little bit more, control the early game, especially when you have this sort of a goal lead. You should not be giving any crumbs or any rubber duckies over to SK.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I would love to see them try to, because I feel like this game Nuke got so ahead, but the only play where he moved to the side was kind of he flustered, and it didn't the play didn't end up happening, and then he was struggling, and he just ended up losing 1.5 wave and a plate to the Azir. And I feel like you gotta include your strong members in these plays. It's not just about Bukada, not just about powers, but also the mid lane. It all starts as that free man just kind of getting together and making magic happen on the map.
Yeah, and Finn, I want to come back to you on this one as well. Yesterday you said that SK was going to make top 4 in the group. This is a crucial matchup, because all you need in our new format is to not be last, to go to the cross-group play that can lead you into playoffs. How are you feeling after this first game?
I mean, if they can put up a fight like this despite 3 people getting solo killed in the first 3 minutes, I'm optimistic. I think this is exactly what they need. This is a strong team, and despite the early mishaps, they can go all the distance.
Odo, bring me back to reality.
I mean, let's be real. SK, just because they got this, or like they fell behind early in the game like this, it felt like it's just choke city, because it's just the first time where this team plays together in the early game. Everyone is dropping kills left and right, but at the same time, this is the sort of breakthrough that breaks through all of these jitters. So I feel like SK still has what it takes, but BTS needs to reality check them if they want to prove that with these roster changes, they have what it takes to propel themselves forward.
Yeah, quickly speaking of those roster changes, because I'm sitting here with 2 top laners, and I'm sure everyone's asking, well, what do you think about Dundun? What do you think about Rooster, guys? How much did that matter in this first game?
The only thing that I'm interested in, how many ults did Dundun
We were counting them, Odo. How many ults was he?
I counted 9 Rumble ults on the minions this game, you know? I mean, Rooster came into this game, you know, true to his name, he showed that he's the bigger cock on the rift, so I really want to see Dundun stop ulting those minion waves, get, you know, a little bit more of a fist fight matchup in the top lane, because at the same time, when you make roster changes to reduce the amount of English spoken in your team, these are the roster changes they need to shine, so let's get some Korean in there, buddy.
And you for the early game from SK next time around, do you think if they fix that, that's fine and you can just win on the cross-map and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, my feedback would be don't die before 3 minutes and try to play a normal game of League of Legends. That would be a good first step for me in terms of SK's development and its continued LEC format.
I mean, we saw Kitui laugh like a maniac the moment they got to
Okay. If I am top lane and I'm sitting
That's what I wanted to ask.
if I'm sitting top lane and I see my guys inting it and they're starting to laugh, I'm just like sinking in my bathtub and I'm just like not playing that game anymore.
Spotify it up, some like standard relaxation music, anything to kind of help. Yeah, maybe it's good you don't know what they're on. This is what they're saying when that's happening down in that bot lane. Abbedagge, first impression. Odo, here's your boy.
He's still my boy. At the same time, I have seen him multiple times do these sorts of ints in the early game. I am not a big fan of them, but at the same time, credit to him. He pulled it together, he controlled the game. That was one of his strong points always, was to control the game with these sorts of control mages. But at the same time, you cannot let the silence accelerate. So I really need him to clean up his game and not die before minute 3 and keep it stable, because I feel like if he goes to minute 10, equal in the game, he does control the game very well.
The bar is high right now. The bar is insanely high. Don't get killed before. I mean, it was 3 minutes. It was before 3 minutes. We already had the 3 kills. Yeah, I think if I can toss it to the casters, I think this is the perfect moment to do it. I think we can get ready for the next one. This has been us at the hop top. Let's see how the casters are doing at the caster booth.
We're distinctly drier than the 3 of you, I think it's safe to say. Yeah. Although, equally skeptical about what we will see.
It's pretty dry game 1, I'd say.
It was a very dry game 1.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that what our friends in the tub said, they're just 3 top laners in a tub, and that makes me feel weird about our show. Maybe in a good way. We'll figure it out after this week.
Yeah. Where were you going with this?
I don't know. I just thought about it and it made me laugh. 3 top laners in a tub. It's a segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. But they'd be much cuter if they were the little TFT guys.
I'd love if they were the little TFT guys.
All right. Well, ridiculously buff open shirt set behind SK. Hopefully we'll bring them blessings.
Set or Aphelios?
Between the 2?
Yeah.
Absolutely the Aphelios skin. You know that. For bought it day 1. That
yeah,
and the
but like
skin.
splash art, like...
Splash art? Obviously the Aphelios, bro. What the heck?
I don't know. Set this like...
Every set splash art, no shirt. It's not special anymore, bro.
That's true.
We get it. It's like Roma. It's like, bro, we get it. You're fit. Put a shirt on, you know?
Fair enough.
But, sorry, Roma, that was a stray. I appreciate your endless painted shirtlessness. Thank you, Roma. Anyway, back onto SKBDS. I'm hoping that what they talked about, hey, look, hopefully the jitters are gone.
Yeah.
You came in, both sides, kind of beefed it.
They were choking, they were nervous, but now they're not, and they're going to first pick Yunar.
Well, that's what we're hoping for. The first pick Yunar I'm not convinced of, but we'll see. Have to keep track of it.
I want to see Yunar at least.
I would love to see Yunar, because that gives us a lot of things to talk about in the event that the game is
stinky.
Stinky, I was going to say slow, but yeah, stinky and potentially slow. You never know. Could be both. Could be one.
Hopefully not both.
And again, reminder, and it will feel weird after a game as disastrous as game 1 to talk about, but this is very high stakes.
Yeah.
You just need to make top 4.
You could tell when Kadu was laughing that he really thought it was high.
Yeah, that does undermine the point, but the point remains true. There's a chance that you can just play 8 games and then go home.
Astral is open for Kadui, as it's been one of the ADCs that have been banned a lot against them, but they're going to opt for the Ryze first pick.
So important to note that in the NNO Finals versus Vitality, SK were 3-0'd. Game 1, we saw a pretty terrible Talia performance coming in from Ava. Game 2, he played Ryze. They didn't win, but he did look great. He was getting early solo kills in lane. He was kind of everywhere on the map. I think this is... I mean, I haven't seen a lot of recent tape from Abbedagge, but I think this is the pick that I've seen most recently that has looked good for him. And BDS perhaps have once again looked to simplify things, as we've got a tank jungler.
And a hyper carry ADC, maybe?
What? Okay. All right, Bukata. You're a funny guy. What's the last one going to be?
I would predict probably... Well, Ashe is not... That does fulfill the utility, but...
Rooster? Jace?
Jace, actually.
Okay, I like it. Is this for Nuke in the mid lane, or do you expect this to go top lane?
I think Rooster, when you have a Korean and you pick Jace, it's kind of obligatory to put it to him. But it's also just blind pick Jace. I mean, it's a Ryze.
Historically, it has been,
pick, but
when Nuke was first on the Ryze, Jace was one of the picks that he brought out. Like Cassio, I think, is what most people know him for, but there was some Jace mid lane back in the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the matchup goes. In my head, it could be a flex for sure.
I will say that I really like the first 2 here from SK. Very clear game plan.
Yep.
You got a Pantheon. You got some point and clicks.
Yep.
Kill people early. I like it. Like what BDS have is like vanilla ice cream, right? It's standard. You get a Jace in there. It gets a little bit of spice, but Jace is such an intangible. You know, is he going to be spitting Korean? Is he going to be like reciting every Blackpink song like crazy, or is he going to be up there, booting about, not doing much? Singing Euphoria, which is a great song in any other context, but not when you're playing Jace.
But it looks like it is going to be the Jace heading up towards the top lane. Still looking the Victor for Nuke. Still, we have the potential for the Yunara. I'd love to see the Yunara. We'll see what they decide to ban out, though. I would expect for sure BDS to ban out the Ezreal. It has been Kadui's best champion, and now that you're getting to go to second phase, although Ezreal is quite weak right now in general, BDS chose to ban it first 3 in the last game, and as you can see, they banned it out on 4.
I think makes sense. Okay, powerhouse topside, one of them a bit slower than the other, but I'm ready for some explosiveness this game. Sivir also taken away, they don't want none of that.
Yeah.
None of that scaling.
EC scaling, hypercarry
None
for
of that
Ice.
sitting back. Let's get,
I think maybe even a Seri ban could be nice for SK. Just really removing as many hypercarries from Ice as you can.
just really trying to tell him as clearly as you can, it's time to pick Yunara.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Just ban
Nico
every
ban.
other champ.
I like the Nico ban. Nico obviously looked pretty disgusting yesterday in the hands of Mickey in that game 3, was consistently using the cannon minion trick.
I thought you meant Malrang.
I don't even, that was too many games ago. Yunara ban. They want the Zeri.
They banned the Yunara, yeah.
To be fair, I don't know, does Zeri do anything? I always feel like Zeri does nothing.
Well, she is quite strong right now, or she's in a pretty good spot, I'd say, in general. And she fulfills the same niche that both Sivir and Yunara do, but Aphelios does so as well. There's no way he's looking in Draven.
There's no Aphelios, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There it
that's
is.
right, folks. I know you were already entertained, but now you're going to listen to me and Jack Spectra talk about how many times we've read the kit. That's right.
I love Aphelios. I mean, Aphelios always
Talk about
enjoy to
colors.
watch.
It's like an episode of Sesame Street. You guys are going to love it.
True. Green, blue. What?
I've never felt like a bigger nerd than getting into an argument about colors.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's us and
Never
like
thought about it
graphic
like that
design
before.
students.
Yeah. Kaisa for Kadui
Okay,
here.
I gotta say that BDS have fallen back onto what feels like the most generic sit and scale composition paired with the Jace, whereas SK are going all in on proactivity.
Yeah.
We go in. Everyone goes in. No more one guy sits in the back line, whatever. Everybody on this comp is looking to do the exact same thing, and frankly, I love it. If your coordination is ever in question, please play comps like this. You go in, everyone pushes R, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I really like SK's comp. It's going to be hard for the Aphelios to play unless he gets something like a Thresh or like a TK or a Braum to really help him. Although even with a Braum, I'm not sure if that's enough. I feel like it needs to be TK or Thresh to really save him, but neither of those two champions
Thresh,
are
yeah, positive
great right
interaction
now.
to Leona, but obviously not great as a champ generally. Thresh Unbreakable can be really good to block, especially the machine gun damage from the Rise in later stages. As we see the back half of a very see-through pick ban sheet.
Yeah.
Which we're going to just ignore. Forget that happened. No one clip it.
I mean, overall, I think the bot lane matchup for BDS is very good this game. You have, like, in general, Aphelios is very happy into Kaisa because Kaisa is coming into him, and you outrange her early game, so as long as you're able to just poke her out, she struggles a lot with your additional range from the green gun. And then with the counter pick on support as well, Braum can also poke out the Leona and deny any engage from her. So I think if this Aphelios is able to have a stable, good, strong early game, he can definitely get into a spot where if they position very well in teamfight and peel for him hard, he can take over the game.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. On the opposite side, my eyes are just on Skeens, right? He has an option to play towards Mbessa. On the top side, he has an option, I think, to play towards, I mean, mid and bot as well.
He has three good options,
He has
really.
3 good options. The question is, where is he going to put that prio? Will he try to break, I think, a lot of the favorable lanes? Because the reality is, like, compositionally, what SK want to do is very clear.
Yeah.
But there's a world where they fall behind early again, and this comp that BDS are playing scales incredibly well. And it's not like they just wampa stomp any of these lanes. A lot of these lanes are going to be really hard for the side of SK. Woo! Bring it in. Come on. Give me another bigger woo. Bigger woo.
You happy now?
Yeah. Get everybody to do it.
Get everybody to do it?
Yeah, just
everybody
ask.
go, woo! Nobody want to woo.
Yeah, you got to try harder, bro. All right, everybody. Like it's the most important game of your life. Woo! You shout loud enough, people at home can't tell if they shouted with you. But it sounds like it didn't work for me either. We tried. But the BDS fans are cheering. We'll take that.
Elite footwork on Aphelios here. I'm not the biggest fan. Nope. Usually, you'd like to take it more against poking lanes, but when you're up against this all-in, I think you could have opted for the PTA or the Conquer, but they're not really quite tanky enough for Conquers. I think PTA would have been great here. But it does give him the move speed to allow him to navigate fights a little bit easier, but it does have a little bit less damage than
I like
the
when you're
other
explaining Euphelios that you put on your like YouTuber voice. Hey guys, I'm Jack Spectra. I'm here to talk to you today about Fleet Footwork.
Yeah. Fleet Footwork voices PTA.
Why is your pronunciation getting worse the more that you do the voice?
I don't take Leaf Foot Tempo. I hate Leaf Foot Tempo.
What is this? All right. Well, I think the nice thing... Wait, which skin is it?
It's the second one.
Oh, yeah.
The one the release skin.
The EDG?
No.
No. It's the night. It's the release
Night,
skin.
Night Rain or something.
Where's my sexy Ophelia skin, Ice? Minus points. As we have gold synergy on the side of...
oh, that IG chrome is so nice.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's the IG 10th year anniversary chroma.
Yeah, that's good. All right, keeping an eye on the early lane to see if any discrepancies break out. And remembering that in the last game, nothing was supposed to happen, and then 3 people died in the span of 20 seconds. So
yeah, if I learned anything from last game, it's that SK will now 2v2 kill BDS bot lane.
Well, and to be fair, they do have lethal tempo, which is great in those extended trades.
Yep.
And they're the one with the proactive tools.
Yeah.
Ice is also, like, they have cleanse heal for the side of BDS. I think they're scaling.
And they're able to get the push. So SK already off to a better start than last game, as neither mid or bot lane has died.
You can't clap. That's so condescending. Don't be rude.
You didn't react. I have to do something.
Done well so far. Skeens goes in. Extra movement speed coming in from the A because Assault fully stacked. They catch the flash out from Nuke. Flash fall from Abbedagge. They're trying to burn through that health bar. He's still standing for an extra second, and they get the first blood.
And that's the practice tool from
clap.
SK, baby.
Now you can clap. Good job, SK. No, honestly, like, this is exactly what you want. You walk in Pantheon Rise. You need to be killing people.
Yep.
And right now, people is Nuke.
Yep. It's easy. Point and click. Just click on him. But Bukata trying to sneak away the blue buff here to avenge Nuke in some spiritual fashion.
Yeah, it's like it's a consolation prize. Hey, buddy, you went down, but
I got something in return.
It's gonna feel good for Abba. Again, nice early spikes for the Rise in terms of gold. Faster tier. Doesn't feel as bad when your first base is only mana.
Oh, Bukata might be going for a real avenging here.
This is a bit awkward. Skeens. Uh-oh.
Oh, this could be a dive.
This could be a very big dive. Although recall is coming out. Skeens, I think, kind of has to stay to cover his top laner. Ooh, Bukata very close to canceling a base there. Skeens, I can't tell if he can see what's going on. He does have a warded blue buff, so it looks like he did see the camp get started. Okay, camp down, level advantage. Dun holding on to dear life here on the top side.
Could look to dive Dun here, but looks like they're gonna choose not to.
Still happy to have the camps, I guess.
Yeah, very good early laning phase from Rooster here. Already with a 9 CS lead. It's only gonna get a little bit bigger as he crashes this wave.
Yep, TP already used, wave crashing. See if he just wants to immediately TP back to lane to keep the pressure up, or what the angle will be. But 200 extra gold over the opposition means could pretty potent first back here. But yeah, okay, tier, fair.
Yeah, not the most menacing.
No, tier cloth is, like, you understand, right? Like, tier, you need tier, you need the mana, but it does not feel as good as a double longsword.
Yeah,
although double longsword, no pots from Dun. No pots, no wards, it looks like. Oh no, he had one ward, he placed the top side. Is definitely a bit of a roughie.
Yeah. On the bright side for BDS, Bukata was able to both take the blue buff and the Gromp. So he has secured himself a little camp advantage, especially now as he full clears into top side. Unless he wants to try to go for some more invade shenanigans, doesn't look like it. He's going to be a little bit ahead, especially in the XP department. So Rooster keeps getting these good trades despite the tier cloth armor.
And that's what you want to see pre-6, right? Post-6, Dun's going to have a bit more, healing coming through. Maybe makes the all-ins a little bit easier, but Rooster, despite not buying any damage, just using the natural power of the kit here to bully out on the top side.
Yep. And the Cole picked up by Ice here. I mean, it's a slow scaling game for both teams. I think both teams do have good proactivity around mid. Bukata could look for it, as well as Abbedagge and Skeens, but other than that, not much action.
And I think the thing that I'm looking out for is not pace. I will concede pace. I will give up on pace.
Yep.
Coordination. Good coordination as Loopy kicks off the fight here. Instant root, nice layering of the CC. Gun swap at a decent time means that Ice gets a bit of extra poke there, but won't amount to too much.
Some decent damage. Actually, Spellbook chose nearby both supports. Interesting that Loopy, like, it makes sense for Paris because Braum doesn't really have great runes.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the Guardian, but crazy.
Yeah. You
But
already
Leona,
if you want Fleet Footwork and Guardian, I think that's just insecure, if we're being completely honest.
But it's like Leona usually loves the Aftershock, loves the Glacial. So it's interesting to see opting for that Spellbook instead.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a game where, I mean, Eclipse has a lot of resistances, but it pairs so nicely with Aftershock. Could be a bit awkward as Dun Dun. Shadowed by Skeens nicely. Q flashed in. Dun Dun, good flash out, but Skeens can't really respond. Dun Dun wants to go in anyway. Dun Dun trying to get more damage. Dun Dun out! 1 for 1.
Oh, right.
Abbedagge in the lane. We're not done yet, baby.
Bukata forward. No man's land.
Tombstone on his back, looking to find a few more. Bukata there ready to body block, and that's the feat of warfare. SK firing back.
And it's a 2 for 1 with the help of Abbedagge and a great early game for SK as Dun Dun, he goes for more.
I respect it. Very close to just getting a kill and heisting his way out of that one, but
he got out, it would have been hype.
It would have been hype. Little baby driver moment here, is he?
So starts off with Bukata flashing in. Dun Dun flashes the Jace Q very nicely, ults back in, pumps out all his spells, ends up going down just barely. With Abbedagge ulting in to clean up Bukata.
And Abba only continues to extend, despite spending all that time on the top side. Nuke still 10 CS down. Abba's still pulling ahead.
No. A decent CS lead for Ice in the bottom lane. Love to see it.
And Loopy actually the one TPing to mid lane. Ready to roam free. Free range support. No
You're
longer
down in
tied
CS
to
on
the
both, I'm
2v2.
gonna TP mid.
You know? I think there's a lesson for all supports there. One you're probably not excited for them to learn, but if your lane partner is feeding,
the cruel world.
It's time to start roaming.
Yeah.
Paris. Bukata, the follow-up. Abbedagge's got the Nikes on. Ready to zoom his way out to safety. Is now Loopy's the one who's been caught out a little bit. Gravity not quite going to catch. That would be the Storm coming in as well. Abbedagge damage is much more powerful. Nuke Salt not doing a whole heck of a lot. Schemes getting lower and lower. Not sure how much more time on the Aegis Assault, but the stun comes through. They need to finish the kill immediately. They can't quite get the follow-up. And the E is there, but now Ice is on the way in. Ulti ready to go. We'll clean up at least one as Loopy gets taken down. Nuke going to grab the kill.
It's a bit of a slope fest here as the damage is really, really low on both sides and they're very tanky. But Loopy going for a little bit too much, trying to flash in to get the stun on Bukata. But Bukata with the double giant belt and a Ruby Crystal, there's no way they're killing him. And with Ice moving, they're able to take him down. Unfortunately, Ice didn't get the kill, which would have been nice when, you know, he moved all this way. But still, a free kill to BDS.
That's fine. Nuke slowly keeping the goal within touching distance. Ice still 400 up.
Yep.
And has a coal.
Yep.
That's going to be one scary Aphelios. We'll
He's
see.
practically up 2K.
Might as well be.
Oh, as Paris
top side, caught out. Dun Dun dies.
Oh.
Much less exciting than the last death as SK have now started the objective. Bukata can roam in and try to contest here. Paris on the way down. Rooster seems quite determined to play for his own lead as he's keeping pressure in the top wave. SK take one grub, Bukata likely to get two. A weird little exchange there, but I think they were just worried about the Jace collapsing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Dun Dun just gets killed and grubs for BDS.
Yeah.
Oh, Abbedagge here. Ice does have ult some, so he should be fine.
Doggy.
And he is fine.
We'll be fine. Good poke. Follow up extra bit of slow.
Not sure if there was some miscommunication there. Maybe Abbedagge thought Ice didn't have summoners.
Yeah.
So he really forced that hard. He DP'd mid to run all the way both to ulti and flash. And now he has to do the walk of shame back to mid lane.
Definitely a rough one, especially given the individual lead that always holding on to it. The more you make plays like that, the more likely it is it'll fall away from you.
Oh, Dun Dun.
Dun Dun.
No flash.
Got out again. Rooster goes in. Ulti's not going to take him anywhere. Dun Dun drops once again. On top of that, Serpent's Fang picked up early. First item for Rooster. This is miserable because even when he does get the first item power spike, it's not going to matter much.
Yeah. And first item so early onto Rooster as well just means that this matchup is brutal for Dundun now. Tough 2 games for him.
Yeah, it's rough. But you know what it reminds me of? It's like Lord of the Rings, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure. Most of that movie is hobbits being sad and walking, but if you didn't see them in the sad part, you wouldn't know how important the journey was. And we're just watching him in the sad part right now.
True.
He's going to get his like Mount Doom, throw the ring in the thing moment at some point. It's just we're watching the walking right now, and it's hard. You know, we're witnessing the suffering.
Did you play that Golem game?
No.
It was so good. I played it, and it's like, it was fantastic. You play as this disgusting, humiliating Golem, and they just make fun of you, and you're imprisoned.
Isn't it like universally considered the worst game to be released in the last 10 years?
Yeah, it was a joke. I didn't actually like it. It's just, imagine
you didn't like it? Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Hey, are you a big fan of that Golem game? No? Oh, yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like
no,
it.
I didn't like being humiliated. That's Golem.
You're doing good work here. You're trying to take the attention off Dun Dun. You don't want him to be the only person struggling right now. I respect that.
Oh,
Ulti bot, more commitment onto Ice. Block going in, but it's not going to matter. Skeets finishes the kill. A bit awkward if he doesn't give it to Kadui, but a nice pick on the bottom side, and SK can keep the pressure up and look to take some plates.
Now Ice is looking like Golem.
I don't think you can say that after what you just described. Oh, man. Ice.
Well, they just styled on him.
They did just style on him.
That was pretty crazy. I love that from SK. They just pulled the trigger immediately, ulted in with Kadui, used it as an auto reset as well.
The downside is that top lane is...
we don't need to look at top lane. If bot lane
No. This is... we need to...
2,000 gold lead?
Yeah, that's a 2,000 gold lead.
Oh my god. Maybe we do need to look
I was wondering why he didn't roam down to help with grubs, but I understand now.
Yeah.
Rooster has taken it upon himself to remind us what a Korean Jace looks like.
Yeah. Quite fitting, really.
Yeah. What was it that Odo said? I can't remember. Doesn't feel like I should repeat it, but feels apt.
Yeah.
Maybe
looking big.
Ice. I mean, you have Ice with the Collector build, too. You're going to have so much poke on this BDS lineup. I don't think SK are even going to be able to walk up.
I don't like Collector.
I love it. Just push your abilities, bro. You don't need to auto-attack.
Well, the thing is, armor exists.
Yeah.
And armor counters Collector so easily. And so, Collector is like, it's really good components, right?
Yeah,
but in competitive, how often do you fight on components? Ice has only fought once this game, and it was when he had boots and longsword.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter what components he was going. You usually fight on completed items, so that's why I think Collector in general, in competitive, is usually always bait, because if you go something like Yuntal, it's just better when it's completed than Collector, pretty much, especially after you stacked it. But we have BDS fighting here.
Fight kicking off. Aegis Assault used to mitigate a lot of damage. Ice caught out here trying to retreat as quickly as he can. Extra healing coming in from the ulti, but it's just Skeens instantly coming over the wall. Rooster, that entire gold lead might not matter if you run face first into all of SK. It's an absolute disaster. Kadui following up. Nuke has made it over the wall. Kadui now going to look to go back and finish the kill on a Nuke, as Bukata does manage to make it out. Nuke may try to outplay here, but it's the Q. The Acapian Rain to finish it off.
And BDS are just caught in enemy jungle as SK beautifully punish and are able to pick up 3.
That is not what you want. Look at Skeens. Almost 1,000 gold in the lead. That shutdown, huge for him. Thunder Sky completed full phage, full boots too. Upgrade on the return.
So we have a look at the replay here. As you can see, BDS really wants to force here, but it forces Ice into such a bad position with a great Zenith Blade from Loopy and a really good Realm Warp from Abbedagge as well. Ice ends up going down, and that's one carry down, and now Rooster teleported in the midst of all of them, so he just gets one shot. It's just an absolute disaster.
I think, you know, the monkeypox pros, because on the one hand, we did see all of BDS make that play together.
Yep.
Which is what I wanted. But the play was really bad. And that's rough.
Yeah, I think you need both sides of the equation.
No. And credit to SK, they called it out.
Yeah.
They're like, you are way too far. We have a rise. The second Loopy hits that skill shot, that fight is over. Ice is not strong enough. He just gets one pop by the rise in the Pantheon. Pretty effortlessly. And now they've gotten his flash, which, as you mentioned before, could be pretty crucial. There's a bit of a split coming out here from Nuke in the meantime. But SK finding these advantages is big. It's hard for a lot of teams to take Jace from this winning position and kind of further extend that lead. Once you get out of the laning phase, most teams struggle, right?
Yeah.
You've had plenty of Jaces, regardless of, Korean, European, wherever, who can get a, 1,000 plus goal lead in the early game. Not as dominant as Rooster did, admittedly, more often than not. But then winning the game, closing out the game, keeping that lead going, feeling like you are still that relevant pressure point is usually where a lot of Jaces come up short. And see if Rooster can be the difference maker here, despite a bit of a fumble there.
I mean, one thing that is peculiar about this Jace that makes him a little more vulnerable is he has no boots. And we'll see if it costs him.
Q back through, Paris the body block, knockup is there, but Rooster looks like he's still going to fall. Unbreakable fades away. Kadui now looking to follow up. They make it look effortless.
And he's got no boots. He can't run away as Kadui ults in and cleans up. It's a 2 for 0 for SK.
Credit to SK. Again, we said simplicity in the composition. They've got the semi-globals. They're putting them to use. And Rooster, that was cocky.
Now he bought boots.
Now he did buy boots. A little bit late.
No.
Gives away another bag of gold. A top lane tier 1 tower is going to fall. Not sure if we'll get a second charge here, but ultimately, SK wresting control of the game back into their favor.
And they have a comp that once they have this lead now, they can just keep Pantheon ulting in, keep Kai's ulting in, keep Ryze ulting in.
Yeah.
You got Best ulting. You have so many tools to start a fight, and you have even globals to start from wherever you want.
Yeah, and the thing that I love here is you have a team, both teams, right, have struggled with coordination and execution, but when your team composition has more semi-globals and you can just look to collapse on the odd man out, the side laner who's pushed an extra wave, the mid laner who's stuck around too long, Ice if he tries to push too far, right? It's so much easier to play because you probably get to start most fights at a man or summoner advantage.
Yeah. And now it feels like scaling is the name of the game for BDS here, as Aphelios and Victor just desperately need more items to actually deal with this engage from SK. As right now, they don't have what it takes.
They don't got it. Skeens taking this objective.
It'll be Infernal Drake.
Mountain.
So,
Mountain. Mountain kind of game.
Smells infernal. Let's see.
What do I get?
Everything's on the line. The house, your house is on the line.
You can't bet my house. Ocean.
Ocean.
So what? Who gets my house now?
We share 50-50.
We were not sharing it 50-50. Well, one day we'll get it right.
Yeah.
You know?
Then I get your house.
No. why is that what you want? Go back to pro. They'll give you a house. They'll give you a place to live. Talking crap about supports being homeless. What are you doing, bro?
That's true.
Anyway, 3-0-4. It feels like Kadui is the real winner of this draft because ultimately he gets to just fly in like, the shiny golden god into the backline, push Q and kill 3 people. A lot of the work comes from Skeens and Abbedagge and Loopy, to be sure.
He kind of jumps in like when Golem jumps.
Why that game? There's an entire franchise of memorable references that people would enjoy. Maybe. Actually, maybe we're old. I don't know how many people have actually seen those movies at this point, but...
Everybody's seen Lord of the Rings. Actually, my girlfriend has not seen Lord of the Rings.
Okay, well...
And she hasn't seen Star Wars.
She's very nice, or I'd say dump her immediately.
Yeah.
But that would feel rude.
Yeah.
But obviously everyone should watch. Why are you referencing the worst piece of media to come out from that entire franchise?
I don't know. I watched a video on this recently.
Did you not even play it?
No, I didn't play it.
You're just out here chasing clout with your Golem game references.
That's crazy because that game, when you open it, it's an apology from the devs. Is the first thing you see that they apologize that they made this game.
Oh, those poor devs, man. Hearts out to them. That's a rough one. I don't know how to bring us back into this one.
Well, mid-prio.
Important.
Seems to be the name of the game here. BDS have grouped up, trying to get this scuttle grab, and Atakan has spawned.
I mean, if they get first setup,
yeah,
it's still very believable that they can take these objective fights.
Yeah, the problem is just no LDR completed on the Aphelios. You do have second item on the Victor, which is nice, but he might be in trouble.
Immediately goes all in onto Nuke, and Kadui follows up. Bam! Nuke's dead!
And Kadui, he's always where he needs to be to follow up his teammates. Great engage by Dundun. And that might be a potential Atakan start from BDS, as SK is fully committing to this top tier 2, but it doesn't look like BDS is in position. And that's a huge gold swing for
And credit to Dundun, right? That lane phase was tough.
Yeah.
There's a lot of flame thrown his way from what I've seen on social, and I imagine there's only more after that lane phase, but he's been doing what he needs to do. 3-3-2 from what was a pretty disastrous start is a pretty respectable scoreline.
Yep. And that 2K gold lead we were talking about earlier has practically disappeared.
Yep. Very ominous number, actually, but it's fine.
Is it fine?
707. Anyway, Jace, maybe now that he has Swifties, that will be the difference.
Yep.
Some would argue Mercs, but I respect that you just don't want to be slowed down.
Yeah, Mercs would definitely make sense here.
Also,
but
that
if he's
lone
so
clock
squishy that if he gets hit, he's dead anyways, could be the thought process.
Yeah, you don't take damage if they don't hit you.
Remember when every Jace just went tank? They did no damage.
Yeah. That was a really dark time in League of Legends.
It was.
It's better than when
Tank Fizz and Tank Echo.
I remember
that
Tank
was
Echo.
cursed.
Okay, and so there was a time, and you were, I don't know what you were doing in this time, but I was a giant jungle Tank Echo apologist, and in hindsight I recognize now it was because the champion was super broken and I was really bad at League, and it was like the easiest way to win games ever.
Yeah, it was very broken.
Iceborne Gauntlet Echo jungle.
The only thing that was...
Caught out your X Assault, quick flash out from Skeens. Crucially had that extra bit of movement speed.
Nice. Starting up the Atakan here. He has great weapons for it with the white and green.
Perfect. Dundun continuing to push mid-wave. SK, I don't think they can afford to fight here, but also giving up Otacon is such a massive swing. 3K, Skeens gonna try to get the pin. Moving in, but the Otacon already down in favor of BDS. Ice on the backside, untouched. Still perfect guns to keep the fight going, but it's Dundun in the back line. So much damage, but the ball not quite there. Kadui taken out as well as an absolute bloodbath. Look at Abbedagge on the side, but he's caught in the gravity field. Flash to the side, trying to make the difference. BDS, oh my God. The wall of attrition, they're holding on. Abbedagge is living. No, he dies in the end. BDS.
They get everything as SK are so desperate to shut down Ice, but he gets enough damage across. We get to rewatch it here. Ice has stacked up all the chakrams on the Atakan here. And then when the Pantheon ulti's in, Okada still able to get the Atakan. Dundun with a great ultimate to catch out Ice, allows the rest of SK to actually follow up, but it's great peel from Paris that makes him live long enough that when they actually take him down, it's too little, too late, and Nuke is still alive, pumping out the damage, and it's a 5-for-1.
You wanted to see Ice laughing.
Hey.
It wasn't when they got
Kadu's
killed.
not laughing anymore, huh?
Oh my God, bro.
I didn't stop.
I respect how intense you are. I think we need a little bit of the crazy. Although after that fight, I'm not so convinced anymore. And hey, look at that. We cast or curse someone positive because we were talking smack about the gold lead.
Yep.
It was getting smaller.
Oh.
Not Rooster.
Yep.
Shot it right back up again. 2.5K advantage.
Very big.
Sorelda's 3.5 items don't glare. It's worse. What? This is the second game in a row this has happened.
What's happened?
Well, it's been different this time because SK were...
This game is more exciting. Last game, nothing
No,
happened.
sure. We do have 22 kills in 24 minutes, which I like.
Yep.
And it felt like SK had the recipe for success, the road to victory. And they pushed out their top lane at the very least. It felt like they were just going to keep picking people off. But credit to BDS, they just forced the fight.
Yeah.
Once Skeen's flash was gone. They get one more like that. Feels pretty easy. Feels like they're over the hump and back into full control.
For sure. I mean, the key of this game is really control of an area. Because if BDS have to face check into SK, it's an absolute disaster. Well, if SK have to walk into BDS like we saw in the last fight, if Ice is able to live long enough, BDS can have a fantastic fight.
Yeah. Both teams, actually, what I'll say is, without the good guns, you know, Baron not necessarily the fastest for BDS. Rooster does help balance that out, but on-hit Kai'Sa and Arise can obliterate Baron.
Yeah.
Via Shakat sleeping. They're going for the pick onto Nuke. They're determined despite the initial cooldowns missing. Bukata trying to body block and hold the line. Now all the team realize they may have bit off more than they can chew. Quick slow onto Loopy on the side. He's getting chunked out. SK, do they want to turn back? Loopy likely to fall here. Follow-up slows there. Knock-up coming in onto 3. Parrots the rest of BDS pushing forward in the extended fight. SK still able to retreat thus far. Loopy still likely to fall, and now it seems like Dundun might be in trouble. Abbedagge off to the side trying to get a little bit more. Unbreakable already used. Pantheon on the way in. Front line down. Skeen's still going forward. He's stuck. Kadui in the midst of the entire team, but it's insane. There's just too many people. There's too much damage. BDS again. Find the edge of the extended fight. Dundun wants a little bit more. Nuke getting chased down. Goes Golden to dodge the extra damage. Dundun, I don't think he has the cooldowns. Cannot turn it back. And in the extended fight, once again in the exact same spot. BDS wins.
This is BDS spot, baby, as this time it's actually BDS that continue to chase down SK. SK try to go for Nuke, they're not able to get him. Loopy is caught out of position, but the rest of SK are actually able to group up and try to defend him. But it's a great Braum ultimate from Paris, hits 3, they keep chasing Loopy. Dundun wants to try to help him, he can't, decides to turn off the Rooster instead, and Kadui with an absolute psychopathic ult here into all 4 members is able to take down Ice and do quite a bit of damage, ends up falling. And Abbedagge tries to pick up the scraps, doesn't quite have enough damage. And Dundun flashes to kill Rooster, but with a great Zonius from Nuke, isn't able to take him down. 5 for 3. BDS.
Yeah, and now the Victor's only getting scarier. Fully completed Zonias, he's just gonna be able to do that one more time. IE around the corner for Ice.
Yeah.
And Kadui's powerful. AP build online. He can just poke people down.
He can, but he loves to go in.
He does love to go in.
He wants to go in, Kadui.
He yearns. Unfortunately, we need the perfect ult from Kadui in the next fight. Because right now we're getting Harry Potter 2, Ron Weasley's flying invisible car. You know, straight into the tree. It's tough stuff. you need to line it up. If you're gonna make out-of-pocket Golem references, I'm gonna get a random Harry Potter one in there. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Nash here started by BDS. On to 4K already.
Looking for the flank.
Dundun with
forcing
the flank.
BDS back. 3K on the objective. Skeens can just turn. Their focus isn't there. He's not sure what to do. Dundun managing to outplay Rooster in the 1v1 thus far. All of BDS being pushed back into this funnel, but they've picked off Dundun. SK so indecisive. But the Barons reset.
That might have been the most disjointed sequence I've ever seen.
Well,
as Kadui continues firing W's here.
I mean, it's harsh but fair. And again, the thing is, these games are so high stakes. The ulti only going to hit onto 1. Now Pantheon to the back line. Skeens look for an extra bit of movement speed. Abbedagge flashing in, unbreakable there in the meantime. Ice off to the side, about to die. He has to flash away. Shutdown happening in the top lane fight. Abbedagge, very, very tanky. Looks like he might get one more. Nuke going golden. He holds his hand up, but it looks like he's just going to be a martyr in the midst of the fight. He can't do anything. Now it's Ice with just an extra bit of range, an extra bit of healing, a nice sidestep, and Bukana and Ice. Different lane, same story. It's a bloodbath.
What is happening in this game? It's so disjointed. There's so many fights happening at the same time as we go back all the way from the beginning. BDS are on the Nasher. With a good ult from Abbedagge here, they force them off and they decide to turn on Dundun. Skeens is in the middle of the Nash pit. He doesn't know, should I finish the Nash? Should I help my team? Not really sure. Ends up going on to Bukala, chunks him out, but at that point, Dundun is already dead. BDS 5 versus 4 is able to push SK out, but with great poking from Kadui, he's able to cancel their recalls, annoy them. Ice looks for the ultimate, doesn't quite hit it. Then Kadui ultis onto Ice, gets the W, doesn't get the auto, kind of fails to flash to not get the auto onto him. Ice flashes away, and then ends up falling to Bukala. Then another fight is happening in top lane, where Nuke Zonius the center blade, but it's not too little too late, doesn't have enough damage, ends up falling as well. And now we're on to the Nash.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Keep it going.
For the record, that was absolutely the Ron Weasley's flying invisible car ult. That just did not hit. Baron's gone.
That's the feels for you, baby.
BDS, secure the objective. Now almost a 5,000 gold lead. It is all falling apart. Otacon, 23 extra flowers.
You and your flowers.
Yeah, someone did the math, and now I've realized how impactful they are. It's like when people used to think the dragons didn't do anything, and actually like,
oh, Kadui. Oh, Kadui.
Oh,
He's dead.
God!
That might just be game. They have
that might just be game.
Very poor wave clear for the side of SK here.
Rooster made him disappear, as did Ice.
See, they're looking to finish. Continue pushing.
BDS. Okay, SK, this is your chance. You gotta play it clean. Oh, green white for Ice, that makes this impossible. Like, you just cannot walk into these guns.
Already one Nexus tower.
Poke, coming out. They're getting it low. They don't want to finish it unless they can end, but it looks like the minion's gonna get it done for them. More poke continues to go. Dundun going in, manages to catch them out. Pantheon ultimates the entire team. It doesn't matter, it's a meat grinder. They're being chewed up and spit right back out by the BDS backline. Abbedagge goes golden just in time to see it all fade away. BDS fight back, return the game in their favor, and close out the series with confidence.
And it certainly wasn't clean, but it's going to be BDS. picking up the win, 2-0, and showing definitely that they're a better team than SK, but if I'm a BDS fan, I'm worried for the rest of the competition.
Fair, but ultimately, you get 4.
Yeah.
You might get more, but you need to make every single win count.
That's true.
BDS 2-0 today. And of course, your key player of the series, options are Rooster, Nuke, or Ice. All good choices.
Nuke for me.
I think Nuke, yeah. I think that's pretty defendable. Of course, tough for SK. Again, it's such a short regular season.
Yeah.
You have to come out swinging. We saw some glimmers, we saw some moments. It was messy from both sides, but it was not enough from SK in the end. BDS.
You have to feel bad about the second game for SK, because
Yeah.
they had it in their hands. They had the proactive team comp. If they were just able to find the right fights, but they weren't able to. BDS close it out.
That they do. Commiserations to SK, and of course, congratulations to Team BDS. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, a Finterview with Nuke.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Finn, and I'm standing by with Nuke in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in after a beautiful Victor performance there on the Rift. And speaking of Victor, you were, I think, one of the best Victors in the league. And I saw that you went for the face rush this game, while globally air raid is the most common. Can you break down why you went for that rune choice this game?
I mean, usually I never take phase rush, and basically I just wanted to try. Like
to try on stage?
Like, I don't know, like I see people that wants to go in enemy team, I would like, okay, I'll take phase rush. Then I'm getting double flashed minute 2, so it's like a bit unlucky. I would win lane more if I had Irie, but like, yeah, it's fine.
Did you feel like it was useful? Did you feel like it helped you in the game, or do you regret taking
it? No, actually it helped me during mid-game team fight. I could kite more, and there was like this bot fight, it was really close, and I think without phase rush I'll not be able to like play as on the limit, you know, so yeah.
I definitely came in clutch, and I mean, looking at the drafts, I think it's a return to BDS of old in a little bit of way, kind of like the 2023. And how do you compare this new BDS as the only member remaining from 2023?
Like, it's actually kind of similar, except that we have way different, I mean, especially top jungle, I think, have way different type of style. I mean, we have Rooster, he's Korean, he's really mechanical gifted, and he's playing really like well on the carry champ. And we have Bukada, which also played the same style of shield back in 2023. So it link up, you know, like Bukada, Rooster on top sides, then link up well in early game and they can take leads. And then it's just, since we're a new team, we need to have more coordination in mid game to just make it work through the game fully.
Yeah. And something that caught my mind is that when I was in Astralis 2023, I had 2 rookies and 1 Korean. You have 2 rookies and 2 Koreans. I imagine that puts a very heavy load on you to kind of communicate and drive the game forward. Is this some position you've kind of accumulated yourself to, or is this something that you feel like you have to practice more to really perfect?
I mean, this year, this was also the case, like in the previous split. I didn't feel in my, like, it's obviously not my way of thinking, playing, like just living, basically, to be like the most, like to think further, to, usually I'm just focused on myself, I do my stuff and it works with all the team, but this day it's like I have to, like I feel like since we have more individual like skill, I would say it's way easier to just play, like just by the flow of the game. So
easier to just play.
Yeah, it's easier to just
like
play.
That,
you know? So yeah.
The player of the series was Ice. Your beautiful AD carry down in the bot lane. Do you have any comment on that? Do you think he deserved it, or do you think you should have gotten it?
Jinx Aphelios, remember him in 2024. Jinx OTP. We went like 3rd place every time. It's kind of unlucky, not further, but happens. So yeah, I mean, he deserved it. Beautiful game 1 and game 2. Again, like beautiful, I guess.
Just beautiful. That's what I got from it. Thank you so much, Nuke.
Thank you very much.
That is enough from us over here. But let's talk about our next series. I think we might have a little trailer for one of our teams. Let's take a look, shall we?
Near Cheskybody, I would say, born and raised. On the Rift is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, carrying, winning all cool, and trying to reach Grandmaster after school. When a couple of griefers who were up to no good started trolling games for a match or 2. I won all my team fights and Andre on cue. You're moving to Berlin, I got a job for you.
Giant X is back in the LEC. They have mastered content. They have mastered pauses in the hallway. Hello, Noah. They are the Scream Kings. But how is that going to translate on the Rift? Guys, welcome back for the match of the week. It is GX versus KC, and the floor is yours, guys.
I mean, GP,
we've had this before. Scream Kings, Scream Kings.
Please tell me, how many times did they try to convince us to fall for the little schmeck over here?
It's been at least 2 times. At least 2,
at least 3 or 4.
Maybe 5.
They even made the music video right now. They're like, okay, you know, the bars were great and everything, but I'm not gonna get on the GX hype train because I've been disappointed like 40 times by this point, personally as well.
They're on the hype train. They're trying to get us on the hype train as well. But we brought receipts here in the LEC because it feels like it's been a self-indulged curse that they did to themselves. Everything started at the beginning of the year when Giroto said G2 is not going to make Worlds this year. And then keep on talking about the amazing results they're gonna have. Would be a shame to not win a trophy with a team like this. Lot was saying that he finally unlocked his playstyle. I'm telling you, we keep on hearing a lot, but I really want this to show up on stage. I want this to show up in game. Is it finally gonna be the time, guys?
GB, why do you think they're doing this? Tell me.
I have no idea. It's like they want extra pressure on themselves. Did you enjoy pressure as a player?
Yeah.
Like having a bit of extra on yourself?
I did, but I don't feel like this is the reason why they're doing it. I feel like it's one of those, you know, manifest destiny things where if you keep talking about it so much, it's bound to happen to you.
Yeah, I mean, they might try to manifest it, but that strategy haven't worked so far. And I think for GX, we're tired of hearing how good they can be. And we've seen it where actually they've had a good week one, but then faltered immediately. Their own ego is their biggest enemy, and we've seen that before. They have great results, and then suddenly it just plummets. This time around, if scrims are actually going well, this is where it's summer. You need to prove to us you've learned from winter, you've learned from spring. You're not going to have ego. You're going to ride it because it needs to be a trajectory that keeps going upwards. You can't just have it falter in the middle of the split like before.
I actually want to know what Rhea, head of the coaching staff for Karmine Corp, their opponent for today, thinks about all this, because at the end of the day, Guilotto said that KC is easier to beat than Fnatic. So I want to know what Rhea thinks about this. Let's check it out.
GX has been on a very winning type of situation in scrims. They know about it, they're very confident, so yeah, I think GX is for sure the team to watch out, especially for us and Koi, because they could completely redistribute the cards, if I could say. I should hype them up more. But I can't see it.
Thank you.
Can I hype GX more or not? I really want to. I know how it's gonna go. They're gonna sit there, they're gonna be, oh, we are the best, and then yeah. I think GX for sure is a surprise team in our group. I think they've been tremendous in scrims. I think they are finally showing their potential. I think they are for sure a very good team. So I think we should be very, very well aware of this team. Make sure that we are ready to go against them, because they can match us, and they probably can match any team in this league as well.
Okay, GB, I feel like now with K-Corp on the other side of the rev, we saw a great performance from them yesterday, but it feels like they're just going in on the GX schmick where they're trying to hype them up for their downfall.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. Hey, can I pick them up a little bit just so they get bigger ego? He already knows the recipe of it. And before that, I think saying Fnatic played better than KC on game like day one, that's not really true. I actually think KC had a great game against Na'Vi, and it's really a good team if you want to measure GX strength to go up against a team like KC.
And also talking about ego, it makes sense because we've heard from we've heard. Okay, why is everyone laughing at me? Okay, because we had KC talk about the fact that now they're respecting every single opponent.
All right.
Are you guys not laughing?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. So they respect every single opponent that they're going through, and even yesterday, Na'Vi, maybe it wasn't the greatest of opponents, right? But I felt like the big improvements that we saw from K-Corp was the way they approach objectives. It felt like every single objective was clean, and they had the plan. They gave nothing to Na'Vi, and today against the Scrim Gods, GX is the best time to show it.
What I keep on hearing, guys, in the LEC in this offseason is that KC and GX look to be the best team in scrims. Now it's gonna be time to show it on stage in our match of the week.
I think definitely the summer I want it to be my redemption arc. I want to be the best and beat any team in Europe.
I feel like I proved myself to be in LEC, but I also want to prove myself that I belong at the top of the mid laners, right? Because I feel like I have what it takes. I just need a small little steps to get there.
Gage, ulti from Kana, he's found Lot, but it sets up a good counter-strike. Jun absorbing the damage, Lot going golden, buying time. Meanwhile, Isma's dealing with Yike, but look at Jackie, flies through, takes down Kalish, Giant X in with the chant. Kana fries them all. GX are now low as the re-engage happens, and Yike will be pulled in, but in the ulti, he again, by so much
Oh my God!
Hangabob's a big, but KC are just taking so long to die.
I'm still confident that we have what it takes. It's just the little tiny step we need to do on stage, and I think we can get world very easily.
We want to beat every team, and we don't want to make it like close as well. We just want to stomp every game we can.
And to the LEC Summer Split, where we're here for the Scrim Kings versus the Winter Kings. KC taking on Giant X. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda to lead you through what is hopefully a 3-game series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a bit of regicide, find out which king is going to come out on top, but honestly, it's going to be an interesting one, because for KC, they popped off yesterday.
Yeah.
It was an incredible performance from the squad, and looked like they kind of fixed a lot of the issues that we saw from coming into our spring. You heard it on the desk there as well, but for Giant X, it feels like this kind of perpetual firework that we're just waiting for that fuse to go off with. We keep hearing about how well they're doing behind the scenes. You just saw Jackie, how he was saying they are very excited to show that performance on stage, but we just have to see if we get it.
Scrim Kings doesn't usually go well. That's all I'm going to say. We heard so many stories over the years, you know, G2 is internationals, they're beating everyone, they're going even, and then tends to fall off a cliff. Giant X over the last week, 86% win rate in scrims, I believe. That's what Nicholas Perez put out on his Twitter, saying today is one of their toughest tasks playing against the Winter Champions as we get on into the draft for Game 1. Giant X on the blue side will remove Talia. Varus taken away by KC. Important to remember, Yunara enabled, Mel disabled, as she has a bug that apparently gives her 100 times the amount of stats she should get from a dragon or something.
That seems fine.
Yeah, just let it in. We don't see enough Mel.
Yeah,
just put it in.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Jason and Bess are the next two bands from Giant X. KC going to remove the Azir. Gwen is the one that immediately jumps to mind when I look at top lane here. It is Vi banned away, and there's the Gwen insta-locked by Giant X.
I mean, it was basically a case of, like, how do you prioritize the Wukong Pantheon and then the Gwen? And Giant X saying, look, we're pretty happy to get either of those picks in the jungle. We're going to take the Gwen. I think she's incredibly strong on this patch. She has very few champions that can really go toe-to-toe with her. And we're going to have to see what kind of has in the back to bring it out. I imagine it'd be something like the Rumble, just to kind of go for the AP matchup up there, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, yesterday we saw him bring out 2 tanks. Sion and Cassante were his 2 picks. I did ask about how much damage he tanked in that series. Apparently the series was too short for him to really have to tank any damage. The average like 26k in here, and he tanked about 24k for top laners in the LEC. Ryze locked in though for KC. Jack's another answer we often see into the Gwen. That will be selected for Kana.
It definitely a much more focus on side lanes already with both the Ryze and the Jax taking, because I was curious to see what the plan for KC was going to be. Over the course of spring, we saw them go for what was a bit of a, I'll say, meta-breaking style, especially in their mid-lane champion pool. They were kind of the ones that were bringing out things like the Sylas much more often, the Akali much more often than other teams were, but I was curious to see if they're going to go back towards this front-to-back style, or if they're going to go for something a bit different, but here already, mixing up the style once more.
Yeah, and we are seeing a lot of pressure put into those side lanes. You know, Talia, Ryze, still very important mid laners if you want to get out and around on the map. Trundle and Orianna, the next 2 picks for Giant X. So they have, I mean, they've got some AoE area control in team fights. The Trundle obviously kind of makes it so KC don't want to pick a tanky support because of the Subjugate, which works so well into those larger tanks. But Giant X's composition doesn't seem entirely cohesive to me as of yet. They've got a couple of good skirmishes in the Gwen and the Trundle, and then Orianna is very much more a team fighter who can get some lane pressure in the early game into something like a Ryze. Jarvan, the final pick for KC on this first phase as they round out their top side of the map, mirroring what Giant X have decided to do.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see exactly how they want to try and round this out, because my point was going to be for AD carries, I think you do have to focus the more AD heavy ones, because you've already got Orianna and a Gwen.
Yeah.
You definitely want to be trying to avoid things like Ezreal and Kai'Sa, these things have a bit more mixed damage. So I like the fact that they're trying to take away the Corki. Maybe even something like the Jhin wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, just to try and remove things that have this high AD burst damage.
I wonder if they'll look towards the Yunara. We've seen it a couple of times already here in the LEC. Jinx as well, Aphelios. Like if you want to go for a hyper carry,
I think the only thing I'd be worried about is just lack of real frontline right now for them. I traditionally prefer Jinx and those kind of, even Yunara, when you've got a frontline that can set
a Sion or an Ornn or something that just stands in front of you.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah. Kai'Sa ban's still going to come through though, so I'm kind of surprised that. Maybe a little bit worried about the Trundle pillar into Kai'Sa engage combo, but I still think you want something that's a bit more AD focused than that mixed damage in the AD carry role.
It's also getting rid of something Noah's very comfortable on. Very happy on that. Kai'Sa's played it a lot of times, so making sure that he has to go down a little bit further in his pool does make sense. Nautilus removed by Giant X alongside the Braum. They're getting rid of some of these easier engaged supports in the Nautilus, and then the Braum obviously great for that disengage And I wonder if Giant X will look towards a hooking support of their own or someone that wants to be in the middle of the meat grinder. Braum is so good against that sort of support that with Giant X not having true engage yet in their composition, I think they're really looking at something for Jun.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So my thought was either they go to Jin and then they can take something like the Rel here and look for that big engage, or I wasn't actually too remiss in looking at, sorry, they hovered over several different ones and immediately thought of who they first went for was gone. But yeah, I think Alistair or Rel get your engage down. I still think Jin is fine, and the Sivir, sorry, was the first one that they hovered. I still think can work here just for the speed up for the rest of the group.
Actually, the most played AD carry in the LPL and the LCK so far. At least it was yesterday. I didn't watch I didn't see if it changed this morning. But I really like Sivir just generally. I think she scales really well. The Kraken changes help her out a bunch. Instead, they're going to go for the Lucian, who is a physical damage AD carry. It's not an Ezreal, it's not a Kai'Sa. Does have a little bit of magic damage in his kit, but it doesn't really have the same oomph that something like a Draven or a Jhin would have.
It also just doesn't really have the setup that I think Lucian needs. You want something that can enable that culling to hit onto multiple people, or sorry, to nail someone and just put them in their place, but unfortunately you just don't really have that here. The Alistair can kind of provide that. Sure, you've got a bit of a slow, but it feels like overall I would have preferred something that can kind of be that consistent DPS in these fights and able to hit from long range, because you've already got an Alistair Orianna combo and then trying to work through with the needlework. I think just having something that could have been that consistent DPS to close out a fight could have worked well.
I 100% agree with you. KC rounding out their composition with the Nico gives them good disengage, but also more engage tools. They already have the Jarvan for it. Nico realm warped onto a backline with a Pop Blossom can be absolutely devastating. Looking at the compositions, I think KC's is much easier to execute. Like Giant X, you have one engage tool, you have a Shockwave on top of that, and then you kind of have skirmishes. Like Gwen wants to skirmish, Trundle wants to skirmish, Lucian wants to skirmish, whereas KC, Cataclysm, Pop Blossom all in, follow up with the damage from Rise and a Jax. Like there is a very easy to execute, I press R, let's go forward comp.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to struggle with a bit. That's probably why they end up going for the Lucian in the end, is have something that's a bit safer and can actually try and dash away from some of these fights. But I think when you look over at KC, the ease of access to these fights, they have great side lanes. I think this is going to be a tough uphill battle for Giant X.
Let's go Na'Vi, I believe, are the chance. Well, I mean, they went yesterday for about 53 minutes and 51 seconds, and then they were rapidly stopped by KC. Let's get into the game. KC's second of the split. Giant X is first. Both these teams not making any changes between summer and spring, something we have seen from other teams. And KC off to a storming start on day one, as we see Isma looking to see if he can get a little bit of a ward in towards those Razorbeaks. Still has time to do it. You really want to go in about 1 minute, 1 minute 10 to make sure that you have that spotted out.
Yeah, I think my focus is going to be on exactly how Isma is going to play the early game. I think there is a, hey, try and get in the face of Yike early and see if you can do some damage. But the biggest problem you're going to have is that you just don't really have control over the bottom side of the map. Same when you look towards Khan in that top lane, should have push level 1 to 3. So I think the moments for Isma to try and get in and look for invades is going to be relatively tough. Because I think if you don't, Yike just kind of gets to control a huge amount of the map, and also can look for good dives with the Jarvan. A lot of these plays, which the Jarvan is famous for at this stage.
Yike's going to clear out the ward that was put down by Isma. KC got a ward of their own over at the Razorbeaks. We'll note LEC deciding to run the Ignite and the TP here on the Gwen. If Yike goes up there early, it could be a very difficult time for this Gwen.
Yeah, and I remember talking to Finn about this. It's something that Gwen kind of needs to do in the matchup, because when you get to the level 6, it can be very difficult to try and match the all-in potential of the Jax at that stage, especially when the Counter-Strike removes so much of your damage. So you kind of need the Ignite to help you in that regard. But hopefully won't need to use this and won't need a flash if Yike starts to move up there at any point in time.
It's just going to be really difficult for him to escape. He's got the skip and slash, obviously, but you can skip and slash away from either the Counter-Strike or the Flag and Trap. You don't have a subsequent dash to get out of it, and kind of had a really fun time yesterday just playing tanks. He was still winning out in the 1v1 on the top lane in most of those matchups against Na'Vi. Another player that had a whale of a time was Kalis, going 20-something-06. I tried to bring up the thing on the broadcast, but I must have mispressed the button and I couldn't remember the exact stats myself. Here we are, 26 KD8, 31% of his team's damage. One of those games was on the Ezreal, died during that game, which is why his KDA is actually specified now rather than unspecified. But he came out to a storming start as Isma is looking to start storming towards this bot lane. Targamas having to pop the heal already. He's going to be caught out. Isma on the board, first blood to Giant X.
Yeah, nicely done by Jun as well. So ends up using the headbutt on towards Kalist, knowing Kalist has Arcane Shift, which can then interrupt the Pulverize, but just using it as a taxi service to catch Targamas completely off guard.
I love that headbutt Q flash combo.
Yeah.
It's so hard to react to, and especially with Isma coming around the corner, like Targamas could have tried to flash away, but it probably wouldn't have been actually that substantial for him, as Kana and Lot are trading. Lot has the Conqueror stacked up, Kana running Grasp in this matchup, and will be able to keep himself alive for now. Yike has done a full clear and is on his way towards the top side. Lot in a safe enough position with the wave crashing just outside of his tower range.
Yeah, this is going to slowly push out, so there is a chance for Yug to try and get in here. And as you say, no flash for Lot, but looks like the slow push isn't going to be enough. They're just going to try and go for the crab and take it easy.
Vladdy pushing Jackie's back in the mid lane, but Jackie's very happily just going to back and then TP in here. Both the mid lanes are relatively even. A slight gold lead for Lot up towards that top side, and a slight CS lead for Kalist, meaning he was for a second there ahead for KC.
Yeah. You can see Yike though is going to delay his reset. He's going to look for a double scuttle here. So, but because of the play on bot side, Isma is going to end up resetting at a similar time. So both junglers will be coming out, but I think the fact that, as you already see, the 200 gold open up for Isma means that if he does end up finding Yike in any of these plays, can help out quite a bit. I think that's how you want to play it, but Yike actually not even resetting. He's looking for Jun.
And he's going down towards his bottom side. Jun has no summoners, knocked up with the flag and drag. Noah here waiting in that bush, but not going to be able to save his cow, you have to feel, as Targamas continues to chase in. Great route from him. Good knock up the one to Yike. Jun almost survives. Noah dashing in. Yike with the triumph. Won't be enough. Noah gets him. A 2-for-1 in favor of KC.
KC going to be very happy with that one. Thought that Yike had already reset. They knew he was going to be on top side because of the way that they were kind of see the pathing operate already, but catching them completely off there, and 2 kills going across to now to KC.
Gold on Kalist as well. Noah will be very happy that he was able to pick up a kill in response, get himself on the board here. Means that gold lead for Kalist, only about the plate's worth that he has managed to pick up from the push out. Isma once again looking for a gank towards the mid lane. Rise, if you can get his flash out early, becomes a sitting duck. Scryer's bloomed down. Vladdy's going to try and walk away. There's the pillar, but Jackie's can't really follow up too much here. Just has a bit of damage in. Vladdy's able to walk his way away.
Yeah, nice roam from Targamas towards the mid lane there, knowing that he was out a little bit quicker than his AD carry counterpart, so making his presence known and just forces Giant X back, so you don't have to end up burning that flash.
I mean, the good thing, though, for Giant X in this situation is Vladdy just teleported back to lane, so he's going to lose basically that whole wave. The Drake is available, and this is something we've seen a lot at MSI, but also here at the LEC. Early Drake stacking. KC were getting souls at like 25, 26 minutes yesterday. Now it's Giant X who have the push in mid, the push in bot, and they're looking to secure the first Drake of the game as Lot and Kana will trade up towards the top side. Grandmaster's Might coming out from Kana. That's the Jax ultimate. Drake secured. A Chem Tech in the pockets of Giant X.
They're still going to try and make Giant X hurt as they re-enter the lane here, but nice setup already for Giant X in this early stages. I think the main focus for them is going to be trying to keep their bottom lane safe here and make sure that they're able to, their bot lane is still able to farm efficiently. Just that Isma can try and make some presence on the map known, especially, I think he needs to look for counter ganks against Yike, because once you go for that flag and drag in, you're fully committed, and that's when you can then throw them the Trundle Pillar and actually go ham. But at the moment, there's just not really a huge amount on the map that they can really look for.
Yeah, honor's even pretty much across the board here. You can see it's 200, 100 gold difference. Slight leads in the jungle for KC and in that AD carry role, whereas top and mid are going slightly in favor of Giant X. We are going to get towards this sort of subsequent consecutive objective position in the game where you have the Drake, the Grubs, the Rift-Held, the Drake, the Artican, the Drake, you know, and that's where I'm starting to wonder how effective Giant X can be around those team fights, because we already mentioned it in the draft. Team fighting with this draft is going to be tricky.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of the way you want to try and play those fights is actually fighting in jungle. If you're able to beat KC to the punch and getting into River, well, your Trundle Pillar can get a lot of value on choke points. Same when you look towards Orianna ult. Jun can look for flanks. Like, those are going to be your big setup points, but that comes down to a really good understanding of how you want to prioritize the objectives. And it does become a little bit tough when you've got things like Vladdy having an ultimate to move around the map, but little skirmish on top side. Yike here just to make sure kind of can get this wave effectively.
And I think IZMA was just there to make sure that Lot could push the wave in effectively. You could see Lot was a bit apprehensive that perhaps he'd be ganking. Now Yike is coming in from the side. Skip and slash away. There's a Cataclysm follow-up. Kana flashes forward with the counter-strike and down goes Lot. Followed up though, Yike is going to fall. Meanwhile in the bot side, Jun going for the engage. Looking for the trample on Kalist, but doesn't get the stacks up in time. Targamas tried to get the root onto the Alistar, didn't quite land it, but Kalist will hit the Mystic shot in the end. Jun and Noah coming out the worst for that trade.
Yeah, so Lot definitely didn't want to be the one that goes down, but you can see there just how well IZMA can turn around some of these plays. Does get the answer back. That will lead to the Void Grubs, and now that's starting to become a thing we're seeing pretty regularly, is the early kill into the objective take.
And look at Vladdy moving here as well. You can see how far back the bot lane of Giant X is being pushed because Vladdy moved into the Fog of War, could realm warp across. The swap has come out from Giant X, bringing that Gwen into the bottom side after she died up towards top. They do get a grub, 2 grubs in fact, out of that sequence. So they'll be happy enough. First couple of objectives on the board for them, but it's difficult for their bot lane to actually really keep up with Kalist and Targets.
It is interesting to see though how we have kind of pivoted away from, when we look at the way that the swaps would come through, it would always be the AD carry going top and around this time, so then you can look to just take the turret plays, use the fact you picked up a couple of grubs for yourself. But especially when Orianna's in the game, Orianna is a champion that does so well being accelerated into the later portion of the games, that we're seeing them more often than not actually moving the Orianna to a side lane where you can keep the Alistar or your support there to try and keep her safe, and AD carries are just happy to just trade waves back effectively, and it's all about getting that resource into the Orianna as soon as possible.
Trying to keep her as safe as possible as well in those side lanes. It's much easier to protect a player on a side lane than it is in mid, because there's so fewer avenues to actually approach that position, whereas mid lane you have to protect so many different sides with your vision. IZMA here has to flash away from the Tangle Barbs. Targan was looking for the root, and with Yike, he was on vision clearing out a ward. IZMA knew, okay, I can't be here. Cataclysm follow-up with Kalist would have just been too much. KC, though, have managed to extend their lead to about 500 gold. Still nothing too substantial, but I wonder if in a minute's time we'll see them deciding to fight around that next trade.
Yeah, this is where it does get a little hard for Giant X though, because we're kind of talking about trying to protect Orianna on the side lane. You kind of auto lose that mid push because you've got Targamas there who can very effectively push the wave versus Jun, who just struggles. So it means you always have Targamas who can move first alongside Yike, then start to attack different points of the map, and it means that IZMA has to play a lot safer, and you kind of saw it for a quick second there where IZMA took the wrong route through River and suddenly he's got multiple members of KC on him. So this is where you need to make sure you're working really well with IZMA and Jun to cover this Orianna, cover your sides, and just not get caught out as you're trying to do so.
Yeah, you can see how much vision actually Giant X have invested down towards that bottom side of the map right now. So many wards. You've got the Scuttle Crab, you've got a ward here, you've got a ward behind, you've got a ward here, you've got Jun standing behind the pit just in case. And they're not actually investing too much in keeping the Orianna safe, but that's because they know KC are on the bottom side of the map right now. The Drake is the key target. If you can manage to keep the stacking up for Giants X, they're looking at that early soul, but they might also just give this one up. Say, we don't need to fight for the Drake. We know KC like to stack them. They went for the soul in both games yesterday. We just got the first one. Delay it by 5 minutes. We'll scale. Orianna, Gwen, we're happy enough to do that.
They can also, as you can see, they're setting up a potential play towards Vladdy on the top side. He has to back away, so he took a good chunk from Jackie's, but it also now gives you the option to just fall back and pick up that last grub if you really want to on the way out as well. Get 3 grubs for yourself, but...
I was wondering if it would be first tower.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to take the whole thing. Bulwark obviously making it tankier the more plates you take. Trundle is very good at taking towers. He can use that chomp really effectively. With the wave coming in, Jackies might just be able to pick this one up. Targamas and Vladdy are here.
Yeah, it doesn't quite stick around, so true damage burn isn't enough, but that's why it's like, when you get to the 3 grubs, it's really, really strong for trying to quickly take those towers, but unfortunately just not going to be quite enough to take down that top side, but still you get the grubs on the way out, but a dragon for KC, and now they're starting to set up into the 1-3-1. I still think Giant X need a bit of time to scale, both with the Orianna and the Gwen, so they're definitely going to be playing on the defensive foot, and it's more on eyes on Yike to see what plays he can make.
see where he ends up being on the map. But now, you know, he's been involved in all 3 of his team skills, kind of what you expect from a Jarvan. Has the Sundered Sky complete. First items actually coming out for a lot of our players on the Rift. You've got the Rod of Ages stacking up for Vladdy, Triforce already for Kalist, Essence Reaver and a Triforce on the side of Giant X as well. So, with the game basically even, the question is, will the teams make too many proactive plays between objectives? And the answer is, most indubitably, as Jun looks for the top side. Vladdy has no escape to this. Knocked up with the pillar. Isma comes across. Jackie's gifted the kill. Giant X get their 4th on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Vladdy didn't just try and flash the shockwave and see if he could get out of that, but not able to do so, and it means that he isn't falling. Nice job from Jun. He stuck around on that top side, was able to protect Jackie so he could get the reset, and it's as KC disappear, that's when he's able to make the play. So nice pick off onto Vladdy in his hard lane.
It also means they're going to get first tower, because there's no one up on that top side to defend. Giant X will get the first turret, and we'll end up having our feats decided by who manages to pick up that last objective. Giant X currently sitting at 2 with the Grobs and with the Drake, whereas KC only have that 1 dragon to their name. Yike and Targus looking for Isma. Smite will come down. Yike will steal away some of the Razor Beaks at least, as Jun once again out on the map. Said he needed to be proactive in this game, just ruining the tempo of Kana here. He's got Whiplash from being knocked back with the Pulverize. Targamas coming across again. Blooming Burst will do a little bit of damage to a lot, but in the Hallowed Mist doesn't really connect.
We're seeing that Giant X are getting to make a play on top side, but there's no answer from KC on the bottom half.
It feels very reactionary from KC so far.
And I was going to say, it's like, I was expecting Yike and Targus to be like, right, we get the push on mid, let's invade. And like, they have gotten some vision in there. Like, you can see one that's just sitting over by the Raptors, but it hasn't been deep vision to try and set up for a potential dive, to try and punish lot or push people off of towers to respond. So Giant X are kind of just getting to run the map at the moment. TP down to the bottom side though to try and pick up this wave, but not really getting much out of it.
And importantly, like Lot's up towards topside, he's going to be able to push that out. There's no tier 1, so he can push it all the way back to the tier 2. Kana's going to have to reset to answer that. Will have his teleport available, so can then join a fight around, you know, the Dragon up in 2 minutes, or the Rift out in 30 seconds is the more likely objective that we'll see these two teams butt heads around.
Isma is moving down to this bottom side, but Yike delayed going back into his own jungle. I wasn't sure. So basically what's going to happen is Yike... Come on, there we go. Yike is going to be moving back up towards this top side to try and clear out all its camps. So I think if you can push this wave here as the Gwen, you can finish that one off. And there's a potential to move down onto this bottom side then and look for a dive onto this bot tower. But we'll have to see if that's going to be set up for them here. It looks like they still need to try and clear out mid first, so their timing window might just be gone.
Also depends on if Giant X want to play around the Herald, because they would give them the feat of strength if they manage to pick it up, right? So, but they can also sack it. KC have only taken 1 neutral so far. That seems to be what they're deciding to do. They saw, or they understood that Yike was pathing towards the top side. They're like, okay, we'll just overinvest on bot side, get our Orianna ahead. You talked about it. She works so well with that solo XP and extra gold.
And that's why I think they did give it up. It's when you look at the, like, Ezreal's just hit Triforce, Sunder Sky on towards Jarvan, Triforce on towards your Jax as well. Like, you're hitting really nice breakpoints for KC on these one-item spikes, but you're just not really seeing the same, like, Seraph's Embrace and a Rift Maker is not really going to win you a big team fight, right? So I think it's the right call here to just try and move yourself around the map, keep your tempo up, and get back out onto the map first. Yeah.
They have about a 1.5, 1.6k lead after KC take their first tower of the game, and it's great signs for Giant X. We kind of memed the Scrim King thing because we've seen it fall flat on its face so many times in the past, and it still might. But the early game so far from Giant X has been really solid. KC did struggle a little bit yesterday in their early games and have across the course of previous splits, but I guess my assumption of the 2 games we saw of them was they cleaned it up just a little bit.
And traditionally it has been Giant X kind of making mistakes in the mid game. Good pick.
Shockwave going down, and so does Targamas. Just absolutely pick 6 there by Giant X, and now the Dragon is up as well. KC pushed back towards their tower, didn't have the vision that they would have wanted. You can see a sea of blue in the river. No red wards at all, apart from one far-side alteration that's just been placed across this wall.
Yeah, this is really, really well orchestrated by Giant X, and that was what I was going to say is Kalist now.
Jun's just chasing Kalist, going to force him out. The Realm Warp coming out as well, but Vladdy's not going to get there. Flash across from Isma. Kalist, though, hit enough Mystic shots to have the Arcane Shift back up. Yike now joining in. True Shot Barrage going to rain in with the Cataclysm coming across the top. Kana trying to join from the side, knock back Pop Blossom. Targamas will get the kill onto Isma. Yike's the one that secures it.
And this was actually where I was about to say, Giant X have traditionally been very good at getting early leads, but then struggle when it gets to the mid game. It's them going too far or getting cut out in the side lane or just these little mistakes. And what is so far been a stellar game for them, now we just start to see that old Giant X creep in again, where they just try and bite off a little bit more than they can chew. And it's a good turnaround by KC there to get a kill back.
And it's important to note just how vital every single win you can get is in this sort of format. You get 4 series, 4 best of 3s to prove you're in the top 4 in your group. You have to be, if you're Giant X, Nkoi, KC, Vitality, and Na'Vi. Now, after seeing Na'Vi yesterday, I think they'll be looking at that and saying, okay, we're definitely going to get 3rd or 4th. But if you can beat KC, can you push yourself up to 1st and 2nd, get a bye through the first round of playoffs? There's a lot of hypothesization, however you want to pronounce that, pontification here. Giant X is still only 1,000 gold in the lead, but it is a very strong start for them. I am still worried about their team fighting. I'm still worried about whether or not, if in a pure 5v5, KC meet them, they'll be actually able to win. But they've done a really good job of finding picks and not forcing the 5v5.
Yeah, like even with that one kind of whoopsie, I think Giant X should be very happy with the way they played this out, because you're looking at a team that we said, hey, you've got a 1-3-1 comp where you have an extra teleport on this Rise. KC should be the ones that are kind of dictating the pace of the map and running around, but it has been Giant X thus far, and now they might have caught Kana out as well on the side lane, which is good timing.
Isma coming in from the side, Jun looking for it as well. Kana backing away wisely, knowing that his jungle does not belong to him. And again, Deep Vision going in from Giant X. They secured their 2nd dragon of the game about 2 minutes ago. Ocean Soul would be superb for this team. A Gwen and a Trundle with an Ocean Soul will be happy as Larry, as they say, as we see KC trying to push in towards this top side to answer the pressure from bot. Jackie's no flash on him with the Realm Warp chasing forward. KC have found their man. Good shockwave. Jackie's trying to escape. Can't get away from the overload, but Isma's on the chase now, and Jun's coming in from the lane as well. Yike will be able to escape. Bladdy does still have to flash here. Will flash across the wall. Jun chases him though. The angry cow, how do those horns taste? Yike trying to get away, no flash for him. Isma with the frozen domain should be able to chase this one down, as we see Kana in the picture-in-picture pushing in. Great pillar to stop the flag and drag. Isma will pick up his 4.
Nice turnaround by Giant X. KC thought they saw their window where everyone in Giant X had invested on bot side so they could attack the flashless Orianna, but Giant X just about able to get back in time and keep them in check. Now, you still see the tower going down in bot side for Kana, which is nice, because when you look at the actual state of the towers, you're going to have mid lane tower falling very, very soon. But now Abbedagge up and available, Giant X back out onto the map.
It feels like an Abbedagge rush, I'm going to be honest. With the TP coming out from Jackie's immediately, Isma's making a beeline for it. KC don't have their jungler for 6 seconds. Giant X pull it down towards the bottom lane as Targamas looks to set up, but Jackie's is in prime position, has the shockwave, will keep Kana at bay for now. The Atakan down to 6,000. Targamas can't really get in here. Good poke coming out from Giant X. There's the true shot barrage. Vladdy going in. Great knockback on the Pop Blossom. Atakan secured, and perhaps a little bit more. The culling from nowhere. He flashes away from the counter-strike. Yike joins the party. Cataclysm onto 2. Noah trying to survive, but he's taken out, as is Jun and Isma. It's Atakan and a 3 for 2. The kills in favor of KC. They want more out of this. Jackie's tries to get the slow onto Yike there. Doesn't have the flash. Will land the command dissonance for the slow. Hit with the flag and drag. Callisto picks up the kill.
KC managing to pick off 4 members off the back of that, and the mid lane tower went down in the middle of it. But Jackie's ends up not really getting value here for the ultimate. Only ends up getting Targamas, which means that as they start to follow through here, KC feel more confident to go forward. Jun does get a fantastic knockback, but Kana's position here is great. Immediately gets in onto the back line, which makes it a little bit more tough for them to play the fight. Even flashing forward to get onto Noah, but Noah cleanses. But now Yike is back on, and it's just a 2-man knock-up into a beautiful Cataclysm, and Callisto getting so much damage on the back line.
Giant X trying to pull off a heist there. Did get the Atakan. They'll be 32 petals ahead. I want to say it's about 1.5k worth of stats. It's a pretty substantial sum, but Carmine Court are 1.5k ahead, or 1.3 at least. Kalist so big on this Ezreal as well, 3-0-3 on it right now. Yesterday had a stormer of a game on it. I think actually our wonderful production team made us a graphic about him. This year on the Ezreal has been having an absolute whale of a time. And he's set up around the Drake once again, starts to reset, Lot takes the aggro. Targamas looking to see if he can find that Pop Blossom, the engage onto Counter-Strike. Pop Blossom hits all 5 of them! And they're buried in the river. Beautiful from KC. 5 for Oace.
A Cataclysm has never looked so flowery. Absolutely destroyed in that engage. Targamas, that was insane. What a play! Like, you're kind of here, like this I really like from KC, because you're constantly threatening the backline, and Giant X try to take control of the choke, think they have a moment, but Targamas flash forward, hits onto 4 members, the immediate Cataclysm afterwards, the combo, just excellent from KC.
And now they're 5,000 gold ahead, and everything we said in the early game, yes, KC's early game was bad, but who gives a damn if you can team fight like that? Targamas, with his, I mean, he's had a few contributions to the game, but with his first really meaningful contribution, a 5-man Pop Blossom, and now Kalist 5-0-5 on this Ezreal, 4-0-4 for Kana, enemy top laner not found at all. KC are in dominant control of the game.
And I think this is really where Targamas is starting to shine as a support in the LEC, is these kind of moments where he gets these big engages. We saw it yesterday in the Rel as well, he looked fantastic. Now this on the Nico too. KC gonna be very, very happy with that one, and with a minute now until Baron, they can start to push in these waves, start to use their composition a little bit more, but crucially get that vision that makes it incredibly hard for Giant X to try and buy back. You just saw that Pop Blossom. That can now happen at every bush you try and face check.
Yeah, gaining vision control, so important when you're looking for comps that have these big AoE setups. KC will clear out the vision on this top side. As you say, Baron up in about 40 seconds or so. Third item complete for Kalist on this Ezreal. He's got a 2,000 gold lead himself. Kana 2.5k up on this Jax. For Giant X, scrims a thing of distant memories now. The stage feels different, it seems, as they are relegated to just trying to walk back through their jungle, no camps up, just gain a little bit of vision control.
Yeah, it's still though, for Giant X, there is kind of a light at the end of the tunnel. You're still seeing 2 items now on Orianna, the 2 items coming through for the Gwen. Like, you are far behind, don't get me wrong, but at least if you can try and find a big shockwave, you're a relatively squishy team for KC, so maybe you can find that combo of your own and make it work, but it is definitely difficult. KC is just so much easier to execute with this, but you can see what Giant X are looking for. Just hide on bushes, see if you can find a pick, see if you can find someone as they try to get vision, and it might be Targamas.
He sends the Shape Splitter clone forward first, and won't be found at all. KC now into that 1-3-1, and this is where this composition really shines. So difficult to actually deal with the Rise on a side lane. And with that Jax pushing through top, Isma and Lot are going to look for him. Kana has the flash, will dash away, dodges the pillar, and then immediately walks back in, applying that pressure once again to the lane.
Yeah, I like what Vladdy's doing at the moment. He's just hovering at a vision on his bottom side, which is the reason you're seeing a lot of trepidation from Giant X, try and figure out exactly where they want to put focus. But KC now starting to get more and more presence on the map as a result, and now that Vladdy shows, they feel a little bit more comfortable, but it's just been very difficult to try and take our fight or kind of push back KC on this top side jungle because Vladdy can round morph in at any time.
It's the quintessential problem playing against a team that has more TPs or has more globals than you. Every time you take a fight, you can just very rapidly be outnumbered, and that's what Giant X now have to try and navigate over the next few minutes. They've managed to survive through the first 26 minutes of the game, which is something that Na'Vi only just about managed to do yesterday, so credit to them. They do have 2 Drakes to 2 Drakes as well, so if they can manage to pick up a third, they get themselves onto that soul point. There are windows, there's ways back. The problem is, the windows so far are being rapidly slammed on their fingers by KC.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see them do is pop a Sorry, 1 second. Ward into this bush here.
Going to put it smaller again for you?
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. But, just into that push where the 1 is, because that means that then any time you get that push from Vladdy and he starts to teeter into the fog of war, you can kind of tell basically, has he gone over towards the main crew, or do we have a little bit of time? Because if he has to walk the whole way up and around by the back of Dragon Pit, it means that then you kind of have the time as Jackie's to clear out the wave and then start to teeter over towards the rest of your team. But at the moment, I think the focus is going to be Dragon. 35 seconds until that one's up, and it looks like essentially KC just trying to push in, but Baron is up as well. So
TP coming out immediately from Vladdy. I think it's a Baron call. Arguing they cleared out enough vision. Vladdy's just starting up the Baron himself. No vision there right now for Giant X, but they have an inkling that something's going on as they immediately start to run across. Isma will see that it's already down low, but there's the follow-up, and they collapse on Isma. Trundle put into the filth. KC secure the Baron, and with no jungler on the enemy team, the only question is it Drake now, or do we push first?
I'm surprised that Isma felt he needed to face check. You've 2 blue scrying orbs on both No and Jackie's. Could have gone into the pit to see what exactly was going on, but now Isma's dead. You lose both, as you say, Baron and Dragon, a ton of control on the map. I think this is kind of just put the nail in the coffin for Giant X in this game.
I'd love to see the replay of the like 30 seconds before it happened, because I think Noah and Jackie's were bot side of the map. I think maybe
Jackie's
the red had spawned.
But Noah, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell. Obviously, Isma felt the need that he had to face check, and KC very happily took the kill and took the Baron alongside it. 29 minutes in, now almost a 10,000 gold lead for KC. They pick up their 3rd Dragon of the game. Collapse happening towards the top side with the Realm Warp coming in. Lot, well, he's got no flash and he's only level 15. 2 level 17s collapsing on him. His lot is pretty short in this line. Taken out by Kana, goes unstoppable, joining Kalist on the 5-0-5.
And now, just a slow push in on this top side. You're already completely taking control of this top side for KC, so it's just going to be very difficult. But wave isn't ready here, but still, they're just going to hold on to control. And like, it is kind of the slow bleeding for Giant X right now. There's just so little that they can do.
I'm going to say it's pretty quick bleeding. Like, this is exsanguination.
Well, I mean,
if we're
you are
talking
the doctor,
about.
so I'm going to trust you on this.
You need some sort of bandage, put a tourniquet on, and just hope. At this point, I don't know where Giant X are going to cut off the circulation, because their camps keep spawning, they keep trying to get waves, and every time they do, they seem to be in asystole.
It's also the safety defense mechanisms that have come through, because you got Zhonya's here, you got Zhonya's here, you got a GA here, so even when you're looking for that potentially big Orianna ult to come through, I mean, you could, despite Lot being 2 levels down, you can see how much damage he was actually able to do in some of these fights, but it just means there's so much safety. Jackie's, that's a nice little bit of return damage there.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke coming out from Kalist with the True Shot Barrage. Has the Cyrildas as well, which is kind of a pseudo-safety item with the slows coming out from it. So Kalist very happy where he is right now. We did talk to Vladdy when we were getting makeup before this, and he was saying, hey, last time we scrimmed against Giant X, they beat us 4-2. They were expecting a close series today. How much of that was tongue-in-cheek, who knows? But after a solid early game from Giant X, KC have just been the better team. They did it yesterday, they're doing it again today. Targamas, he's a minion. Oh, pulled back by the Shockwave. Jun goes in for the 3-man engage. Exhaust down onto Vladdy as well. Targamas able to escape to the backside of it. Jun's going to be the first to fall in the fight. Lot looking for the needlework, but Kana keeps them all at bay. For a moment, it looked like Giant X had found an avenue back into the game, but Targamas survives. And Vladdy and Kalist healthy enough to keep pushing in. Kana looking for the counter-strike. Cleanse away from Noah, and the flash. True Shot Barrage is coming out as well. Realm Warp in by KC as the reinforcements arrive to the party. KC will force Giant X away, will take the tier 3 in the mid lane and the inhibitor tower up towards top. Inhib will fall in mid. KC will get everything they wanted out of the push.
It was a beautiful shockwave from Jackie's, but unfortunately it's just that bit too late. As Isma, I don't think you want this, lad.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. I don't think you wanted that. He thought he did, but sometimes you gotta...
I thought Lot was about to do the exact same.
Look, measure twice, cut once. Isma immediately was cutting.
But like, this was a really good ultimate from Jackie's. Like, the fact that you managed to catch Targamas right as he's going for it, you get the big pullback is perfect. Jun with fantastic follow-up, but again, it is that little bit late. Lot isn't in a position to try and start off the needlework, and even that final shot was Zhonya's by Vladdy as well. So the so much of that damage ends up missing. I think if you had Lot there, maybe you can get the needlework slow across everyone, and that could actually be the difference maker. But another shockwave.
Onto Targamas. Going to use the Rocket Belt to try and get away, but he can't escape the clockwork wind-up coming out from Jackie's. That was a little greedy from Targamas, looking for positioning, looking to try and find a pick as Jackie's and Jun pushed out.
Yeah, not entirely sure what the game plan was, because there wasn't really people around him either. But
Yike and Kalist were close-ish. A Pop Blossom into True Shot Barrage, Arcane Shift. I can see the montage, man. The blue wall being built brick by brick on the back of Targamas.
Because I think at this stage it's just, oh, here we go.
Kana looking for the counter-strike, will land it. Cullen coming out from nowhere onto Vladdy, takes him down to half HP. TP in from Giant X, and Casey a little bit split here. Vladdy having to flash away, Yike going in with the Cataclysm to lock up Giant X and keep them away from both his top laner and his mid laner. Well played there by Yike to manage to extricate his team from Giant X's clutches.
That's a flash on Yike and Vladdy now gone though with Dragon Soul in 40 seconds. So I'm curious how confident Giant X are feeling to actually try and take this next fight. The only thing, like, there's a lot of focus from KC on towards this bottom side, but I really don't think that's where they should be putting their focus. I think at this stage, you are strong as a 5-man unit to just walk up and take that top lane inhibitor.
Sure.
And then at that stage, then transition into, hey, we'll have Kana mid, we will have that pressure on the bottom side, but now there's a TP coming in behind.
Kalist still has his flash, and Jackie's and Isma have theirs on the side of Giant X. 10 seconds on the Drake would be sold for KC. Ooh, Kana spotted out on the control ward. Noah realizing that flank was a little bit foggy and illuminates the darkness. Giant X pushing through mid here. Drake is up, Kana forced up towards the top side. Has no flash, Isma's on the chase. This is Soul for a kill, it seems. It might even be Soul for the inhibitor as the Vladdy is pushing in. Now Baron is up, but do you actually win this as Giant X? Recall's gonna have to come out. They haven't got teleports. Can they start the Baron on spawn? Well, they say yes. I think no. As Vladdy continues to push in, doesn't have a teleport of his own. KC looking to step in towards this top side river. Baron down to 6,000, now 5. Kalist with the True Shot Barrage. Yike can EQ in. There's the Cataclysm follow-up. Kalist having to Arcane Shift away. Pop Blossom onto 2. Yike looking for the smite as Kalist escapes Lot's clutches. Isma will secure the Baron. Yike forced up towards the top side and will manage to escape. Kalist with a sliver of HP gets away.
But Giant X get what they really wanted, right? Yes, you end up losing that tower on the bottom side, but the inhibitor still sticks around. You end up getting that Baron, and that might just buy you enough time to get a third item coming through for loss. Also, Jackie's been able to finish off now a bit more too. Like, it's a little sloppy, but they're kind of holding on here.
I mean, yeah, they did a great job of holding on. I thought Vladdy would be able to push in quicker, and I thought if people recall to try and deal with him, Giant X would lose the fight, but they win out the fight. Great job from Lot marking Kalist, keeping him away from getting any of that damage down. And now with Baron, Giant X can push in. They are still 9,000 gold in the hole, and there's an Ocean Soul, remember, on KC. So, if they don't utilize the next 2 minutes very effectively, KC have still won out on the play.
I do think, though, the value of the Ocean Soul is not wonderful for KC just based on Giant X's cost.
Sure.
Because it is very burst heavy when you look towards like Jackie's and Lot then having that great follow-up that we've already kind of been seeing. And it is kind of a pick one guy and delete him. So I think from that respect, you may not get full value out of this. So for Giant X, I think you're pretty happy with that trade in general.
And right now, they're trying to continue the trade in their favor. Their third tower of the game has been felled. Kana and Yike up towards the top side looking for that flank. Meanwhile, the Gwen is still down towards bottom. KC defending as 5 against only 4 here. Lot will be able to take a tier 2, 700 gold in infusion. We found the red blood cells and we're pumping them into them. As Giant X's bleeding has been stopped. A minute still remains on the Baron as well. The next wave going to crash towards that mid lane tower in about 5 seconds time. KC, how do you defend? The Gwen's coming across. Targamas looking for the flank. They just give it up. Another tier 2. 6,000 gold out of the Baron power play, and only, I say only, still a 6,000 gold lead for KC.
And that's Abbedagge death cap. Just completed for Jackie's as well. Again, like, these are kind of the breakpoints that they really wanted. So even though you have a lot of gold, it's levels now across the board even. So you're not really looking for a big advantage there. You're starting to see the creeping of these big ticket items for guys like Lost and for Jackie's. You're almost full build here for Noah. He's just going to finish off with a Guardian Angel as well. Yes, it's a lot of gold, but it's not going to do a huge amount here.
TP coming in as KC look to catch out Noah. Does still have the cleanse and the flash. Kana on that front line. Headbutt was used by Jun, but will be back up. Where's Lot? He can make a long flank around here. Targan was using the clone effectively there to spot out the fact that Gwen was having a mosey, having a gander. Vladdy spotted by the control ward. Giant X maybe playing for this red, but choke points aren't their friend, especially against the Pop Blossom. Isma stepping in and just deleted. Overstays his welcome. Realm Warp coming in as well. Cataclysm onto the backline. Kana jumping forward. The EQ onto Noah, but now Yikes a little bit isolated. Vladdy still following up. Pop Blossom coming out onto Jun. Lot dies towards the top side. Jun follows suit. Only Jackie's remains. And you said it earlier, Rob. Giant X, they had good games and then they just fumble it.
Just getting caught there. Isma puts the panic into Giant X and it all starts to fall apart. Yike even using that Cataclysm to deny the knockup from Jun. It worked out so well. And KC, it started off rough, but game one is going to go their way.
And Jackie's has Shockwave. There is one wave on its way here, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to even step up to his inhibitor towers. Good Shockwave in the end, but it doesn't matter. KC, they had a couple of mishaps and mistakes in the mid-game, but in the end, they still remain victorious. 1-0 up in the series.
But to give Giant X their due, it really felt like they were going to be able to close this one out. It's again just these small missteps of going for that little bit too much in mid lane. Isma then taking that step too far forward. These little moments that could have changed into everything.
We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes with game 2 of this series, and we'll see if Giant X can clean it up or if KC will go 2-0 once again.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
When darkness falls
My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shine.
Yeah, backhand. No. Hello. No, actually. Hello. Okay, let's go.
I'm chunking. Okay, bro. He's on set.
Ah, je suis là.
Left stack. Trandel en flash. Trandel en flash. Bill Trandel. Nice. Lista الخاص.
Donc on va rester.
I'm looking.
Là, suis.
Oh my god. Come on.
Bien. Quoi.
We can end mid, guys, I think.
No. There's a bot wave.
Okay.
It was one hell of a ride for this team in the first game of match of the week. Casey takes it here, but guys, any first impressions? One word to sum up this game, each of you.
Expected.
Expected? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll come back to that later.
Surprised. A little bit surprised.
Okay, you're giving different vibes. Odo, what do you have?
Disciplined.
Discipline. We're gonna start with that actually, because I feel like it's what Calist wanted out of Casey's split. Have we seen discipline, though? Have we seen not underestimating the opponents?
Okay, so we've seen the beginnings of discipline, because as a team, when you start building on this habit of being, restrained in the sense where you don't really go out and do crazy things that we've seen Casey throw the games over, sure, they lost the early game at points, but when it came to these crucial moments in the mid game, when it came about the objectives and how they approach it and how they grind GX to a stop and take over the map, I have seen a lot of discipline from them. So I am extremely hyped to see that more from them.
You said this good win as expected. I
Yeah.
said surprised. Did you expect that early game from GX? That was a very good early game. And
I
think they utilized Jackie as
expected
well.
GX to talk their trash on social media and hype them up and then go and play against Casey Gaming and then just get rolled over. That is what I expected, and that's exactly what happened.
Didn't get rolled over, though. No.
Again, it didn't get rolled over, but Casey was clearly the better team this game. Despite that early game, Casey just had way better control of the mid to late game, and the team fighting was just so in Casey's favor. I don't think you can say that GX came in and put in they put in a fight, but I still think Casey was the better team clearly this game.
It came down to two fights,
I
right?
mean, I think Team Fight GX was ahead here. I actually think they did a very good job at disengaging at the Abbedagge initially, but they just get overconfident. They overstay their welcome, and as soon as the rest of KC members come in, they're just cleaning up in team fights. And I think Calist is doing a fantastic job with his positioning. He's completely untargetable, and he's just driving the game as an Ezreal.
But what about the Nico here? Because this is
That's
such
huge.
Such a pivotal moment when you fight for vision, and then the Nico out of nowhere when your carries have no flash. This is just lethal.
I feel like we're going to need to open the Nico case at some point. I feel like the champion is a bit
I mean, we saw Mickey yesterday, so that was just nasty.
I think the Nico support has been a fantastic pickup for the support so far. Mickey yesterday, today with Takamas for a different reason. In the team fights, this champion is bringing a lot to the Rift.
No, so why was this unexpected, GB? Please evaluate.
Okay, did you see the damage from Jackie's here? Like, Jackie's Oriana, I think GX, they came in with a clear game plan where they said, we're rotating around the map, around Jackie's, we're going to take top turret, then they took bot side turret. There was a point in the game where Jackie's had a 1.6k gold lead up against Vladdy, and there was a point in the game where you thought going into team fights that it was going to be easier for GX to win, but then Jackie's did the Jackie's thing, and got caught a bit inside, and then there was some issues,
Sag.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate here because we've been hearing recently about how good GX is in scrims, and we've seen that in the early game. I felt like the early game was quite scripted up to the 15-minute mark, where you take the grabs, you put Oriana on the side lane, you go with her, you make her hit the tower, get gold, and funnel it into her. But after that, are you winning maybe scrims too much? Because when it comes to this period from 15 or 20 minutes onwards, when you need to slow the game down and control it, I feel like
that's the point where maybe the script ran out and they didn't really have enough steam to keep it rolling.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Odo, because I feel like when you play these scrims and you get really ahead, all these adrenaline starts running, you go, you have fun, you laugh, you go in the jungle and you just kill the enemies on repeat. And you don't really take the crucial learnings from that sometimes. I don't know what's going on in GX scrims, I don't know what's happening there, but it's important to know that when you are dominating scrims, it is easy to form bad habits, because sometimes the games just play out themselves a little bit too easy, and when you go on stage, people are way more focused. They make you push yourself a little bit harder to gain that final hurdle to pass.
Is it more focused, or they give you less windows that you would have in scrims, for instance? Because it feels like it was the case here.
I mean, I would definitely say, like, in scrims, when you get ahead, people have a tendency to play a little bit looser. Even as a losing team, you play a little bit looser. See what I did? That was really funny. But yeah, in general, what happens is that people
I didn't even notice it, but sure.
People are way too easygoing sometimes. Like, oh, we can try to retake this vision. We like on stage, you sit there, you don't see anything on the map. You hear the crowd a little bit in your ears, and you're like, oh my god, they're in their jungle. How do we retake? And you are so cautious. You take every step possible because you don't want to be the guy that solo loses the game for your team. You don't want to be that guy. So you play with a little bit more caution, but the scrims, there's no stakes in the same way, so people are a little bit more carefree, I would say.
I mean, I still think GX maybe should have been a bit more careful, because ISMA getting caught off guard was in like the last team fight around Raptor's bush. That definitely bet them a bit.
Okay, but they're like 8k gold down. It
Sure,
doesn't
but
really
I
matter.
mean, I think they came back into a point where you felt like GX might be able to win again, just because they got Baron, they got objective bounties on mid turret, on bot turret. We finally got Rabadons on Jackies as well. So I definitely felt like they were in a position where I thought maybe they can actually come back.
What about this guy that we see here on our screen?
He's so beautiful.
Had a difficult early game, but I have to say, you had some strong words about Yike during the game.
I mean, we have been talking a lot about Yike, and some people think he's the best jungler in the league, and some people are wrong. So I definitely think...
You're not one of those.
You're supposed to make the decision, make the statement.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I do think he's the best, or you're wrong. So I think Yike has always been very solid ever since he joined the league. He has the most titles in recent years, and I think he is just such a driving point in this early game of KC. He's so good at shadowing lanes and making sure the laners of KC can play their game. Now, I will say this game, I don't think they did a good job of defending Bloody. I think Bloody was kind of left alone on that top lane for too long. When enemy team has a Trundle and grabs, you can't let them get these free timers to just hit your tower like that. And I want to see KC be a little bit more aware coming to next game and try to actually play the side lanes to match GX. I think if they match GX on the side lanes, they are the better team.
So does that mean the GX had the better early game?
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that.
Okay, cool. And you expected that as well?
I expected the end result.
Okay, cool.
It's just getting petty between the two of you right now.
It has to get a bit petty.
Thinking of GX on the next game, blue side, once again, we've talked about discipline, over-eager aggression, maybe. What else do we want to see?
Ooh, from GX?
Yeah.
Honestly, not much else, because I feel like this was just one of those games where even though KC was the favorite coming in, I feel like they lost because KC was just better at these crucial moments. But I feel like all the steps, all the lead up to these moments, GX did what they needed. I felt like Isma, we had critics for him in the previous split, but right now I feel like we saw a lot of confidence from him. I feel like he was controlling the early game very, very well and got GX to a position where maybe they didn't have the tools, or like the strong enough tools, or the scaling was not there just yet for them to pull the trigger and win these fights. But I felt like the lead up and the structure was pretty good up until a point.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many leaks in the ship of GX. Lot for a very long time held his own against Canna, and I was surprised about that in the beginning. I think Isma up against Dyke, you just hit on it. Isma is really coming into a different level we haven't seen him at in the league at all. I think Jackies did a phenomenal job, and I always love the GX bot lane. So I think from an early game perspective, it just comes back to all the
sometimes you lose.
Mid-game we talked about. Sometimes you lose.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. All I hear is lock in. KC takes game one, but maybe GX has what it takes to combat. Let's see what it takes for them to win the second game, maybe, and bring us a series. Casters, over to you.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Coming from Odo Omne is it's the definition of his career, I guess. You know, over
I mean, it's almost as good as the Scar. They were winning until they lost, which is...
Yes. The good old Dignitas Baron throw. Let's get into game two, though, as we see Jinx enjoying herself in the corridor that the players usually come out of. Have you guys heard of Arcane? It's this Netflix show. I think it's pretty indie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd recommend it. First season, great. They didn't make a second one. No, they did. Also quite enjoyable. Anyway, let's get into draft. KC versus Giant X. KC on the blue side this time with Giant X. picked on the red side, sorry, as Giant X have picked the blue side. Talia banned away, Varus once again removed from possibility. Jace against Ghana, no real surprises there. And we'll see if KC once again, go for the Azir ban. We had the Gwen played in game 1, so that's one of our priority picks already off the card.
Messick still keeps banned. The Pantheon Wukong still up and available, so I'm not sure if you want to try and get rid of one of them. And but it more than likely is going to be a trade of them here. But I'm curious as to what the last ban was going to be. It was an odd one. Oh, it was Vi, yeah. So Wukong Pantheon still up and available. But
Sion also.
Sion was banned away in the last game. Wow, okay.
Insta-lock Sion. He is very strong right now.
Yeah.
Just such a good tank. Deals with a lot of top lane matchups really well, and becomes pretty unkillable later on in the game if you can get that Soul Furnace stacked up effectively. KC have hovered Aurora as their first hover in every single game so far, so don't take too much stock in the fact that that is currently being hovered. We'll see what they decide to pick up to try and deal with the side. Oh well, do take some stock in the fact it's hovered because it's locked in here. Wonder if it will be Kana in the top lane most likely. Can of course be flexed in towards mid.
I don't personally like it in towards
into the Sion.
Like, I think you can obviously you'll win the laning phase, you'll get the push and stuff like that. But I think the Sion just outscales so well that eventually you can just ignore your damage and attack the wave. So you kind of lose the side lanes. And there you go. Yeah. So we'll be going towards Vladdy, I imagine, in the mid lane. But I'm surprised to see that as the priority. Because I think like you're still seeing picks like the Annie that's rising up. Even I wouldn't mind something that can do a bit more of the backline DPS as well. Like if you have something like a Victor that can try and provide a bit of that. But there is the Annie taken away on the opposite side.
And it looks like that's where Jackie's is going to go. Known more for his kind of mechanical execution of champions, things like the Akali I really associate with Jackie's. Instead, it is Xinxiao locked in for Giant X, and now the Annie will be locked in second. So still top side of the map for Giant X, locked on the first rotation. We saw Casey answer this last time. Pantheon the likely pick, and there it comes in for Yike. So they've got good CC, great burst potential with the Aurora and the Pantheon in that mid lane, but Annie can always be a little bit tricky to get on top of because you just proc up that stun.
Yeah, I still think you need something from KC's side that can deal with the Sion, because as you were saying, he can already be so strong at taking over a game. You need something that can be a bit of a tank shredder, but maybe looking at something like the not so much as a regular tank shredder, but Senna, or sorry, the Sivir for late game damage could be pretty decent. But
you've got Sivir, Jinx, Aphelios if you want any of those three, right? If you just want to play hyper scaling. Got a good front line as well with the Cassante already in there, Pantheon as well to block up with the Aegis Assault, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a more traditional hyper carry here for Kalist.
The only thing I'd be worried about, I was going to say, with both Sivir and Aphelios is the being short range into an Annie makes it a little bit difficult and can be a little spooky, so probably something like the Jinx unless it's banned away. And then you're going to be able to play very much through kind of your mid jungle to try and look for power and then try and lean that in towards early dragon control.
That makes a lot of sense. Rakan banned away by Giant X alongside the Corki removed from KC. Braum, a ban. Did we miss a ban on the side of KC there? I'm only seeing the Corki.
Yeah.
We'll inform you as soon as possible as to what KC have decided to do. Aphelios is their lock, as you say, short range. But you were talking a little bit about the Annie being a problem. Cassante can mark her and then just all out her out of a fight if he needs to, right?
I think it's just it's not just, it's the Zinzao, when becomes lightning, you're getting in range for Sion. If he does ults, can kind of keep you at bay as well, thanks to that decimating smash. And you're going to be able to answer with the Jinx, which I think just in this sort of situation, the longer range does end up playing a pretty nice value into what's coming up and available.
I agree with you there. And Giant X had a pretty strong early game last game as well. They do decide to go for the Jinx. Getting her ahead in the early game becomes very difficult for the enemy team actually to deal with you in team fights. And both compositions are looking towards a little bit of that team fighting. Jhin and Jinx, the two current hovers for Giant X alongside that Rel. And KC will have a little bit of side lane threat with the Pantheon. Obviously that Grand Starfall can do a lot of work.
Sorry, just an update as well, that ban is misfortune.
Oh, MF. Okay.
On the KC side, but
a misfortune ban.
Unfortunately, as we start to move on fresh, obviously the regular pairing that we're starting to see more and more with Aphelios, just to try and reposition them, but still both sides, I mean, it's bread and butter, right? Front to back team fighting, both very, very strong. You got a little bit of more global and potentially the threat on side lanes around the Aurora onto Annie with the Pantheon, but realistically it's both mid laners are how can we get on towards the squishy AD carry and see if we can murder them.
Yeah, it's all about flanks and positioning when it comes to later team fights. In terms of push early on, top lane's kind of a wash, you know, Cassante into Sion. Mid lane, we'll see. The Annie can get a little bit of push. Her Disintegrate, giving back the mana if you kill a minion with it, really helps her out in the early laning phases. And then Jinx with the rockets can push the Aphelios a little bit. Depends on how he's using his guns, what rotation he's on. Especially when he has Gravitum, that purple gun, it's quite hard for the Aphelios actually to get pushed back out.
Yeah, and I think that's what you kind of continue to see is just the Jinx should be able to get decent shove on that bottom side. And then you can try and play for invades into the enemy jungle if you want to. Especially as you start to get over to 6 for Annie. I don't really think you want to like just set up for team fights where the mid laners are able to match each other. I'd imagine Annie is just going to ult Aurora off cooldown essentially as we start to come up towards objectives and make sure that she's just not present for the fight at all.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Let's get into game 2 of this best of 3 between Giant X and KC. Giant X had a solid early game in game 1, but KC really wrested the game out of their control. KC currently undefeated here in summer, not just in series but also in games. 2-0 versus Na'Vi. Now 1-0 versus Giant X, who are all sprinting up towards this top side. Looking to see perhaps if Kana oversteps, if they can get a flash out of him early doors, but Kana's down in the bottom lane right now, so it's going to be much ado about nothing, as neither of the teams will meet up.
Yep, so everyone's just going to back away. Looks like they're going to place a ward there, just to spot out exactly what's going to happen. See if Locke can maybe play a little bit more aggressive up into that top push and catch Kana out on the level 1 with the Decimating Smash. But either way, I think this is going to be a relatively slow game anyway. Maybe you can get some action in towards the mid lane for Yike. But overall, I think it's just going to be a case of wait to scale up and see how we can try and use lane pressure to get some of these early objectives.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any of that early dragons that we've been seeing across the last few series. Game 1, about 6 minutes or so, we saw the first one taken down. KC have been on the ball, on the timer for those as well in their first couple of games. It looks like Yike has a tiny lead. He pinged a ward, so he's 5 gold ahead in the jungle right now, Rob. Maybe he will balloon into something else. The early 5 gold. Didn't go for the pot as well, which... Oh, actually, Targamas ahead as well. 10 whole gold lead here for KC.
I think it's over.
Yeah.
That is truly instrumental.
I do like the don't take a pot in the jungle strat. It means that you can go back, get your pickaxe a little bit earlier. If you manage to get a kill early on as well, you got 1,100 gold. You can go for the Caulfield's Warhammer if you want. Often we do see the pickaxe early on from our junglers if you're going towards, you know, the Eclipse or something. But Sunder Sky probably on the mend for both of these junglers.
The only thing I'm a little curious about is if it actually ends up, because you've got push on bottom side, if it now gives Isma a little bit of an opportunity to try and play for a window into that bottom side, playing off of bot lane pressure, just because you don't really need the pot, but it's still nice to have that little bit of HP and even the regen in an early fight. So I'm curious if Isma does try and make something happen, but you can see Vladdy there getting that ward down will spot out that whatever Isma starts to get up to.
Yeah, he'd have to take a longer route round. Could just like hard force it. Just go in, invade, say, okay, we're going for it, but doesn't really have push in mid lane right now. Wind becomes lightning across the wall, will be spotted. He steps into the vision range of that ward. Yike already on his wolves, so unlikely to see any of that early invading happening from either of these two junglers.
Yeah, and I think this is, again, just going to continue. It's just going to be a nice, easy sailing. But everyone kind of wants to try and get for those, up towards those quick first items. I like this early reset from Noah. This is kind of what became the evolution of the Jinx versus Aphelios matchup. Is Jinx pushes in, first 4 waves, crashes, resets, pick up Cull, and then immediately come back into that bottom side. And it means that then Aphelios has to push in bot to try and match really quickly to get the Cull match.
Or go top, because the Sion can survive a little bit easier into the 2v1 matchup than the Cassante can. So Noah going to be perhaps gifted some solo XP and gold. He will be for a little bit. The question is whether or not Jun will then join him on that top side. See Targamas and Kaliss having to push out that extra wave, only now getting their recall timers off. But Targamas, I think, was his recall stopped there for a second by the Sion? Looks like it was a little bit later. A TP coming out from Kana to match, as we will have both the bot laners heading up towards that top side. Ooh, Kana's gone Cull on the Cassante. Not something we too commonly see, but knows it's, you know, it's a handbags fight.
Exactly,
no one's doing any damage to anyone up towards this top bottom side now.
Yeah, all you want to do is just try and get, again, it's just scale as much as possible. Cole going to be matched there for Kalista as well. The slow push though, this is where it gets curious. So I think with the slow push that Noah has on top side, he could actually then go for a reset into then set up into bot, into Dragon, which is what I imagine Giant X are going to try and play for. And this is kind of the value you can get by having the Jinx here. And when she gets that initial first push, maybe Yike tries to move up here to disrupt it, or at least to try and protect it. That's why you can see Isma very quickly trying to make his way up towards this top side as well.
It's also why Targus used a control ward in the pixel bush there to make sure that there's a little bit of threat, there's a little bit of doubt in the mind of the Giant X's bot lane. Lot here trying to proxy, unable to do so. I think Kana did lose a few minions here. Minion blocked on his way back out. Noah with Isma and Jun in the area to reinforce him. Should be able to get the push out here, and then does look like Lot is still pathing out towards bot. So no secondary exchange of lanes from Noah and Jun.
But that's the important part here for KC, was just trying to keep Noah and Jun here, because if they crash, they're able to move. But now you're in a position where Kalista would actually be in a great spot to shove back out. You'd end up losing too much CS, so Giant X have to keep the lanes in the way they're on. And I mean, Lot's been pretty happy. He's kind of just able to avoid Kana's damage, get another wave for himself, got the reset through as well, without Kana getting a plate for himself. Not going to be too shabby either.
And Kana can just proxy this, knowing that Isma was on the top side a couple of moments ago. There's no threat on him. He's about to go over towards that level 6, as is Lot. Mid lane, not really too much happening here. Vladdy has a very slight CS lead. Jun is looking for a gank, but Vladdy, you've got across the veil, which he uses. You've got the weirding for movement as well, and even the Between Two Worlds ultimate as well to escape. Aurora, not the easiest champion to gank.
So I was trying to spot where Kana put his ward, because he ended up going in for to get him behind the turret, and I thought he might have placed a ward in the lane to try and spot if Noah and Jun were trying to move back into this bottom side, because you can kind of see it's like Noah and Jun dictating where they want to go. They could have reset, gone down to the bottom side and looked for the dragon, but instead basically looking for a moment for Jun to try and put pressure on towards mid, and they're kind of happy, it seems like, to just avoid all contact with that bottom half of the map and just play for a push and plates.
Yeah, there's the option as well to slow push this wave, then reset, use the unstoppable onslaught from Lot to catch the wave as it pushes back out, and then have your bot lane down towards that bottom side to play for the Drake. Like we have seen a lot of those early Drake forces. We saw it in game 1 here, we saw it from KC a lot yesterday. Neither team wanting to do it here, and it is partly compositional. You talked about both teams just wanting to get towards those first items. Also partly just about how you feel in the lanes. Like at the moment, Noah and Jun seem to be happy enough dealing with Kalista and Targus on top, and Lot seems to okay with Kana.
We'll just keep him as a both mid laners unsure. Well, at least for Jack, he's kind of considering going for the reset, but happy to just stick around and try and get some poke damage back on towards Vladdy. Ult's used by Jackie's just to try and get a chunk out of Vladdy, so then they can get control. But KC now with the push on top moving.
We saw Lot doing a similar thing down towards the bottom side. Nice lantern there. Yike will be able to steal away the blue, gets level 6 first. Isma actually might. I don't think the Gromp gives him enough experience for 6, and there is a grub fight that could happen in about 40 seconds, so it might actually be really substantial that Yike was able to steal away that blue.
Yeah, and I like that KC are looking for these angles, because it's when the Infernum is there for Kalist, that's where you can actually look for the trade, but Noah's face checked.
Oh, Noah has straight into Kalist, trying to trade back, but it's Severum and Crescendum there for Kalist. It's not something you really want to trade into. Isma did hit 6 off the Grump, so he just had enough experience to tick over. Grub's up in 13 seconds, and with Noah so chunked out, he's going to have to back away. Lantern down. Jun wisely holding on to the crash down there before the play.
But this is a big mistake from Noah, because, well, I thought Kalista was going to stick around, because you've got red-white, you can do a ton of damage to those structures and actually get some of the turret plates, but it looks like Void Grubs instead is going to be their main focus, but that could have been just a massive, well, what's already a decent goal lead for Kalista, ballooning hugely.
Good ward as well here from KC to know that Isma is going for the Drake. It's the expected trade. We're on the Grubs. Your bot laner was just forced out. He's had to run back towards bot, so then you can take the Drake away. But because they had the ward down, Vladdy and Targamas can be a nuisance. Grand Starfall is available for Yike. 2 Grubs already picked up. Yike looking for the engage here, comes down. Doesn't really find anyone. Jun forced back down low. The engage, though, immediately Jun diving in, and KC caught all unawares with the unstoppable onslaught coming out as well. Yike's gonna fall 2. It's 2-0 in favor of Giant X.
KC should not have tried to overforce there. Already Noah had reset and moved back in towards his bottom side, so it was always going to be a number advantage for Giant X in the play. And even then, KC just got blown up the second they looked into that river.
Yeah, you could see, like, the whole sequence from KC looked good on paper. We're talking about it, take the 2 grubs, Grand Starfall in, put the control ward down, but as soon as they looked for this engage with the Grand Starfall, the immediate turn from Giant X.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Lot is here. Like, he's ulting in, so everyone in KC has already got to piece out and just move into a completely different place. I think if I was KC in this, you just go for the Void Grubs and then turn up towards topside with those red-white guns, right? We already kind of talked about how quickly you can take it, and suddenly you're 2 plates up, you're matching the objectives, and your Aphelios then just becomes a major threat in the maps. But now, giving that kill over, it did go to Lot in the end, so not the end of the world, but definitely hurting a little bit.
Another early game fumble as well from KC. Yeah. We saw how well they played mid-late games, their team fighting absolutely on point in game 1 of this series, but Giant X have shown in the early game they know what they're doing, they know what they're about. KC with the TP coming in from Targamas, he's on that unsealed spellbook madness once again, as is Jun. They have to keep our eyes out for whether or not they switch over to those smites. Importantly, Nerf a couple of patches ago, or last patch, only does 600 damage, and 900 damage. So at level 1, the smite is equal to Yikes and Ismas, but as soon as Yike and Isma get those treats in, it's not going to be equal from them.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised to see Targamas not going for the Guardian. Like, it was buffed on this patch as well. True. And when you're kind of forced to play around the burst from Jackie's, like a Flash Annie or something like that, I think the extra shield could have been nice for Kalist. It does mean he'll need to be on point with having exhaust available for some of these key fights and matching that with Jackie's, but that could be a little tough.
That with some good movement here. Blast coming into the Rift Tower pit to escape the vision that Lot could put down. Kana's at half HP, but he wants to go all out, so that HP doesn't really matter too much. Lot with the Unstoppable Onslaught will land the stun onto Yike. Knock up with a Decimating Smash, but Kana dashing past it. Isma here to join the party. Lot dodging away, and so tanky. A Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown connects as Noah looks to help out his teammates with the fight. Yike's on a control ward, out of vision, out of mind right now as Jackie's lands the Tibbers, the Lantern down. Stun connects. Vladdy will flash, and with the weirding won't escape. The Disintegrate enough to get him down. Lot with the Roar, the Slayer, and the Soul Furnace will manage to pick up a kill as Isma continues to chase forward. Kana has to burn his flash, and it's 4-0 Giant X.
Once again, Giant X are taking over in the early game. Fights in both of the solar laners' positions, but there's just nothing that KC can do. Giant X just have more in the tank right now.
And a 2,000 or 1,600 gold lead. Giant X absolutely to the races in this game. Noah having to back away a little bit, the wave pushing him, but Jun's on his way across. Ghost heal on this route, just for the extra mobility to get in towards the back of those fights. Doesn't have the Magna Storm, obviously just use that in the mid lane, but really here just to protect Noah more than anything. I love what Giant X have done in this early game as well. It's not about making sure that Noah is really fed. You can play through the other lanes. Noah will get big. You don't have to play around the Jinx. Just get him farm, get him gold, and then slowly he will come online through this matchup.
Yeah, for Giant X, they are in a really strong position. The fact that you can use the early kills on towards Annie to accelerate her towards first item play for that now, in towards things like the Next Dragon, the Rift Herald play as well. Crucially get some more of that gold with the Rift Herald in towards that Jinx, and like you can shift her in towards the mid lane and use that Rift Herald. I think you're just going to be able to start this snowball going, but again, we saw this from Giant X in the last game. We've seen it from Giant X before. It's more about being consistent now in the mid game. You have a very clear game path on play around objectives, play for a strong team fight. Just try and take this nice and simple.
Well, Kana has no flash here, does still have the all-out. Jackie's looking for the stun with the Disintegrate, won't land it, but a good path maker for Kana. Dodges at the side of the Decimating Smash, and although he's chased out, he survives on half HP. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kalist was the one to move here. As we saw Vladdy going down to catch the wave in bot, Kalist gets another plate to his name and a 600 gold lead for the Aphelios. Collector complete alongside the Kraken Slayer for Noah. Saw that buff a couple of patches ago. It's kind of the go-to for a lot of AD carries now.
Yeah, I think it's...
Noah just missed a mid. Like, he autoed the same minion 3 times and missed it. Come on, man. Like, there's a reason you finished your cull second.
He also missed the cull.
Oh, God. But he's too concentrated on getting the animals into the arc that he can't focus on CSing.
But a cannon isn't an animal, so he's not focused on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But the fact that Kalista's gotten the solo XP and topside when everything was going a bit wrong for Giant X the bottom side means that Kalista's kind of the guy that you have to rely on here. He got a couple of the plates. He is in a decent spot now with Collector. You can look to play off of this one-item spike for KC, the next Dragon. But
oh, Grand Starfall. TP's coming out from Giant X. This is going to be very deep here for Yike. Lantern comes down, he flashes away, but they put the double wards on it immediately, and Yike just dived way too far. No safety from the Lantern, his soul goes in it, as KC once again falls short. Yike 0-3-0 on this Pantheon.
Yeah, the Pantheon has not been looking so hot this game. Again, like, there was no need to try and over-force with that. He ends up going that little bit too far forward, and Giant X throw down the choppers and pick him off immediately. KC just don't really feel like they're on the same page this game.
Yeah, really. Miscoordinated, uncoordinated, however you want to prefix it. It was all over the place there for KC. 2,000 gold in the hole, 2 Drakes to Giant X now alongside it. Malignant, Sundered Sky, Sunfire, Cape, Kraken Slayer, Zeke's Convergence. That's not the sort of inventories you want to be looking at if you're KC. Kana going all out, trying to find something in the solo lane against Jackies, who flashes away and dodges the Q3. He'll escape. Targamas coming in from the wings as well. Pops the ghost from the unsealed spellbook, but Tibbers is here to block the hook. That's a teddy bear that you want to keep for the rest of your life. Goes into the bush as well, just to give a little bit more vision. Yike with the smite to stop the recall. TP out from Jackie's heal escape. And KC, I mean, they'll get some damage on the tower, they'll steal some Krugs, but Jackie's manages to get away with his life.
But he went topside instead, so essentially Giant X just want to try and match for the tower plate. Actually, he's going to reset now. I thought he was going to stick around and just try and look for the tower damage, but tower for tower, it looks like he'll probably be in the grand scheme of things, both the damage going across the tanks. Not going to quite get that tower on the top side, but
yeah, for Giant X, they don't mind too much because they've already got the feats of warfare. Yeah. Picking up the objectives and the first 3 kills, in fact 5 kills to nil of this game. It's a bit of gold for KC. They bring that gold deficit down to about 1.2k, but once again, they are in arrears in this early game. And now they need to find a way to get themselves out of it. They are getting first items themselves, you know, Collector Leandri's, Frozen Fist, and the Sunder Sky all complete for them, but it's not a good look, the early sequence of this game, because it's not even, like, Giant X have outplayed them, but not so substantially that KC should be 5-0 down. It has been misplays that have been reacted to as the Rift Herald charges in and Giant X get their first tower of the game. Rift Herald will be ridden down towards the bottom side. No saddle on it. I wonder what it's like inside a Rift Herald. Good movement there from Isma. But you jump into the eye, you then engulf, is it like a cocoon? Are we Kafka-esque metamorphosing inside?
Maybe it's just like a Power Rangers control panel out in front of you. You just get to move each of the different limbs as you wanted to.
Like birds aren't real, Rift Herald isn't real. It's actually just a robot. League of Legends says another tower goes down, all out from Kana. TP coming in behind as KC look to collapse. There's no tower remaining here for Giant X. Isma using the knockback from the Crescent Guard, but Vladdy comes in, goes between worlds, gets stunned up. Isma dashes forward, Vladdy dashes to the other side. Isma will fall in, Grand Starfall for the follow-up, and finally KC seem on the same page. Jun has to flash away, the chase continues for KC. In the end, they call it off, but they get their first 2 of the game.
They get a nice pick. Laud had moved back up towards that top side, so they thought they had a chance. Maybe not quite on the same page.
Both of them did the optimal play. It was suboptimal in conjunction, but Kana did the right thing and Vladdy did the right thing.
But yeah, Kana just going for the engage on this bottom side. The TP coming through means that they're able to get into a position, and it's just off the back of, you'll see it just in the mini-map, Sion spotted on that ward there, means that they know he has no TP, he has no ultimate to get in, so KC immediately pull the trigger and just start to pick off everyone on Giant X who stayed around that bit too long.
It's just the sequential slows coming out from Kana, the follow-up with the Grand Starfall. It's very hard. Noah and Jun were reacting, but they can't walk through the river to react, because if they do, the Pantheon doesn't ult, Kalista and Targamas just turn around and it's 3v2 and you're going to die in that situation. So really well done from KC to manage to pick up a couple of kills there, but they are still in a deficit. As next up we have a Drake and an Artican spawning in about a minute's time. It's Hex Soul, one of the strongest souls, or at least the most annoying in my estimations. That slow so powerful as Red buff is pulled back. The stun onto Yike. Blast Cone gets him to safety for now. He will have to forfeit his red buff. That Bramble back will go into the hands of Giant X.
Allowing Lot to push in this top side as well means that they can now fall back. Dragon in 50 seconds is going to be the next main focus. Abbedagge is on the top side, which makes it a little tough, but that's why there's just so much vision on this top half of the map for Giant X. They could spot out if KC are trying to rush the Abbedagge while they go towards Dragon. But as you say, Hextech Dragon is just so strong in this position.
Glad he missed the cannon as well.
Well, look,
it's just one of those days, guys, okay? CSing is hard.
This is why we lost MSI.
Is that the excuse we're going to use? Chovy just Chovy. You know, what can we do?
If we just got
he can farm.
If we just got 2 cannons, that would have finished. Yeah.
100% makes sense. As Giant X try to set up control around this Drake that's spawning. KC are nowhere near this. You can see Targamas, Kalist, and Yike all up towards that top side. It might be an Abbedagge rush in response. That wouldn't surprise me at all. They're pinging it immediately. They're going for it. Importantly, Lot and Jackie's both have their teleports as Kana continues to push in. Takes that top tier 1. You're going to TP to top? I don't think so. It's an Atakan for Drake exchange. Unstoppable Onslaught can come out. Kalist switches away from the Severum. Now has Calibrum Crescendum. Super Mega Death Rocket hits onto Kana, not going to steal it away. Lot with the Unstoppable Onslaught can act as a bit of a distraction until the rest of his team joins, but they were a mile away. Decimating Smash charged up. Jun now looking for the flank. Cleanses away the stun. Can he get in? Good hook from Targamas, forces Jun on the back foot, but he dodges it well. There's the Magnustorm follow-up, landing onto 3s, and Jackie is there to follow up. Kalist walks away, but only for a second as he's sent home in a coffin. Giant X will find 3 kills and lose Jackie's and Jun.
It was a little slow on the take from KC. They just don't really have enough damage, so Giant X are able to get in position, but it's a good call. Like, we talked about Giant X having vision on this top side to try and see if this was going on, but after that vision was cleared out, Giant X weren't able to fully get there in time. And honestly, I think for KC, you kind of take that. It's about a 3,000 gold is how much the value of Abbedagge is. So the fact you almost trade even, like it's a couple kills in the difference, you're going to be pretty happy, especially with the way that this game is going.
I think you're happy enough as KC. The problem is...
Yeah. Aphelios flash.
Aphelios burn flash. It's not a problem for Giant X. They'll be pretty happy with it. The problem is you are now facing down Soul Point.
Yes.
And there's a 2-item Jinx, almost a 2-item Jackie's on this Annie, a 2-item Sion, Isma's on 2 items, and that's a little bit of a struggle bus, you know?
I do agree. I think it's just the fact that you now have some sort of combat power to match the 2k gold lead Giant X has.
Oh, Vladdy was placed with the zap there. Flame Trump's coming down there for the follow-up. Lantern is in, but again, a ward on top of the Lantern. They autoed it twice! They autoed it twice! Just zoom in! If you zoom in, you can click it! But apparently, not quickly enough there for Vladdy as he falls down. Giant X will get a tier 2 and continue to extend their gold lead. 2.8k now, we'll be up to 3.7 as KC once again are looking for that miracle. You're looking for the 5-man Pot Blossom. You're looking for some way back into this game, but you don't have the same tools that you had in game 1.
Yeah, and you don't even have the firepower either. Like, sure, the Abbedagge helps, but as you were saying, like, you've got 2 items in this Aphelios, he still needs another one. You've already got that last Whisper, and Noah now picking up that other kill as well. Has started what was initially be a lead for Kalist, has now completely shifted over in favor of Noah, and he's just got so much range. It's no one really on KC can threaten Noah in a team.
Yeah. And this is the Giant X that we heard about. These are the Scrim Gods, the Kings, as Jun is called, and this is also the Giant X that we've heard about before. The Magnustorm down, Yike locked up. For a second I thought it was Jun who was found out, but once again, Giant X find a kill on this 1-4-2 Pantheon. Now they're going to collapse around this tier 2 TP coming out from Kana. He wants to try and bolster the defenses. Good wave clear from Vladdy with the 2-fold Hex in the weirding. Will delete the minion wave and force Giant X to back away. Kana steps in, good crash down, locks him up. They're trying to avoid the wall for the all-out, takes the Lantern. Isma dives back forward, but doesn't find any purchase. KC will be able to catch this wave once again up towards the top side, but Giant X are making them work for every step they take.
Yeah, especially with the Dragon now, a minute and a half, same with Baron. Giant X can basically choose what they want, right? You can either play for that Hextech Soul, or you force KC to over-index into the bottom side of the map and you immediately turn and burn the Baron. You've got plenty of options now. Your Baron take isn't the greatest with an Annie, but the Xin Zhao Jinx can do a good chunk of work, and I believe this reset should give full item here for... No, actually, no, he's still a little bit short, but... Yeah, I think once you get to 3 items on this Jinx, just before these objectives are there, you should be in a pretty good spot.
Having a whale of a time so far as we continue to see... Oh, Kana jumping across it onto... Oh, it's going to get knocked up with a decimating smash. Should be fine. Should be able to walk this one out as we...
It's the ult from Lot.
Gets out. Yeah, that is the ult from Lot.
He didn't get a Lot for it.
He didn't. Oh, it's about sending a message apparently as Yike once again is the one that Giant X immediately dive onto. Noah happily takes the kill. Kana here has to try and get across this wall. Has still got his flash, goes all out as perhaps this is the moment for Casey to turn it around. Infernum grabbed him, not the best guns for Kalist, but another hook hitting onto Isma, who flashes across the wall, but he's met with a flamethrower from Kalist. 2 kills to KC. They finally find something in this game. It's not enough for now, but they have killed the enemy jungler with Drake up in 10.
And a Pantheon that can ult back in, but you see here, Yike ends up going straight into the hands of Giant X as he tries to move out of his jungle. They end up picking him off, but Kana survives for so long on the opposite side here and positions himself where Kalist can actually get good damage. The Infernum ultimate doing some good work, and then as well as Isma just getting mowed down, can't really get into position. Good hook from Targamas, and the flash just that bit too late. Didn't want to commit it early, but as we come back into live, you can get the Yike ult in towards the Dragon if you want to. KC actually just going to take it, and now you're in a position to contest for the Baron. And look at the guns for Kalist. Not great. Grabbing some Infernum. Red-white. That's white.
Let's do it. Let's go through a battle. Still a 4,000 gold hold. Lord Dominic's Regard finished on Noah. The Void Staff as well already complete for Jackies has been a great chunk of time. Baron begun.
Laddie's only resetting as well, so...
He does have TP, no deep vision for him. There's a ward around the mid lane. Laddie's going to teleport to that ward. 7,000 on the Baron. The Lantern just short now gives them vision as Laddie steps forward. Giant X pulling off it a little bit. Lot still sticks there with the aggro on him. It looks like Giant X don't want to go for the flip. Instead, they will just flop their way back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, especially when Yike has the Grand Starfall flash as well to get into the pit. It would always be a little bit of a risky 50-50 with the Lantern to get him back out. So Giant X called it off, but they did get the TP from Vladdy at least, but they may... Okay, yeah, they are going to finish it up here.
Yep. They will just back away, go down towards that bottom side, get the red buff over to their team. KC now trying to get some vision control, some purchase back in the game in their own jungle. They don't have vision on the Baron right now. They kind of assume it's not happening as they put the Lantern down. They'll know for sure. Triple Oracle's alteration for KC will help them clear out a little bit of vision, but you can see the quads for Giant X. They really want to make sure that KC are always in the darkness.
And KC are just trying to funnel everything into Kalist here. He's taking that bottom side jungle. He took the last mid wave. He's taking this one as well. So I'm assuming he's very, very close to his 3rd item as well. And that's all that KC want to try and play for.
Yeah, you can see he's 1.7k behind, but he's still the 2nd highest on his team, just below Kana and Vladdy down at 9,000. Basically 3k behind the enemy carry. Annie's job, like, she can carry a fight, but she doesn't do it via consistent DPS. It is a big Tibbers, a big stun, and then a few spells afterwards. They do damage, and that's why you've gone for the Void Staff, because you want to penetrate some of that magic resist, but most of the job here for Giant X rests on Noah's shoulders, as it rests on Kalist's shoulders in terms of raw damage output. Giant X deny the vision in the pit once again. Drake up in 3 minutes. So this is kind of the dozy-do, the ring around the rosy that we'll be playing for the next while or so. Giant X just playing off 2 waves, ignoring bot entirely, knowing they want everyone here when a fight begins.
Yeah, I think the Giant X at this stage kind of need to feel a bit braver. The Kalist isn't in a position where he's actually the strongest. Now he's kind of ticked over to some decent guns, but was sitting on Gravitum for quite a while there. That could have been a moment where you look for the fight, but now with Infernum and Severum, I don't think you really want to go for this. But either way, it's these small windows where KC are behind on big ticket items is when you can try and take those fights.
100% agree. I think the thing that probably plagues Giants X's mind a little bit is Isma getting caught at Razor Beaks in the last game, right? Like, you can talk about reset, go next, just play the game that's in front of you, but if it's in our minds, it's definitely in the players' minds that they have had it in, not the palm of their hands, but they had it close, as the Unstoppable Onslaught's used by a lot to get away from the death sentence. Makes it more of a full stop than anything else, as Rim becomes lightning just short on Kana, but these top laners so tanky now, 3 items apiece. They're very willing just to step up and be those meat shields for their teams.
With Lot's ultimate down, though, becomes a little bit more of a bluff, let's say, for Giant X, where, yes, they can contest as they fall back and you have to walk into the desk. Oh, wait a sec.
Massive stun onto Yike once again. He flashes away, but he goes to meet his maker. Playing for the red buff, Yike just overstepping. Great flash engage from Jackie.
Yeah, especially because the Felios was shown on that top wave, so I was like, KC, you just end up fall back. You don't need to just play for the red, and you have no real ease of engage because Jun didn't have the flash to try and follow up, but if you just continuously walk into the decimating smash, that's going to be the easy setup then for Jackies to finish you off.
And Giant X will get the Baron 30 minutes in, 12 kills to 6, 6,000 gold their lead. Drake up in 40 seconds time, and it will be sold for them if they can secure it. KC in game 1 needed a 5-man Pop Blossom to turn it in their favor. Here, Giant X have been methodical. Yes, slower than it could have been, but still patient, controlled play to gain control of the map. As I say that, Jun just goes in! The Magnus Storm down, but they're 2v3. Isma diving forward, the Severin will heal Kalista up with a Moonlight Vigil. Kana flashes in, Grand Starfall out as well. Kana dashing away, there's the Timbers! They were just deleted! Gone in an instant, evaporated, eviscerated! A quadra for Noah, make it 5! The Penta for the Jinx, and the win in Giant X's eye!
Giant X came to play, Scrim Gods showing up on the stage here today. A commanding performance against KC in what looked a little dicey at the start. Worked out fantastically.
There was no Pop Blossom, but one of the teams definitely went pop. Giant X even out the series, give KC their first loss of summer, and we're going to game 3.
That was fantastic from Giant X. Full control in the early stages, playing towards our win conditions, denying any answer for KC, and they're pushing us to game number 3.
There they are, we'll be back right after this. Don't you dare go anywhere.
us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shine.
Vladdy will flash him with a weirding, won't escape. The disintegrate enough to get him down. Locked with the Roar of the Slayer, the Soul Furnace. Nice!
Mega winning top lane, finally 2v2. All the lost ones in scrims.
I can do it behind, okay? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm behind them. Xenoflash. I can kill him. I need no flash. Yeah. Don't wait there, slowly. Okay,
He's
no, kill them. Behind HP. Go.
We are kind of fighting here, 1v3.
I can't be there.
Okay. Sinus is dying. I mean... Oh, what the? Kill him!
I go.
Kill him all.
Nice!
Penta. Oh shit. Nice! Watch out. I shoot you. It's Penta.
I didn't sit him, I didn't either. When we say take the portal,
And a pentakill for Noah and the final touch here in this comeback game from GX here in game 2. Guys, amazing. I didn't expect the Fnatic flash emote at the end, but yeah, a perfectly maneuvered composition on GX.
Yeah, but you know what's expected? ADCs, when they get one kill in a teamfight at 40 minutes, they start screaming pentakill even though they have no idea what's going to happen next, and the Aurora just flying over the wall and giving it to him.
I mean, if you're playing Jinx, it's bound to happen. The moment you get excited, that AoE damage, if you had the pleasure of playing AD carry every now and then.
Oh, I would be screaming pentakill.
Yeah, you would, exactly.
If it's laning phase, I get one kill, I'm already screaming.
Oh my god, salty top laner. You don't know that, but you got to experience it.
I got one pentakill, and it was the saddest pentakill of my life. So that's
okay,
why
Grandpa, let's take you to home. It's fine. Let's talk about this game.
Remind me of your pentakill, Ram.
What's against you?
That's just vile bringing that up, and I'm sitting right next to you.
Oh no. Okay.
Get the support.
I want to mention what Giroto said before the series because we gave them a lot of stuff for, let's say, the audacity that they had to think they were good. And at the end of the day, they chose Group A because they think they're more comfortable against KC than against Fnatic. Do you see it now? Do you see what he meant? Do you see the vision Giroto had, Finn?
I mean, I feel like the logic you're going for here is that even though KC and MKOI are the top teams, so to say, in our league, which they are, and they should be represented as such, but they are also a little bit more inconsistent. We have seen that. Okay, I see.
Did you see Fnatic yesterday?
I say that we have seen inconsistent performances from KC, from MKOI, especially during regular season.
But
in the previous split.
But he's nice.
I got ganked.
You got ganked by Fly.
Ganked by Fly.
It's not the first time.
Not the first time, yeah. But so to bring it back, I think the reasoning also where they feel like KC is a better matchup than Fnatic is because realistically, what we've been riding on the whole train of the KC squad was that Kana is a monster, and outside of that, everyone's contributing and taking turns at being the carry. And maybe with Fnatic, they just have more individual lane power because that's also the style that we see GX go for. It feels like they're heavily reliant on their bot lane 2v2 going well, for Jackie's getting ahead, and now finally, ISMA is just leveling up, winning early games for their team, to provide leads and to facilitate everyone to lead into that mid game and being ahead.
Okay, ISMA the maestro of the early game for GX? We agree on that?
I don't know if he's the specific maestro just yet, but I mean, we were used to seeing an ISMA where every now and then, I still feel he leveled a bit up in Spring where they started dictating invades through him, but it always felt like there would come moments where they just grieved those invades, they fell behind, and that was kind of it. But I definitely feel like this is setting the stage for ISMA to have this best split of his career in the LEC.
All right.
Look, I don't want to be a serious one, Andy.
But you're going to be a serious one, Andy. Let's go.
I think ISMA, I need to see more from him than to be that sure that he's going to have leveled up, because I still see an ISMA where when mid to late game hits, sometimes he's a bit too fast at phase checking, sometimes he's not synced up with his support, and sometimes he has these individual oopsies, even in the early game, that kind of can cost them a lot. And I need to see a more consistent Isma and an Isma with more patience.
Finn, no one is perfect. Like, okay, we've seen plenty of games from you and from me, and I mean, we are happy we didn't get GB to see, but everyone takes turns inting.
Bro. We know how it goes.
Everyone takes turns inting, and sure, if I'm trading an Isma, where early game, he's giving me leads, right? For maybe inting a little bit at minute 35 and losing a game and getting caught, that maybe it's probably going to make me upset, you know? I'm taking this sort of early game consistency a lot more often.
All right. Have we seen a recovery though from game 1? Because it felt like in the last team fight, I don't want the whole responsibility to fall on Isma, but do you feel like he made things better for his team this game, this time around?
I feel like GX as a team was just way more disciplined. I want to go back to that word from Otto as well, because it feels like this compositions they had here, it was almost impossible to screw up, right? You have a Rel and a Sign as a beefcake. You can enter pretty much any zone. As long as no one's really overstepping where they should be on the map, there shouldn't be an issue when you get this kind of early game lead. And I still think it continues to be GX with a very solid early game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a pessimist, you know.
Go ahead. No,
but I remember
this is the new.
I remember when everyone was calling Misfits the best team in the league just because they drafted Jinx and Sign every single game and they just keep getting pentakills and sniping people with Jinx ults. I need to see GX be able to
they
execute.
Can only do it once.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I need to see GX be able to execute a comp with a little higher threshold of failure, because I feel like this comp was very simple and they executed very well. But I want to see more, because GX are talking like they are the top dogs, and to me, these 2 games haven't convinced me that that statement is true yet.
Finn has been very passionate about this GX cockiness. I like it.
But okay, KC wins game 1, GX wins game 2. What have we learned so far from both teams, would you say?
GX early game kings, I guess.
Okay, and on the side of KC, what has been missing? Early games, we've seen that against Navi as well.
I just feel like Vlad has been kind of disconnected in a lot of the plays. He keeps getting caught off. He keeps getting left alone. He's like pressuring when he needs to be a little bit more careful. Maybe he's not asking for the team to help him, to cover him. Maybe they're playing around a different player. I'm not sure. But I remember him getting caught in mid-wave this game by the Annie flash ult. I remember last game, he was getting caught on Siven on the rise. I need to see him be a little bit more patient when he's alone and try to include himself more in the plays that Yike and Targamas was making.
Now, when it comes to draft, you were talking about Misfits and the whole spamming, hyper-scaling AD carry. Good news, fearless draft. We cannot do that anymore.
You get no Aphelios, you get no Jinx. That's pretty good.
No Cristante, no Sion.
What does it fall onto? You want to have front to bat, easy execute composition. That's what we've seen so far from both teams. But what are we looking at here?
What I have liked is Jackus. I think he's had a super strong series so far, and I think he was the main character of game 1, and I think he had some great annuals in this game 2 as well. And I want to see them keep drafting into these skirmish-heavy mids together with a strong early game jungler, because I think that's what's working for GX. Isma being able to be freed up a little bit due to this prio and this lane pressure that Jackus has been having.
All right, empower Jackies on the side of KC now, unless you want to compliment about GX.
So I think as well, with Sign out of the picture, with Kasane out of the picture, with Mbessa and Jay still being in the picture, you're looking at a good champion pool for Kana as well, where you can't just take a champion that's going to be able to absorb this pressure. Even on lane swaps, it's going to be harder for the teams now, because there's not so many good top laners to just absorb if they go into weak side.
Exactly, I feel like this has been pretty much a team-wide problem for KC, and that's also why I feel like Yike has been kind of struggling today. I feel like he's being forced to kind of match, go everywhere, put out the fires, and that's also coming from the lack of individual firepower. I feel like there hasn't been this traditional formula that KC has where they have strong top laner, strong mid laner. I feel like, you know, they take turns having one or the other in each game, and I feel like now maybe further down the pool, further into the uncomfortable zone, maybe they can finally get this, because the bot lane has been going quite well for KC.
Prediction, who takes game 3?
Well, Finn has a clear expectation.
Yeah, we know that.
I expect KZ to win.
All right, GB.
Really?
What do you have?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I do agree with Finn, but I don't want to agree with him, so I'm going to say GX wins today. What do you feel about that?
We don't care what you feel about that.
You are entitled to have your opinion, as long as it might be.
We have, I'm sorry, I would love to hear your prediction, but we won't. We have Isma on the sideline, actually, with Draco, so I want to hear his thoughts coming into this game 3.
Justice for Odo, man.
Thank you very much, Laura. I am joined by Isma ahead of this third game. Isma, you were super dominant in the early game, games 1 and game 2. What's the secret to success? How do you replicate that going into game 3?
I think I have really good early game plans, like till 20. But sadly, like after I make still some big mistakes, like going too deep, like not understanding my zone, like where I need to play and stuff, and often going too deep. But I mean, I'm confident for the game 3, to be honest. I'm really confident.
Do you feel like after that first game, now that you've rallied in the late game, that game 3 will be exactly the same thing as we saw in game 2?
I think so. Okay, to be honest, they hinted a lot. I think they really hinted a lot to give us free fights, so we get like fed for fun, kinda. But I'm really confident for the game 3.
All right, good luck, brother. You can get back to the team. Thank you so much. We're gonna send it back up to the casters. Confidence for game 3. We'll see if KC ins it again.
And we're back for game 3. The question is, will it be Giant X or KC that bring out the win? Because Giant X, like, in all actuality, I thought back on it, KC only came back in game 1 because of a great Pop Blossom.
Yep.
Before that, they were losing pretty substantially. I think it was like 1.5. I say pretty. They were losing a bit. Giant X in game 2 didn't give them the Pop Blossom, partly because Nico in its Fearless, but also partly because they played a little bit more patiently. KC have not looked good in the early game. Against Na'Vi, even then, they didn't look amazing in the early game. And they were able to pick out the win in the end. But if Giant X don't give them anything in the early game, KC once again are looking for something truly special to get them back in these games.
Yeah, and I agree. EMEA has had the better of Yike for a large portion of this series, especially when it comes to the early game. So I definitely am going to be keeping my eyes out on, one, what happens with jungle picks here, because a lot of those cream of the crop have been taken away. Vi has been consistently banned. Now you've seen Poppy gone as well. So you're kind of moving down in towards things like maybe the Nocturne or back towards tank duty for some of these junglers. And maybe like looks better on something like the Sejuani.
We do have Wukong still up if you want to pick one of the main junglers that we're seeing at the moment. Yone and Poppy banned away by KC. Talia and Jace removed by Giant X. I wonder if we'll see the Varus taken away by GX. It's usually what you see as the final ban on the red side. KC have a little bit more liberty. Obviously, with it being Fearless, a lot of those power picks are already out.
If I'm KC, I think, this is weird because it's, you ban the Varus because the thought process here is you probably see Vi ban, which means you get Wukong, which is going to be great. Or they leave the Vi open, and then you can kind of leave that to your next rotation and look for something like a Rumble or something strong for Kana in that top side instead. Or the Azir, which is the other big pick as well. Yeah. So I imagine it probably will be the Azir ban over the Vi ban.
We'll have to see where Giant X decide to go. With the Talia already removed, Azir currently into it. Victor is the ban, so will Vladdy go towards that Azir? Do you want to first pick it as well? Because if you don't, Jackie's and Giant X will be very happy to take it away. It looks like Vi.
I think the Azir.
Azir makes more sense because, as you say, Wukong and Vi are still up.
It's just because, in my eyes, it's Wukong Azir is just a really, really strong duo. Rumble, Wukong is also a very, very strong duo, but the Vi is there as well. So I think you got options. The thing, though, that this opens up for Giant X, if you do go for the Vi, is Kai'Sa in that bottom lane. Like, we've seen that kind of murder the backline comp with the trio that you could end up having picked up here, but we'll have to see exactly.
I mean, I like the Vi more than the Wukong, specifically into Azir, just because of her ability to cease and desist through the Emperor's Divide. I think it's a little bit easier to enact. You can decoy over it as well on the Wukong if you play it perfectly, but it's a bit more tricky to avoid the knockback. So there's the Vi alongside the Rumble. KC, often as an answer into the Rumble, we see Galio. I think Kana wants a little bit more agency than that. Xayah locked in alongside the Rakan for KC. They are really putting a lot of eggs in getting a strong bot lane that can win the 2v2, but also has safety for themselves.
Yeah, I think their thought is, hey, we can go towards something like the Maokai, the Sejuani as an answer to the Vi. We can even go for the Wukong. That's why I actually liked the hover from Jackie's there in the Sylas, because my plan here for Giant X would be, okay, we take the Kai'Sa on this next rotation, Kai'Sa Xayah, finding that bottom side of the map, and then you open up in these next rotations for looking at a potential Sylas for Jackie's into the Sylas. Into the Azir. Sylas is fine. You deny then something like the Maokai because you don't want to give that across. And it means that you can ban the Wukong and potentially Sejuani and set yourselves up really well here. But not that's going to be taken instead. I would imagine maybe a Kai'Sa ban might be coming through here for KC.
It's definitely possible. The Wukong's going to get taken away by Giant X. Ari banned by KC. Ari Vi obviously just such a good combo, right? But you can still look towards something like the Sylas if you're Jackie's in that mid lane. You could even go for something with more assassination potential. Akali would really struggle into the Azir in lane, but does have a lot of burst.
Could also go for the Yone here for Jackie's as well, with the Rumble already providing that damage in the top lane. The only thing is, with the Xayah on the opposite side, you're kind of neutralized in trying to go for the AD carry. So an early Zhonya's pickup for Azir would then kind of neutralize again the Yone and the Vi, but you can always stagger those two engages. But we'll have to see what the plan is. I still kind of like the Kai'Sa ban here just because it limits what Noah can do, but it's actually going for the Ziggs instead.
Ziggs banned away does give you, good poke, and like it's one of those with the Yone. Ziggs bot lane does make sense because you're spreading your damage out a little bit. Vi Yone is physical, and then Rumble of Ziggs is that magic damage. Noah has brought out the Ziggs before. In fact, did it against G2 for Fnatic in that game 3 of the finals. Now, Corki locked in. We've seen that banned out by KC quite a lot, so it's physical damage from the bot lane. Giant obviously already know the bot lane they're playing into. I like the Nautilus and the Corki into Rakan specifically. You can hook him out of his grand entrance, but also the Valkyrie out from the Corki just gives you a bit more safety. KC looking towards their jungler. Is it just box standard? Are we just going to go good DPS, tanky frontline? Are we going to see a Skarner Galio or something here? Yes, we are. I was looking at Dagda during that, and then they were both locked in when I looked back. So there we go. Tanky frontline, good disengage with the Rakan and the Galio and the Emperor's Divide. Obviously, some engage tools with the Rakan and the Galio and the Emperor's Divide as well. Yeah,
I do think, though, Giant kind of snookered KC a little bit here with the Sylas. I like the fact that they kind of hover the Sylas because it's, now that you've got the Galio, great ultimate to try and steal away the Azir, which is fantastic as well. And even in limited circumstances as well, the Skarner ult can be pretty decent too. So I think you've got tools there for the Sylas to work with. And especially the Galio one for Vi ults in. You then ult the Vi with the Rumble ult on top of it, and you're delivered into the backline. Like, Vladdy's going to have a very tough time in team fights. I wouldn't even be surprised to see like a Zhonya's second, or at least some sort of defensive tools very early to try and protect his ear.
He hasn't had the best series so far, has Vladdy. I think yesterday had a bit more fun in that game. Today has been on the back foot against Jackies, and Jackies is winning out on that 1v1 matchup. And we will see what the two teams do as we get into the Rift. For Giant X, huge dive. Massive team fight potential if they can lock down that one target. For KC, it's about surviving the initial punch and then trying to land a jab of their own. Scrim Gods versus the Winter Champions on the Rift once again in a closer series, I think, than some people were expecting. Giant X, there's been a lot of hype around them, but we're often taught not to talk about scrims. Here, they managed to pick up Game 2 in convincing fashion. Game 1 was in their favor as well, till KC were able to turn it around. Now we get into the real meat of it all. Game 3, looking for that top spot in the group. And remember, the top two teams get a bye through the first round of playoffs.
And that's what I was going to say. If you're picking up a win against Karmine Corp early here as Giant X, that sets you up so nicely for the rest of your group. Like, now, like, Movistar Koi still there, defending champions from Spring. Definitely a team to keep your eyes on. But against, like, Navi, Vitality, Nate, like, these are wins that you expect to pick up. A win against KC here could be massive in securing that second place.
It really can. Like, it is a bit of a different format, this split in the LEC. We're doing this group format with two separate groups. KC, Movistar, Giant X, Vitality, and Navi in one of the groups, Fnatic, G2, SK, BDS, and Heretics in the other. So because you're only playing 4 best-of-3s in the regular season, every single win is so important. Even the game score can be really important. KC perhaps will be dismayed that they've lost a game here, because if MKOI just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, obviously they'd have to beat KC to do that, but that would put them at the top position in the group. Let's get back onto the Rift, though. Let's have a look at how these two teams are starting out. KC, very defensive in their positioning. Jackie's once again going for that Razorbeak ward. Abscond Abduct level for him. Tries to get Vladdy on the sidestep. Doesn't hit it. Will take a little bit of hurt for his troubles. It's lethal tempo on the Azir into the Electrocute on Jackie's, going aggressive on this Sylas, looking for those bursty trades whenever he can.
I think it also makes sense because when a lot of the trades that you want to take is utilizing stuff like Taste of Blood to make sure that you can try and get these decent trades in and try and be a little bit safer, or sorry, get the heals through aggression in the lane. If you're ever passive in this lane, it is just not going to go well for you as the Sylas. So we'll be keeping our eyes to see how effective Jackies can be, but it does mean that for guys like Yike, when you have a Skarner that's coming from many different angles and catch people off guards, and you want to play aggressive, you need that early vision control down to enable that. So it's going to be how can Jun and Isma get that vision control down to let Jackies play aggressive in the lane.
Something Jun and Isma have been doing really well is teaming up through that jungle support synergy in this series so far. We've seen them on the same page a lot, which is not always what was happening in winter and spring. Lot pushed in early here by the Galio. It's a common counter matchup, and we always talk about it when it comes out, but Galio obviously with the magic as a shield, with the ability to taunt the Rumble if he gets too close in the Winds of War, and then those massive slamming auto attacks can be a little bit difficult for the Rumble. Rumble will still scale up as Jackie's tanks a tower shot in the mid lane. Vladdy puts down a soldier, slides them into Jackie's as well, who falls down to 150 HP, pops both of his potions to try and survive. The hook's gonna land here. Aftershock for Jun means he's tanky enough to survive. Noah trying to avoid the feathers because that Blade Caller could root him up. And Targaman's still 5 seconds away from having his grand entrance back up.
Both junglers are down on this bottom side though. There is a ward to spot out if Fly tries to come through River though, already placed, but potential here to try and make something happen is, I think Noah and Jun want it, try and freeze this wave out from away from the turret, so nicely done, but here's Isma.
Oh, Isma looking for the engage. They jump immediately onto Kalist, who has to flash away. Flash forward from Yike for the suppression on Jun, who walks down knowing he is done for. KC, for the first time this series, get first blood.
It was a risky play from Giant X, hoping that they could get on towards Kalist and punish him, but unfortunately just not meant to be, and it means that now Jun falls, quick kill across towards Yike, and crucially that freeze that was starting to be set up by Giant X doesn't go through, but Jackie's.
Isma's here, and because of that, Vladdy won't go for anything more. Could have looked for another soldier or a flash forward just for the auto. Jun opening up through mid as well would have been there perhaps in the nick of time. Yike gonna be met by Isma. Jun is here, no support for Yike means that he will just have to accept that double scuttle is going over to the Giant X jungler.
Also, Jackie's did get the reset, so he's full health. You got Jun here. There's just too many people that are in that area, so just gonna end up backing away. And Yike, I think he's gonna be still fine with the fact that he just got that early kill and has put a bit of a dent in towards Kalist plan in this bottom side of the map. But now I think swap's gonna come through as Jun is already in this top side, and Noah is starting to make his way up here as well.
As a reminder, the summer finals are coming up in Madrid. And there'll be all the tickets are already on sale. Started on the 2nd of August. You can jump onto lec.gg/Madrid to get them. Last time we were in Madrid was for the road shows in spring. And I know everyone there had a whale of a time, so I'm sure that it will be equally as enjoyable to go there over the summer. TP coming down towards this bottom side. Kana perhaps just looking for a lane swap as Lot is already down here. Kalist and Targamas should just be able to push this one out. Kana actually might just be looking for a flank. Lot knows he's here, did spot him on a ward, and will start to back away immediately. The rest of KC collapsing though. Lot has the flash, dodges away from the Justice Punch, will get taunted up here, but should just be able to walk his way out. Knocked up by Targamas, who battle dances his way back to his top lane.
Yeah, they just needed to make sure that Lot lost this minion wave, because you're seeing the same is about to happen in that top side for Kalist.
Lot, that was greedy from Lot, trying to step back forward, now flashes in, isn't level 6, doesn't have the equalizer, dodges away from the grand entrance, and I said it was greedy, but Lot survives for an absolute age! Lot with the fancy feet, he turns KC to stone! Stuck where they're standing, Yike will fall!
I cannot believe that Lot managed to survive that. I was convinced he was going to go down, but managing to get away from the grand entrance, picks up the kill. Again, like, I'm in shock.
I mean, that was great. Like, the evolution of Lot is a story I am here for. Coming into the league, not being seen really as all that, but moments like this really show him shining.
Yeah, so initially managing to dodge away from the Justice Punch meant that they couldn't really follow up, and then Flash here, I was like, okay, you're gone for, but ends up sidestepping the grand entrance, and then Yike ends up tanking the damage, which is perfect then for Isma as he comes in, because there's just no way for him to escape. He'd already used the Flash.
He dodged everything. He dodges Justice Punch, gets caught in the taunt, walks away. Ishtal's impact doesn't hit him. He sidesteps that, then the grand entrance as well. Like, he should be very happy with how that sequence went down. Kalist is going to be able to pick up a plate, Lot still up towards the top side. As we see the Emperor's Divide coming out, hook from Jun, not quite connecting. Hero's entrance there to back up Vladdy. It was used at the right time, but wasn't really needed in the end because of how Vladdy was able to remove himself from a sticky situation. Equalizer pop down by Lot in the top side just to clear out that wave. And although Giant X have had a nice moment at the start of this game, have picked themselves up a Drake, the goal is still pretty even between these two teams. A slight lead for Kalist, who is going back towards that top side with Grubs up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's the fact that Lot actually, we just first talking about it, got that minion wave underneath the tower means that he's in a really good spot now against Kana. And it's more so been that Vladdy has been able to get a good time and a little bit of alone time with Jackie's, not having that support for Jackie's to be able to play hyper aggressive. So it's kind of those two solo laners that are the main difference maker across the board here. And we'll have to see how, as we start to split out the map, it's, you know, Void Grubs now in a couple of seconds and one Dragon for Giant X. Can KC actually leverage the fact that Klish should have pushed the top side to move towards this Void Grub?
Yeah, I wonder if Giant X will actually try and fight around the Grubs at all. Noah is a little bit ahead down towards that bottom side, but it's gone Carl. Doesn't have the teleport, obviously. He's an AD carry, so won't be able to get back up here quickly enough really to join any fight that happens. Kana doesn't have TP either. Noah's already walking his way up, so they are going to try and fight around it. Yike will secure the first Grub. Giant X now gain control of the river, and KC respecting them, backing away.
It's good use of Giant X on understanding Vladdy's cooldowns. Vladdy used that ult in mid to keep himself safe, same with Kana, whereas Jackie's ultimate is just up significantly quicker, so they're going to just use that fact, even though they don't have the Rumble ult, to just bully their way through mid lane in towards Void Grubs and pick up 2 for themselves.
They'll lose a plate down towards the bottom lane because of it. You can see Noah moving across meant that Kana got free time with the tower, gets himself a plate, gets a tiny gold lead over Lot, but Lot will be, as you say, quite happy with how the early portion of this game has gone. Next Drake, 2.5 minutes away, and don't expect to see too much happening before that, although both the junglers do have their level 6s, so have the ability to force a play.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just trying to find a way as like in to make plays happen, because there's decent vision control in the river. Like, he's just been spotted, he cleared out one ward here, there's a ward here, there's another here. Kind of most of the entrances that he has to get into plays have already been covered, and you can see Jun now starting to change his trajectory to play around this mid lane with Isma to make sure that there is nothing happening towards Jackie.
Jackie's very safe as well with the quickness, right? The ability, even if you get knocked in with an Emperor's Divide, just to pop that, charm up anyone that's on top of you. You then have Flash, Abscond, Abduct, Kingmaker, you can, oh, King Slayer, it's W, whatever it is. Yeah. He's able to remove himself from any difficult situations. Noah's still getting solo XP, ever so slightly ahead of Kalist. You can tell from the pink bars under the champion portraits on the right and left side of your screen. But I don't think either team is too sad with how this early game's gone. KC, obviously, the botch dive didn't go too well for them, but they're still in an okay situation, scaling up. Only about 100 gold between the two squads right now.
Yeah, I think though for KC, they're going to be much happier with the way this has gone. Sure. Game 1 and Game 2, the game had already started to kind of run away with them from this position. So they're kind of in a bit more of a fighting chance here, and they do have decent scaling. As they start to get up there, you have the Azir that should be in a decent spot. This Galio gets quite tanky as the game goes on. It's just nervous when you're playing against such a strong wombo combo coming through from Giant X. Just the ability to lock someone down and burn them through with the Rumble ult, and having Jackie's follow up with another ult, which just makes it kind of terrifying.
We have a Drake about to spawn. Kalist and Targamas have that push down towards the bottom side. As you say, the threat of someone just getting caught out with the dive from Giant X is pretty deadly. Isma on the flank here. Targamas will spot the fact a ward went down. Oh, Isma jumps across the ward with the blast cone. Cease and desist in, flashes away from the Impale. There's the Bolt Breaker as well to safety. TP coming out from Kana as they look to collapse on this play. The Riptide used by Jun for the slow, but the quickness in. Good depth charge again. Isma, though, is running into the rest of KC. Kana distracting Jun and Noah well, and will force them away.
There was so much used in trying to protect them, but now Jun might go down as well.
Oh. I mean, Kana's actually the one who's probably on the wrong side of this. Jun going back in with the hook. In the end, Kana is safely shepherded out by KC. The Drake should be their next objective. And once again, like, Isma has had a really good series generally, but it's these 1 or 2 moments that really loom large in the collective thought about him.
It's because they happen at such pivotal moments. Like, you're now getting a dragon going across. You're matching this play on the top side, turret taking on the bottom side. Well, you were for a little bit matching it, but it just means that it's these moments that will stand out because big objectives happen as a result.
Jackie's knocked back underneath the tower, doesn't tank it. Emperor's Divide to try and keep Targamas away. Flashes again, but this is not where you want to be, Giant X. You keep going into the wrong damn jungle. Jackie's might be able to get to the blast cone. Targamas gonna try and follow him around. Kalisk coming in as well. Puts down the feathers, and Jackie's, even with the Kingslayer, won't heal up enough. 3-1 to KC.
Again, though, it's sloppy mistakes. There was no need for him to be in the mid lane. It's nice that he got to escape, but here you can see Isma goes for a ward. Could have ended up just using the Q to get back out over the wall if he really wanted
or blast cone into the pit.
Exactly, yeah. But instead, tries to go for something on the bottom side and kind of TP's in. You've already... And so much was used. Like, Isma's flash, you got the heal burned from Jun and his flash gone as well. There was so much invested in just trying to get him to safety, and that leaves you vulnerable then for so many more plays.
Those small moments really define games like this. And Giant X had a great game too. They were clean, they were patient, they were methodical most of the time. Here, KC have already shown us in summer when they do have their teeth into a game, when they have control over a game, they are very good at closing it out. It is still even between the two teams. Gold basically the same, 2 Grubs to 1, 1 Drake apiece, but the first few sequences of this game have definitely come up in favor of KC, apart from when Lot was able to outplay the dive on that bottom side.
I think the best option here for KC is to just try and continue to put pressure towards the side lanes. Jackie's doesn't have any sort of flash, which means that if he tries to contest the wave state at any point in time, it's really difficult, which is why I think they're trying to send him towards Kana, because at least he's got a little bit more safety there. But yeah, it's just the lack of pressure on mid-wave plus the mobility of Targamas is going to make these side lanes very vulnerable to potential plays from KC.
They can keep the game just a little bit slower for the next couple of minutes or so. There's a Rift hold up in 40 seconds, but KC should be very happy. Just, all right, we'll get to 2 items. We have an Ashes on the Azir. Let's get him another one. Let's make sure Kana's a tank.
I also think it's a good Rilay's angle for Vladdy as well.
Yeah.
To go second, just the defensive stats are really good. You end up with the slow, which is good for so many of the melee champions that are on Giant X. So if an engage whiffs, you can punish so effectively.
And it's really interesting how the conversation shifts as the game goes on. When we were in draft, we were talking about the Azir. It's like, there's so many tools for Giant X to get on top of this Azir. Is it Azonya's second? Does he need to keep himself safe? But because KC have been able to control the game, not fall prey to those dives to the degree that perhaps we thought they might, now you're talking about, oh, he needs something a little defensive, but he can still be aggressive. He can still get the Rylai's. He can still do that little bit more damage in the fights because there isn't that threat that we expected to materialize. It could still come, could still pull a rabbit out of the hat here for Giant X. They are not that far behind. It's 300 gold. It just, the momentum of the game doesn't feel in their favor.
It's also just the spikes on key champions are behind. Like, Jackie's is going for a cheaper item in the Hextech Proto Belt and still hasn't finished his first item. Whereas
Very true.
You've already got Vladdy who's completed his and moving up steadily towards boots being finished and on towards his next item. There is maybe a cross-map play coming through here on the bottom side for Giant X, but Targamas with a good reset timer should be here to protect any sort of play, and it looks like Giant X know it, so they're just going to back away.
You can see Jun was waiting, thinking perhaps Vladdy oversteps. Control ward in the bush, though, meant that Jun knew his aspirations had been deduced, had been sleuthed out. Isma here spotted. They did, I'm pretty sure, see that ward go down. Because it was Jackie's trading with Targamas when that ward was placed. Maybe because it wasn't pinged, they thought it had just expired. Or maybe they just didn't realize the Targamas had placed the ward at the time. They know Isma's here. KC have full awareness that Isma is waiting in the darkness, and you can see Yike beginning to collapse with him. The ward goes down. Targamas laying the trap, baiting it out. Yike comes into the bush as well. Now Giant X realize, oh, it's a 3v3 if we do decide to take this Barney. Jun's the one to step forward. They go for Vladdy, cease and assist, not on the equalizer, even with the depth charge follow-up. Targamas with a great charm, double TPs. It's Jackie's who joins first, steals away the Impale. Will look for it, but goes between the uprights. Jackies will fall to KC as they collapse in the bottom lane.
And the TP from Kana buying the space that KC needed to deal with Jackies in the backline. There's a couple of whiffs on some key spells throughout that, but KC managed to get the kill.
Jackies was looking for it, but the Impale just didn't connect. Now Giant X still fighting in a 4v5. Targmas trying to heal up. No quickness for him. The Emperor's Divide there, though. Targmas dives in, and here come the soldiers. Noah down. Jun will follow suit. KC roar into life in game 3. 2K ahead. 2 Drakes in their pockets. Mid lane turret their next target.
And KC looking good with a lead. Like the flash here from Vladdy's good. Yike ends up missing with the Impale. There was a little bit of a desync between him and Targamas, but the TP was way too far forward from Jackies. He kind of has to throw out the Impale and hope for the best, but we're moving bot
Lot
side.
might die as well. The Rift Tower's coming in. Targamas looking for the grand entrance. There's no flash now for Lot. The Rift Tower charging around the corners. Jackies! Oh, he doesn't hit the Epscon. The Rift Tower doesn't take down the tower. Yike now with the Ishtal's impact will lock Jackies against the wall. He dashes in, but the ground entrance allows Vladdy to make a safe exit. Kingslayer healing not enough as Targamas takes the kill. The equalizer not ticking on anyone. KC, well, they're doing a Germany versus Brazil. It's 7-1 now.
And the top side is still being pushed by Kana. You were the ones who went for the play on that bot side, Giant X, and it doesn't work out, and now it's across the map that you were losing out, as long as Kana doesn't get caught here.
Even if he does he die? Tries to get away, flashes the wall phase, rushes enough alongside that summoner to escape that situation. 3K now the lead for KC, and for Giant X, you get to the point where when you are diving on the enemy, firstly, everything has to be very well synced up. We saw the flash away from Vladdy meant that the equalizer wasn't on top of him, the depth charge didn't follow. That is the first step. The second step is hope the enemy isn't tankier than you want them to be. There's a Seekers complete on Vladdy. There's 2 items on Kalista, and he always has the Featherstorm to escape. You've got 2 items already on their way for Yike with that Aegis and the Heartsteel complete. Kana is tanky. You've got to lock it. Like, you are now falling so far behind that even the essence of your comp doesn't work the way you want it to.
Yeah, it's a 2.3k gold lead in the mid lane. Like, Vladdy has completely got the better at Jackies both in the side lanes when it came to the laning phase as well. And
it was only 20 minutes ago we were saying, oh, we think Jackies has actually had the better of Vladdy this series. We were just 2-game Andes, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is game 3 where it all comes to bear. And Giant X are kind of desperate to get whatever gold they can on towards Jackies, on towards some of these carries, but you've got Abbedagge now in 10 seconds. There is as much blue as possible on that bottom side of the map. There is, I don't think, like, whatever the duck that spawns at the start of the game could move without it being spotted on that bottom side. It is insane.
I'm a big fan of the crane on the new ARAM map. Yeah,
it's really nice,
pretty.
yeah.
As KC will get the Abbedagge. It's been traded for a top tier 1, as you say, trying to get Jackies a little bit of a gold infusion, but the Abbedagge will be more than that for KC. Very happy with their prize as they secure their 3rd neutral objective of the game. All those petals going into their inventories. Isma, he engages onto Targamas, but it was more, he's going that way anyway, might as well chuck a punch out.
He also didn't do any damage.
Hey, that's 100 damage on Targamas. That Rakan passive shield, man, you gotta, it's just so juicy. So difficult to deal with. As you say, Isma only with the Sundered Sky right now isn't really, I mean, Rakan's really not his target either. As you see the boots upgrades coming out from KC as well. Now, Arsakan down, 2 Drakes to the good. Inferno Drake up in a minute 30. Seeker's Arm Guard upgraded to the Zhonyas for Vladdy. He knows he's really the only target that Giant X can dive on towards. He's just making himself so safe as houses.
And it's why we've kind of seen Vi start to teeter out of the meta. If you look at LPL and LCK, they are going for the Pantheons and Wukongs because you have champions like Xayah, Sivir that can manage that dive potential well.
Impale onto Jun. He looked for the engage, but the Scorpion's tail has a mighty sting. Vladdy takes the kill, 2-0-4 now. Joining a Kalist in the Deathless carry column. And for Jackies and for Giant X, like, what do you do? You're bleeding out all over the map. You're going to lose a tier 2 in top, most likely. You're losing your tier 2 in mid. Kana comes down, brings down the double fists. equalizer used here just to clear out the wave, and KC aren't really respecting it at all. The hero's entrance out. They put down the sun disc, build a tower where yours once stood. Giant X falling all to pieces as KC methodically clean up the map. Now Jackie's is looking for the flank. Spotted on vision, has the impale. Ishtar's impact out by Yike, and Giant X can't find the engage. TP away from Jackie's down towards the bottom lane. He just wants to get a little bit more gold.
Yeah, try and get that tower, get a bounty for themselves, but it's dire straits for Giant X, because this is the downside of when you build these dive compositions. If you can't kill anyone in the dive, when it all goes wrong immediately after that.
It really does. It really does. Is it Phil Collins in Dire Straits? I can't quite remember. Kana might just blast going over the wall here. He's on his lonesome, but Giant X don't really know it. Isma looking for the smite. Gets back in. Oh, it's Noah that gets it. Meanwhile, Vladdy looking for a flank position of his own as he TPs in. The Emperor's Divide flashed away by 2, but not by the others. Giant X lose 2 again. Targamas chases off Lot towards the top side. Isma now. Man, earlier in this game, we saw you run towards this red buff area. I'm not sure it's as safe as you think. Spotted, trying to steal away the Crux. Kana coming in as well. More distraction than anything. Yike. Using the shield to aggro the Crux. Isma jumps across the wall. Targamas going to join this fray just to make sure that the buy does fall.
Give it to Targamas.
No one has ever said that in the history of League of Legends. Give it to the support, guys. So have a look at this. Like, Kana knows they're not getting the Drake, but the fight is in his eyes.
Yeah, and that's really, as you say, what all they're looking for. Noah flashes off the wall, but great TP spot from Vladdy. And again, this kind of comes back to all that vision control that we highlighted earlier. Jackie's just getting clipped by the edge of that, even with the flash over, and 2 by 2 they fall.
Just as they went onto the arc, 2 by 2 they fall. Noah and Jackie's going down. Isma dying in the end as well, a minute before the Baron spawns. 2 Drakes apiece, doesn't really matter. Don't expect we'll get to Soul with how strong Carmine Corp are now. 6,500 gold ahead, and this is more what I was expecting. I'll be honest, like even-ish early games, maybe a small lead for Giant X. Giant X have shown up today, just not in game 3.
Yeah.
And that is obviously there to their chagrin, especially since in game 1 they came back into it, could have won it. Can't say for sure, they were still about 6k behind when Isma got caught.
It does make the conversation for top 2 a little bit more interesting though, because, I mean, look, Fnatic not looking very strong yesterday. KC showing they can bleed today as well.
Importantly, Fnatic are in the other group.
Yes.
Yes.
But what I mean is just if you're trying to contest for those top 2 spots, I think it does become a little bit more interesting if Fnatic aren't living up to the hype. If KC had not got that big pop blossom in game number 1, and they still have time to fix things. This is only weekend 1. But it hasn't been the best of showing from 2 teams that are expected to comfortably sit into those top 2 in their respective groups.
100% agree with you there. And you have to remember as well, you have 4 games, 4 series. Yeah. KC are halfway through their regular season after today. Now, with them having, if they win this game, with them having won 2 of the games, they're pretty much guaranteed a playoff berth. It would be very unlikely that they didn't make it into at least the top 4 in that group. But you really have to show up when it matters. Giant X hit 25% loss rate in series if they lose this one. Currently 6,000 gold in the hole, 11-1 KC's scoreline. It's palindromic and I like it, as now they set up around the Baron once again. They'll start it up. Fast side Overreaction coming out. The control wall will stop it. Kalis autos it as well, trying to pull Giant X into a bit of the action. Isma does have the smite. He can jump across the wall with that Bolt Breaker. They'll hold it on 7,000 or so. Jun exhausted by Targamas. Hero's entrance in. They go for the Impale onto Isma. Cease and desist out from him. Targamas will fall first. Isma surviving. Jackie's trying to dive in with the quickness as well, but can't quite get the damage onto Kalis. In the end, a support for a mid laner exchanged. Importantly though, Isma's still alive, healing up from the Razor Beaks, and now about to have his flash back up. The hook out, Emperor's Divide from Vladdy to try and keep Jun and Lot at bay. Kana falling low as well as the missiles fly from Noah, but the feathers fly from Kalist. He'll find 2 with the help of Vladdy, and now the Baron should be secure.
Yeah, I can just tank it up. KC, we have to get the Baron. It took a lot from KC. They end up going over the wall. Kalist isn't in. We'll actually get to see it here. So as they go over the wall, Kalista isn't actually able to follow up on this engage, so most of her carries have some way of getting into position here, but Kalista has to walk around, so for a lot of this, you are just getting a lot of damage from Giant X in a decent position in the choke where they get a lot of value, which is why you're seeing a very quick turnaround, and Jackie tries desperate to get Kalista down, but again, you kind of see the split from KC. Now, they still end up winning out, they're just that far ahead, but a little closer, I think they would have liked to. A few more flashes burnt than they would have liked, but Baron secured, and that should mean they can crack open the base.
Really nice flash as well from
I mean,
Kalista
if we
to
don't
make
hit
sure
10k gold lift, I think we could have win this.
If there wasn't a 10k gold lift, I think we could have won this, I think is what he said.
Yeah, and I agree with him. I think that could have been a bit...
Yeah, also, I mean, his math is off. It was only 6.5k at the time, so...
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Apparently Phil Collins was in Genesis, not Dire Straits. I apologize to anyone who knows 80s music, I guess.
Yeah, but they were all in the Hotel California, that's all that matters.
It's so true. As KC now should be able to close this one out. 8,500 gold ahead. They'll be sleeping in the jungle after this game very happily as they push forward. Inhibitor their first target. Kana's catching that mid-wave to make sure they have a new objective after that inhibitor does go down. The Giant X, one last press of those R keys. See if you can find anyone. The problem is you have to make your way through Kana and Yike to do it, and they're pretty damn tanky right now. Kana even has a Seeker's arm guard to add that extra layer of protection. Giant X, you got to do something at some point. The Dredge Line's going to land onto Kana. Featherstorm out from Kalista. Isma goes in with the cease and desist, but a good charm from Targamas distracts the rest of Giant X, and Kana from under the towers dives back with a hero's entrance. Double flash away. Stopwatch from Blighty to avoid the depth charge. Noah unable to escape. Another Dredge Line coming in. Only Lot left standing, and none of his Nexus towers have that same luxury. It took him a while, but KC finally managed to bounce back and take it 2-1.
Game 1 and 2, a very strong showing from Giant X, but game 3 was not a close affair at all. KC came in absolutely swinging and just refused to give up.
I think Giant X will be disappointed with themselves. Game 2 really showed what they can do. Game 1 as well, they were able to get back into it after a couple of mistakes in the mid-game, put them in a bit of a hole. For KC, things to work on from this week. Their early game especially, I think, was a bit of a struggle. You can vote for one of them, your key player of the series. Vote Kana, Kalista, or Targamas. I think Targamas had an absolute... Apart from game 2, it's really tough actually, because no one really had a great game 2 for KC. Targamas is game 1. Pop Blossom
I
is
do think
what got them
Kalista
back
was
in.
pretty consistent those rounds.
I can give you that. Kalista was pretty consistent. He always is, though, isn't he? It's rare. Oh, you do sometimes see him getting caught out, trying to be a little bit too... a little bit too greedy in the mid lane, but overall, KC and their fans should be happy. 2-0 start in terms of series, and it puts them at the top of their group going into week 2. As we're here. Hello.
Howdy.
Hi. You got anything else to say, or we just?
No, I think it's interesting to see. Like, I didn't expect so many kind of day one or weekend one jitters to come in, because the meta to me hasn't changed a huge amount.
It's very similar.
Very similar. Yeah. So that's why I'm surprised to see so many mistakes coming through from some of our top teams. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how it is going to pan out, because I think there are teams like Heretics looking much stronger, Giant X looking much stronger, and definitely the teams that wouldn't have made it towards our semi-finals and that are suddenly looking significantly tougher for our top teams.
Yeah, it feels like I'm not sure if the floor has raised or the ceiling has fallen a little bit, right? It's a difficult one to judge. Obviously, tomorrow we have a bunch more games for you. We'll see you there. But for now, we're going to hand it over to Dracos, who is ready with Yike on the stage. Can those pants get any higher, Dracos?
That's a great question, Medic. Too little pants yesterday, too much pants today seems to be the verdict. I don't have a good transition, so I'm just going to kick off the interview. Everyone give it up one more time for Yike, please. I know there's a lot of KC fans in the house. All right, that was very impressive. Well done. I would love to be up here and talk about, you smashed them. It was a little bit rough. So talk to me about what happened in Game 3. How were you guys able to rally and come back in what ended up being a pretty close series?
Yeah, I mean, I think Game 3 we made a good draft, very easy draft, and I think we played it good. I think we knew the only win condition is silent snowballing, but he couldn't do it, so we played good. I think Game 2... Yeah, I was. we don't talk about that.
I talked to Isma before Game 3, and he's like, "Yeah, don't get me wrong. I felt like we did good in Game 2, but it felt like KC were just kind of inting into us. They were just giving us free gold." So what were the comms like? What was going wrong to put you in the position where you were taking bad fights?
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of happy with the free grubs, and then we want to contest Drake, but we didn't think about like the Sion coming with ult. He is ulted, we all died, and yeah, from there on, then you snowballed, and we I tried to make plays with Pantheon, but it's hard. We don't really have any real engage, so it's just me ulting, and it's easy for me to die then, and I was just running it that game.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit rough. How do you, what is the focus point now as you look ahead? You've played 2 of the 4 kind of regular season games. You guys are one of the clear favorites to top 2 in the group. You found 2 wins. It seems like you're on the road to victory. What is the focus for the rest of the regular season in terms of where KC needs to improve before we get to playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, as people saw yesterday, I think we played very clean. Like, that's the style we want to keep on, and we want to keep playing like that every game. Like, today was a bit more messy, but I know we have, like, a very high peak, so we want to just stay consistent like that. We want to win every match one by one, and yeah, we just take, like, I don't know who we play next. It's Koi or Vitality, but yeah, we're just going to take it, like, step by step.
One of those opponents is much more interesting to me than the other in terms of the history that we've seen between the 2 organizations. So I got to know initial feelings on facing Koi again. They obviously got the better of you in finals. What's going to be different this time around?
Yeah, I mean, they beat us 2 times, both game 5. So yeah, it's going to be fun to play against them again. Like, we really want the revenge, obviously, and we know they're a very strong team. So yeah, at least it's best of 3 now, so I can't go to game 5, I guess. But I think we're going to be, I mean, we're much more prepared. And I think, yeah, that was like the biggest difference, that we're not as prepared in playoffs like now. Because yeah, we had a lot of time to just reflect on everything that happened in spring, and yeah, I think we're going to come much stronger now against them.
I'm glad to hear it, brother. Congrats again on getting the win, even if it was a bit of a close one. Thank you again to all the KC fans in the audience. This has been the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in, and that's enough from us. Let's send it over to PGL with Rhea to talk more about KC. Thank you, guys.
Yay, thank you so much, Didi. Welcome back to the spa. It is nighttime now. You can't see because of studio lights. It looks actually really good. Rhea joined us. Thank you so much. After the heart attack, how do we talk about this series?
Yeah, I think it was like actually contested best of 3. I think game 1 could have gone either way, because like we were ahead, but they actually came back. Game 2 probably could have won if we played better. We made too many mistakes. So. Yeah, it was a well-thought series. I think I hope the people enjoyed watching the game. So yeah.
Oh, we did for sure. Did you, GB?
No, I absolutely had a great time with it. I was very surprised by some of the early games from GX specifically. I also loved your opinion on that. Do you think it was harder from the get-go to just really get going from the beginning of the games?
Not really. I think we just made mistakes. Like I think early game 1. Like we're playing range against melee, we know they're gonna have a cheesy gank, and then we actually die from it. I think there's like mistakes where probably we're not connected enough, or we're just not listening enough. Especially like game 2, I think like Kana is playing, Sion's gonna move, and then we're still fighting Drake, and then it's 4v3, I think, for like some seconds. So there's still like small mistakes or many mistakes that we do in early that we just need to fix, but it will come with time, I think. But besides that, I think it was actually controlled. One thing that we, like, everybody was watching like gold at 15, you know, to check if you have good early game. But I think you should also look at the objectives, and it also depends on the comp. Like in this comp, for instance, the last comp, we have Azir Zaryakan. So if we are not like 4K behind or like 3 Drakes behind at 15, then the game is in our hands, you know? Because I think at one item we're just stronger. So I don't necessarily think our earlys were bad. I think probably game 1 made some mistakes. Game 2 was bad, like let's just say it. So yeah, I think we know we need to keep working on that. But the mid game, I think, was the 2 games. Like I'm very, very proud of the guys. Very proud.
Some beautiful team fights.
Yeah, a quick question about the meta to you, GB, actually, and then so yeah, we've been seeing a lot of like late game AD carry, hyper scaling AD carries, front to back team fight. Do you feel like it's teams getting back to the LEC, or do you feel like it's going to be the trend from now on?
I definitely feel like it's definitely easier just to play through these champions, also with how strong some of the, I don't necessarily just want to say weak side, but with how fluid the game has become, with lane swaps, with the fact that you just put your AD carry in a better position if you're prio, it just puts you in a better position for team fights. I definitely feel like champions like Thresh, not Thresh, but Aphelios and Jinx, they're just having a good time because it's so easy to facilitate them in drafts right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I think the AD champs are also very related to the top lane champs. And if you look at the top lane champs, you have way less carries. Like remember, like in spring we were only playing Jace, Rumble and those type of champions. And now we have more tanks after MSI, I think. So Like you want to play those hyper carries because if you look at like there's only Azir who's like good at killing tanks in mid lane, so you need a good like resource of damage to kill the tanks later into the game, which both Aphelios and Jinx can provide, and Zaya as well.
Speaking of top lane, as we see the duckies dancing with the minions in the jacuzzi, that's really cute. Kana is our Kia player of the series today. Wow, so not expected?
I mean, I didn't really think about that. I think yesterday, I think you should have won it, but Kelly's is playing.
He made the show, yeah.
Like crazy good as well, so he deserves it as well.
There's a 1% difference with Kellist today.
Then, yeah, I mean, those two have been performing very, very, very well.
Crazy to shine on champions that are usually not made to make players shine like this. We were talking about the Sion, the Cassante, all the tanks. I don't know, do you feel like he made an impact today in another way than Flash?
I think like even his Cassante almost made game 2 very close with some of the skirmishing we saw in the jungle as well, so I can totally see why even in losses, why they would still give him a lot of credit. So yeah, I'm very happy with Kana's performance.
All right, take on your first week overall, now that you're done actually, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a very good week. I think the most important, besides the victories, I think is the level of gameplay we are showing. I think I'm very proud of, like I was saying about it, like the mid game and even early, like it's quite controlled. Team fights are going pretty well. I think we fixed a lot of issues that we had during spring that we actually realized after spring. Okay, actually our team fights is not what it was during first 10, for instance. So that's the most important, because the abilities, we're talking about worlds, right? We're talking about all these things, but actually we want to win the league again, you know? Like it feels bad to be top 3, even if we are top 2 in spring, qualified to MSI, it will feel bad still, you know?
So we've only seen your first series as well now. How do you feel like your level of consistency? Because from an outside perspective, or like having seen these games, right? You're dropping a game to GX today. In spring it was like you won this series, but it always felt like there was this one game that got screwed up a bit. From behind the scenes perspective, how is the consistency improving from KC? Do you feel like it's become a lot better, or?
I see a smile.
Do you think we're inconsistent during spring?
No, I definitely just feel like that. Like it often went to game 3, right? And I think that's like against some teams where you thought on paper KC should have 2-0'd. Sometimes it went to game 3. That's more like my perspective.
I mean, I think that's also the power of best of 3. I think it's just also the teams are, teams are good. Like I mean, we always talk about region as Europe, but I think there's a lot of teams who are contesting that are actually taking a lot of games from us in scrims already. So I think. Like we know our plans, and then sometimes we're going to make mistakes, but the best of 3 gives us the opportunity to still win the best of 3. Because if you look at spring, we're 8-1, So
yeah, of course, absolutely.
The most important, like maybe games to games, we're inconsistent, but I feel like as a whole, when we come into a best of 3, we are very consistent. So the most important is when we go to best of 5, we can't just have 2 good games, which like Koi, what happened? It's like we had 2 good games, and then the other 3 we are not playing good, or the draft is not good, or we're just not playing good enough, So yes, I agree on this part. We need to work on like consistent plans, especially in draft, like going into later part of the series. I think that's for sure one thing we need to improve.
All right, next topic, and I think it's the one the fans are interested in the most. We have to address the elephant in the room, or rather the rat in the roster, as we're going to talk about Niski. He is a self-proclaimed rat. I did not invent that, but Rea, we've been hearing everything and anything. Vladdy in an interview yesterday saying that he doesn't do anything. I don't know if it's a Vladdy troll thing to say or if Niski is actually bringing him coffee. We had Kellist in a LEC interview saying that this is actually going to be a 6-man roster. The idea is to have a 6th player who knows how to play everything, is very stable, and we have a backup solution and not a bad one. Coach, what is Niski doing backstage?
I mean, Niski is there, that's for sure. He's playing scrims a bit with us, but it's clear, and I just wanted to make it clear, this is not a 6-man roster in the sense of CFO, in the sense of GAM, where they are sharing like game time. Like we believe Vladdy is number 1. He will always be number 1. I mean, not always, depends, right? But I think he's the one we want to play best of 3, best of 5. But we think that Niski can add something that's new to the team, meaning like in outside of the game, meaning also giving a new dynamic in terms of ideas as well, because I think it's very important during the year you come through the same obstacle, you through the same strategies as well. I think it's important to have someone like Niski who has a lot of experience, who went to Worlds many times, but for the moment it's not he can play for sure, but it's not my decision right now is to not make him play. It's not a 6-man roster, and I want him to spend more time with the team, get more time with Vladdy as well, make sure that we're actually a group of 6 even if he's not playing, and we don't know what the future is, right? But the most important is this group will be playing, like the 5, and we're going to keep investing on Vladdy. I think we've been performing very well, so yeah.
Do you feel like experience is like one of the, well, I don't want to say weaknesses, but one of the things that KC is lacking? Because even when you look at Yike, who's quite already a decorated player, he pretty much started in 2023, if I can remember correctly. So that's just a 2-year career. So do you feel like that's something that's desperately needed for the roster, or how is it in the camp?
I think yes. I mean, inside the Five, I think the Five they're just very smart about the game. So I think we can have good discussions, but also one thing that people need to realize as well is I've been head coach for less than 2 years. Apples has joined the LEC for less than 1 year and a half. Like, we are still also a very young staff, you know, so having people around us who can, I won't say guide us, but like if they have things to say, opinions to say, or way to see, even if we have strong opinions and we know what we want to do as staff, like we know what we want to do, but we've not been at Worlds in 2019, we've not been at Worlds in 2020, 21, all these years. And if you look at the games, like especially with the Fearless draft, that you can see that basically the metas that we are playing are the same metas but from 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a very, like let's say now Trundle is popping, right? Kind of. What do you ping into it? Like, who has the good counter picks? And if you look at even LCK, they are picking random champs into it and it doesn't work, you know? So having those type of discussions, sometimes you can very help a lot the team, I think.
Yeah, as a follow-up then, do you feel like with the pressure of winning the winter title and how well you did at first stand, is that a lot of pressure that was maybe too much to live up to from the get-go? Or how is it with a roster this young then, but for all of you?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, the thing is, the pressure is mostly from ourselves to ourselves, because we knew we were a good team. And we know we are a good team, but during whole spring, even if we are 8-1 during regular season, we're not actually showing that we are the team that we want to be. So that's the problem. And then the expectations are very high. And then you are trying to understand why we are not going to the right place. Is the direction that we gave in terms of gameplay is the right direction? You know, doubts comes. But I think one thing that is good is like watching MSI. You can actually see how the best teams play in the world and the actual best teams, because sadly HLE is not the best team in the world, which completely cooked us, and then we we get like a good inspiration from them, and then you actually understand, okay, this is how we need to play, and then once we know how we want to play, I feel like we are very good at executing. So I think it was the process probably. Feels bad or like not to go to MSI though, but we are focused for the future.
Closing question for you, Rhea, because you were talking about the fact that you're still rather green as a coach, especially in the LEC, with Apples and the rest of the stuff that you have. What has been your biggest learning as a coach and readjustment that you want to implement for the rest of the season?
I think the most important part, as I was saying, is understanding, like, obviously what are the strengths for your team, what are your weaknesses, but what are the actual fundamentals that are key to winning. I think that was the thing that we were like knowing during winter, that we dropped a bit during spring, and now I think like we've really found the true identity of how we want to play the game. And you know, these things, they are very different from team to team. I think like if I can get back to 2022 when I had Reckless and Cabo, for instance, in LFL, so it's completely different. But the way we play is like play heavily into Cabo, and that's how we're going to win early game, and that's how we're going to carry the game. So I think it's completely different from now, where the way we want to play, like obviously we want to have good team fights composition, because that's how you win a game, because there's going to be dragons and stuff. So understanding the new team's needs and strength, and update and make sure that we are on the right track, right direction, I think that's my learning from this year.
I guess there's so much you have to learn as well when you go from coaching an ERL team to how do you beat ERL teams, and to suddenly how do you beat an LEC team. Like, the difference is probably so massive, so that's super interesting.
Absolutely. And yeah, hopefully you have the right approach. I trust in you guys anyway. Great start of the season for KC here. We'll see you for week 2. I don't know. You have a week to prep. That's all I know about. Thank you so much for joining us for PGL. Yeah, it's been a blast. Thank you, GB, as well. And if you at home didn't have enough League of Legends, we will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. CST. And if you want to keep on going with the League of Legends madness, it starts right now. LTA is going to be live at 10 p.m. CEST with Dignitas versus C9. So please head over there, say whatever you want to say. NA is better than EU for now, but we'll come back for Worlds. But for now, we'll come back tomorrow for LEC. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
French roster.
French roster.
Top to bot.
Okay, top Adam.
Yeah.
Jungle.
Jungle, you're thinking.
I have to take show because
wow, it's crazy. That's crazy.
Barrier, the flash, both force, the Q coming through.
Oh my God.
It's the double.
It's a disaster for SK. There's no Abbedagge is
Rooster, kill steal. What the f?
Rooster.
Wow.
Extra movement speed coming in from the A because Assault fully stacked. They catch the flash out from Nuke. Flash falling from Abbedagge. They're trying to burn through that health bar. He's still standing for an extra second, and they get the first blood.
He's not. What are we going on? It's good flash. Chase. There's no flash. I have ult soon. I will chase. He wants to flash over. Yeah, I will chase the ult.
Taken out as well as an absolute bloodbath. Look at Abbedagge on the side, but he's caught the guarding field. Flash to the side, trying to make the difference. BDS, oh my god! Attrition, they're holding on. Abbedagge's living. No, he dies in the end.
Oh my god, what is going on? I'm the second TP, base fest. I'm the second TP.
I'm second TP.
Yeah, back, huh? No! Hello. Time, actually. Hello. Okay, let's go. I'm tracking. Okay, go. He's dead. Fett. Ah, shoot up. There's tack. Handel flash. Yep. Kill Trundle. Nice. Alistar fast. Don't go in. Don't come Alistar. I'm looking. That's it. Oh my god. Come on. Behind. Go on. We can end mid, guys, I think. No.
The disintegrate enough to get him down. Locked with the Roar of the Slayer of the Soul Furnace.
Nice! Mega winning top lane finally 2v2. All the last ones in scrims.
I can look behind, okay? I'm behind him. Xeno flash. I can kill him. I need no flash. Look at that. That can, I guess. Yeah, I think leave it. Look. Yeah, it's good. Go us. Well, GG. No problem for this mid-cap.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. Knockback, instant combo button. What is people? Oh my god! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Thank you.